Hello everyone. So we just had I believe the patch launch in Marvel Snap. So I'm going to restart my my client because I think we should have the Alliances patch live right now for us to start right before we jump into our stream, which is incredible timing. It also comes with a few balance changes as well. Some of you may have seen them a little bit early, but as we are setting this up and as things are filtering in, I just want to say hopefully everybody's having a great week so far. And we're excited to see kind of what this alliance setup is all about. B Doggy Dog, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great day so far. And then the Moshima, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great day. And it does look like alliances are live, and so we can launch one up. Boofin, welcome in. Galaxy Warrior, hopefully you're having a great day as well. And it looks like we are going to be launching, we're going to create one. Looks like there are a lot of them already created, which is great to see. Hooglandia EU. Let's see. I just made an alliance. The Moshima, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great one so far. So let's see. I know that I was talking about what the name should be. Let's create one real fast. There's a lot of really cool emblems that it could be. I don't think Uatu is going to be one, or else I would absolutely choose Uatu or Wong. I think both of those would be great. All right. Kind of like the goat one. Goat? Yeah. Yeah, I kind of like the goat one. Did you have a code for Marvel Strike Force the other stream? I forgot. With like the download link would be !Marvel, or the code to use is MSF pool. Was there a Sanctum one? Yeah, there's no Uatu. Then you can do a couple of different themes. Oh look, Cozy has his own theme. I kind of like Cosmic. Yeah, let's go Cosmic. And then I think it's TSS. Something like that, do you guys think? Or do we do a play on TLSG and do like the legendary Snap Gamers or something like that? Which should we prefer? The legendary Snap Gamers. And so then it'd be something like LSG would be the name. Sick Day Tuesday, Sick Day Tuesday indeed. That dude though. Legendary Snap Gamers. It's pretty fun. Oh man, it's one letter short from being able to be gamers. And so I guess we could cut the and just do legendary Snap Gamers. TSG can be the tag. The Snap Gamers. I think we probably need to do invite only, at least for now. How when we join. So there's going to be, I'll be able to send out invites here in just a second. Then Schwaks, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great day so far. I think we probably do a minimum collection level limit. And then we'll put at least Omega. Yeah, we may need to get... yeah, there's a 30-person member limit on it. All right, let's go ahead and spend a little bit of gold. We're going to create the alliance. Is there anything else new in the patch besides alliances? Yes. So there were a few balance changes. So they made a change to Moon Knight, a change to Watu, and a few like clarification, a few clarifications as well. Angel, thank you so much for resubscribing for 6 months at tier number 1. That is your 2nd month. Thank you for being here. That actually puts us really, really close to that first level of Partner Plus. We have today and tomorrow to be able to hit it. We needed, I think, 13 more tier 1s to be able to reach that threshold. I've applied. All right, let's... How'd you apply so fast? Applicants 5 already. All of you guys from here, I assume, right? And I have to leave a handful of space because I did make a post in Discord, so I want to make sure everybody that said they were interested there are able to get invited as well. So let me see how many we need. Looks like we need 10 slots. So we have 20 to fill for all of you guys just now pushing in. So we have oh my goodness, that is a lot of that's a lot of applicants. So we might need to, how many applicants do we have already? 17. I want to make sure that everybody has a fair shot of getting into it. What's the ID? TSG is the tag, and then Legendary Snap Gamers is the name. Kappa, you said Q better have a slot saved. Yeah, Q absolutely. He has his own emote, so if he's still around and playing, absolutely. And so let me see if I can... So we might not fill it up just yet because it just keeps growing. And I want to make sure that everybody that was active in the Discord and wanted to jump in has a spot. And so this might be something that I have to do a little bit over time. Maybe a turn the wheel? Yeah, I think so. Schwa equals Schwaks. All right. We might have to do a spin the wheel here in a minute. Or pick a random from the random picker. Yeah, we might have to. Share the Discord? Yeah. The exclamation point Discord is there. And everything is truncated. And so we can do up to, I think, probably 20 for now. And then we'll Too many applicants. No, seems like there's a limit on applicants. Oh no, really? I didn't realize there would be a limit on applicants too. So a max of 30 applicants? Oof. So we might need to get a full list on Discord. Kappa. No, so what I'm gonna do is I think we anybody that is interested, join the Discord. So exclamation point Discord, and there is a pinned post in general. And if you react to it with your with the Uatu avatar, that'll let me know that you're interested in it. And then after that, so we'll wait a little while. After that, we will I'll do a random will picker from everybody that's put their name in there. And so I think that may be the only fair way to be able to do it. Kenny Cooks, thank you so much for 2 months as a tier 1. That does push us that much closer up to that partner plus range. So I appreciate the support. But I guess we can at least check out the bounties. I'd like to be able to fill it up, but I also don't want it to be unfair. A Rebel Spy, welcome in. And so play 4 cost cards, 10 points, 0 out of 2. So we complete it 2 times. And these bounties are 10 points for an 8-cube wager match. Win a location with 10 power or less is 25 points. Discard at least 4 cards in a match for another 25. We getting an alliance going? Yeah, so the alliances just came out like as I was launching into the live stream. But the issue is there's way more people than I thought would initially be interested. And there's a cap on applications. And so I think the only fair way would be through my Discord. In general, there's a pinned post that if you react to it, that'll let me know you're interested. And then here in a little bit, I'll do just a random wheel picker from those list of names. Yeah. And we may need a branch. Yeah. Muse, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great one. But as far as these bounties, they don't look I thought they were going to be more difficult to do. So win a location with 10 power or less, 0 out of 1. I don't know if that's for everybody in the guild. You get everybody that completes it gets points. Because if so, you might go something a little bit easier. You have an alliance set up? Yeah, I have one set up, but we have too many applicants already. So no one else can join or can submit the application. I don't have the members maxed yet, though. So what we're doing is if you jump in my Discord, in the general chat, there is, or in the general chat, there is a pinned post that if you react to, that'll let me know that you're interested. And if you're interested, then I'll do a random will picker from there. And then I know that AK 6722 had reacted to the post earlier, so we'll go ahead and bring that one in. How can I submit my application? Matt, man, I can't find the pin post. So the pin post should be... depends on if you're mobile or on desktop. And there's too many applications right now, so it won't let anyone else submit. Maybe create a pinned message. Yeah, I agree. I'll create a pinned message real quick. Officially Uatu. Ico Trim, thank you so much for the 10 community gifted subs. Huge support to start the stream off. I appreciate you being here. And then on the YouTube side, Double Down, welcome in. Alejandro, welcome in as well. Let me in, meme spamming. I appreciate you guys so much for the support. And then Ico Trim or LCO Trim, thank you again for the 10 gifted. If you got one of the gifted subs, make sure to thank them in the chat. And I'm working on a pinned message so that anyone that's interested in an alliance will be able to submit an application. And then Chunderman with the 6 months at tier 1 as well. That puts us within, I think, within 10 of being able to hit that first tier of Partner Plus. And Vosh, oh my goodness, Vosh with coming in with the 5 community gifted as well. You guys are absolutely wild. I appreciate the support and appreciate each and every one of you being here. I'm going to pin the Alliance message up top. General Sergeant, have a great stream. Good luck to those who are trying to join the best Snap Alliance. I appreciate you. He said have never used Discord before, trying to figure out how at the moment. No worries, Skinny Cook. I'll wait a while to make sure that everyone has a chance to submit that entry. Dat Dude going full time starting today. I mean, we're almost halfway to that goal, and I'm not even sure if we need to fully meet it to be able to start full time, but we would like to be able to. So as far as the bounties, I'll go ahead and pick a couple and see if it's. The thing I don't know is if it's everybody in the alliance can complete it for that amount of points, because something like win a location with 10 or less is easy enough with like a retreat. We have to overtake Jeff soon. I'm not sure that can happen, but
epic.
Fill all locations, 200 points, 0 out of 8. Let's go ahead and grab that one because that one seems fantastic. And then discard at least 4 cards in a match. Let's see. I do have a discard at deck built. Let me see if it has enough discard pieces in it. I'm not sure if it does. It has Corvus for 2, Moon Knight for 1, Silver Samurai, and a Hellcow. Yeah, I think we'll be able to do that one. So we're going to go ahead and do that one as well.
Legendary.
Play 5 cost cards for 250 points. Someone hit the pinned message for me again. So the pinned message is up at top. Did it go away for you, McCaber? Kenny Cooks. From General, there's a pinned message. And if you just react to that one with the Uatu avatar, I'll know that you're interested. And then I'll do a will picker a little bit later. And so I wonder how many, like if I complete this one, does it go away and we can grab something else? If so, let me go do one really fast. And I'll do it in Conquest. We'll go to Proving Grounds. And then we'll do the turn 4 retreat method. I got a gold bounty with 625 points. Can everybody pick individual bounties? Or is it like the leader picks it? How do the quests work? Could I do it alone without anyone else? That's what I'm not for sure about yet. And then Waterboy, welcome in. Looks like everyone can pick. Ooh, nice. Can you I wonder if there's a limit on how many you can pick. I know you can repick a certain number. You can farm bounty at dinner. That's the individual one. Twice the TLSG. You can apparently only discard 3 a week, so choose wisely. Can you complete is there only a certain number you can complete though? Alright, we're gonna retreat. No idea how many you can click your avatar. There's a cap of 500 points. Documentation on this is lacking. Yeah, I could definitely see that. All right, so we win this lane with less than 10. So I'm going to retreat out. I'm going to jump out of the Proving Grounds.
Escaped.
And see if we can complete it. See if we can pick up that legendary. And then we'll go into some like actual games after that. I'm interested in seeing what all there is within the alliance. Oh, you can't filter out invite-only stuff? That's definitely an oversight on their end. They need to be able to do that. All right, so we clear the 25.1. And we can pick up a new... Oh, our legendary one's gone. What? It's unfortunate. All right, so maybe it's decent if we complete multiple so we can grab some, because once you grab, it looks like the legendaries will pop up. So we'll go ahead and do the discard one. We'll start with a little bit of Moon Knight. Did I do something wrong? Gorium. Imagine again playing against TLSG just so he retreats instantly. Is there a hot location to gear for? I'm actually not sure what the hot location is that might be coming up. Too many applicants. Yeah, so if you jump in on my Discord, and there's a pinned post in general chat to fill up the alliances. I'm not filling it up yet. Right now we only have a handful, so I'm not filling it all the way up yet. I want to make sure that we give everyone a fair shot. And since there's only 30 applicants, if you react to the post in my Discord, and I'll show you what the post looks like. So you guys that are maybe haven't seen it before can. All right. And so from the general chat in community, if we look at this little pin icon up here, we can look at the pinned messages, and so we can jump straight to this one. Oh my goodness, there's 50 reacts to it. And so this is the one that you Uatu avatar react to. And that will let me know a list of names that are interested. And then I'll do the like a random wheel picker here in a little while. And then I'll probably have to reach out or at you guys to figure out your like in-game names as well. But that's the only like fair way that I can think of that everyone has a shot. Oh, you can't even apply for multiple alliances? How's Deadpool's Diner been for you? It hasn't been bad. Like the first couple of days were a little bit rough, but it definitely... After we got through like that hump between 600,000 and 30 million, after that it kind of flew through. Super glad I checked to see if you were streaming. Totally thought this was coming out at normal release time for things. Kavorka, I'm glad that you checked as well. Because I was planning on launching live around this time anyways, but it went live before I was able to go live. I quit playing Snap a few months ago, but glad you're doing well. Clown Phobia, thank you for being here anyways. It means a lot that like there's certain games that I'll watch content for, but I don't necessarily care to play anymore. And I definitely think that for Snap, that's definitely for some people. Like some people, it's really, really frustrating. Can you touch on the updates for the day? Yeah, I can touch on the updates real quick. I gave it 10 hours and got cast, then quit. Pulls a diner is lame. But how do you join the Discord? There is a link in the pinned chat. You can also do !Discord to be able to join. And so let me pull up the updates for today. Because they came out, right? Yeah, let's go ahead and switch back over to this one. That's kind of small. I'm not sure if I can make it any bigger, but... And so we have alliances that came out, working up to 3 bounties at once to complete while playing. Earn points for your alliance by winning cubes and completing bounties, and then at the end of the week. So it doesn't necessarily mention that there's a daily cap, but I'm sure there would be. And then at the end of each week, earn both individual and alliance-wide rewards. The Deadpool League is starting on the 8th. We have a new in-shop credit system. Instead of 50 credits once per day at any time during the day, you now have a chance to claim 25 during each refresh. So every 8 hours we can jump in and claim credits. So more overall, but you have to load into the game more often, which I know for me is not really an issue. I'm in there all the time anyways. We have a change to Uatu. Instead of just showing the right location, he now shows both unrevealed locations, or any unrevealed locations. Moon Knight is the one I'm most interested in. So instead of it just being a random card, it now discards an even cost card from your hand. And so that can be used to more easily target like your Apocalypse, a Helicarrier, Swarms, and fend off things like Corvus. And so it's only like 2, 4, 6, 8 cost, whatever the even cost is what it can target for both you and the opponent. And so you're more likely to hit like a higher up card versus before you can end up hitting like a 1 cost. Yeah, Blob for sure. We have the Shadow King, which is it looks like the only change is now that he interacts. He can kind of override a Luke Cage. So if Luke Cage is on the board and you use Shadow King, that will set them to their base anyways, because it takes away the modifiers. And then Blink looks like it now. Let's see, we've made 2 changes to Blink. The first is functional. So now if a card is discounted in your deck, it's not going to count as a higher cost card. So like if you did Mr. Negative into like Blink, it's not going to be able to rotate into like an inverted Iron Man. But otherwise, it's just essentially going to be the same. It's just if there's discounts in your deck, it won't work that way anymore. And then there's a whole bunch of changes to like card text to help with some consistency, but the only actual functional changes are like these 3 up here. Shadow King bypasses Luke Cage now. Yeah, it bypasses Luke Cage now, so it definitely strengthens Shadow King quite a bit. So you can no longer run like an Angela, Athena, Kitty Pryde, and Luke Cage to protect from Shadow King. So Shadow King is now much stronger in those matches. And since we're in a meta where we're seeing a lot of Athena, I think we start seeing a lot more Luke Cage as well. And then Gambit, everything is going well so far. We had some incredible gifted subs. We had a couple of tier 1 subs, which help us towards that partner plus status. Alliances are out, which is fantastic. And we launched right as it was going live. And so it's been a good day so far. Let me see. I'm curious if we can see any. No. Oh, end of week rewards. You can. Isn't that a huge Luke nerf? Yeah, I think it is a pretty big Luke Cage nerf. That blink change is actually great for Mr. Negative, because you can blink and change Mr. Negative for Jane Foster guaranteed. True, Josie. I didn't think of it like that. But for the end of week rewards, it looks like for up to 1,000 points you get boosters, and then 150 credits for maxing out your personal rewards, which is not awful. If you're playing normally anyways and you're just picking up those extra missions, you get some extra credits. For the alliance-wide rewards, you can get up to a mystery variant each week, which is, I mean, it doesn't feel like a lot initially, but thinking about it 4 times in a season, that's potentially 200, 350, 1,400 credits in a season if you were able to max all of these out each week, and then mystery variants on top of it. Yeah, so the boosters are unfortunate, but with this being a weekly reward, I think this is actually quite a bit. It will add up over time if you're in like an active alliance. Zon, you said, hey TLSG, the awesome. That's your official name, by the way. Zon Aster, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great day so far. And so I'll give it maybe an hour or so, and then we'll look at all of the names that are on the picker list so that we can fill out the guild or the alliance a little bit further. Because right now, I think we probably have we have 61 right now that have put their name in the hat. And then the 30 applications here. And so I think there's probably a few more that are still trying to figure it out. And so I'd like to get you guys in. For everybody that's in, I'd like to get you guys in so that if you don't get picked, you can kind of look for a different alliance to be able to jump in. But we are going to jump into a couple of games. Where's the pin message in general chat? So there's a pin icon If you're on mobile, I think you... Let me see. I forgot how you do it on mobile. But there's like a little like pin, like a little thumbtack symbol. So from mobile, if you click on the name of the channel up top, like if you're in the channel, along the top bar, it says like general feedback, whatever it is. If you click on general, that's where you'll be able to see like the pin name. Josie, thank you so much for resubscribing with your Prime. That's 3 months now. What about creating another alliance in your free-to-play account? When I came back, I haven't been juggling multiple accounts. So right now I've only been playing one. And so I wouldn't be active on it. And so I would hate for people to join like a guild that's not as actively maintained. I keep hearing people say it's easier past 30. So past 30 mil, it really elevates. So all of the compounding bubs. So like winning 1 or 2, like the last game I won was 200 million bubs. And so then it took me like the last half of what I needed very quickly. And so first up we have Bill Nye, Zombie Guy. We have our cable, so we're going to go ahead and steal one of their cards. We have the new updated Moon Knight right now. From what we have in hand, Wolverine or Hellcow would be the ones that could be targeted. And we do have Corvus. Let's go ahead and go Corvus for now. That'll give us an increase in our energy. We could go Agent Coulson to get some additional cards, but since we don't have Collector down, I'm not sure that it's absolutely necessary. I like the extra energy that we'll have for the remainder of the game. I really did. Yeah, it definitely feels faster after that 30 million point.
Enough said, bub.
So we discarded Wolverine, and what was the other one we hit? Moon Knight. So no more Moon Knight for us, but we do have Nick Fury. And so maybe we go something like Nick Fury, and we'll hold the blade. It's not going to do anything for us in Cancun, but I think that's okay. Is this the meme or competitive deck? So I think it'd be okay, but I think it's one that definitely will take a little bit more restraint to utilize. And so I don't know. We're early in the testing. It's something to utilize with the new Moon Knight, but our first game in, so it's kind of tough to say so far. We have the Hellcow. I think we go like Agent Coulson. Let's go Blade first, Agent 13, and Agent Coulson. That'll make sure that we can draw next turn. I'm not sure if we'll actually need it. Since we want something to be able to pull into the Grand Central, I'm not going to play anything there. And that'll open us up to playing into Finish Rise Lab on the last turn. Does Living Tribunal add Cancun power in? I'm not sure. Isify, we did make one, but there were too many applicants in it, so I wasn't able to fill it up completely. So what we did instead was, if you're interested, if you join my Discord, and then we would be able to rip it away with Storm had we not filled this one up. If you join my Discord, there is a pinned post in general to be able to react to. And so they win here, as long as they can't change over here. Just ends up being something like this, which I think we're going to retreat out of this one.
Escape.
Because if you change alliance name, you get it locked for a month. Wait, so your alliance name becomes locked in if you change it once? So we may change the alliance name at some point, but I'm applied. Took a minute. Kenny Cooks, I appreciate the going through the effort to apply. We'll see if we can get rolling with the new Moon Knight change though. Oh, did the names go away now? Because it used to say the name. Oh wow. You can look at the person's profile to see their highest collection level, or their collection level, their highest achieved rank. Craziness. I like it. But still craziness. All right, next up we have Yo Woody, we have Quinjet. I'm going to go ahead and throw, next turn would be Cable in the left. And we will get a discount on all of our generated cards. Ooh, Elysium as well. And so maybe we go Coulson this turn. I'll hold the Agent 13 for now. But let's go Coulson for now. What's this? A deck I actually have cards for? That is the goal. Looking at the Moon Knight changes, I thought it might be interesting. Ooh, we get a Loki generated from Agent Coulson, which is craziness. And then we do have Helicarrier, so if we're ever able to discard that one, then it's great. Or we can just Loki. It feels bad, but I honestly think we're gonna Loki. We can do Agent 13, Cable, Loki. And we'll snap into it. Because we're gonna be generating 6 cards. Of theirs, there'll be the Quinjet discount and the Elysium discount, which gives us a pretty big push. We'll forego the Helicarrier path this time. So Storm was in their build. Otherwise, it's a lot of like movement cards. Ooh, wow. It is a interesting Odin on reveal deck. So we definitely want like an Ironheart Odin situation. But the rest of our lanes are a little bit too full. Definitely looked like a Namora, and we didn't hit anything I'm overly blown away about. Because with Wong, they can always do the White Tiger into an Odin here. Knock is bad for power. Yeah, but we could rip away Elysium was the only thing I was thinking. Go hard on Tigers. Yeah, but I don't know that that wins, since we have some power in the left and right already. They have the Wong. They could potentially have Mystique, and if so, then we're in a tough slot. Yeah, it is a Namora deck. The guild name should have been RDJ is Doom. There was one that said Robert Downey Jr. or something. Wolflanar, you said, hey TLSG, what does the Shadow King card mean? By setting, no longer considering raising or lowering power. And so, like, let's say... So it removes all of the modifiers to those cards. Rather than setting it to the base, the modifiers are, like, the modifiers would still be there, and then the last one would be set. Instead, it just clears all of the modifiers that were there. And so with that, it gets by the Luke Cage. On reveal. He said, I love that you can see a collection level and highest rank now. Maybe makes it easier to tell if it's bot. Yeah, I'd be curious what bots look like with that profile indicator. But next up we have Cocoa Bird, rank 29 Cocoa Bird. The peak hurts our Agent 13 and our Quinjet, but we do have Collector, which is nice. Nick Fury will be able to generate some additional cards for us. I think we go... Let's go Collector for now, just in case we don't go Quinjet right away. And with the Goose over to the left, I think that's perfectly fine. We have that scaling power source. We can go Agent Coulson, which will buff whatever card we draw next. And then next turn we can go Quinjet plus Cable. Kind of like. Strong guy on the left. Looks like maybe either a Zoo or a Dracula dump deck. Coulson generates Typhoid Mary and Devil Dino. Devil Dino is actually pretty good for this build. Unless we go with the discard line, of course. And so the Hell Cow, the 12 power Hell Cow now. I would think we go Quinjet Cable. going to create a discount on all of our generated cards. Get their Magneto. And then the Gwynpool. Gwynpool could be kind of scary. We can always maybe reach with Typhoid Mary in the peak, but I'm not sure that we would want to. We could clump all of their cards together with the Magneto. We could do Hell Cow, which is the big 12 power. But I kind of want to go Magneto right. That opens up the possibility for maybe like Devil Dino plus Agent 13 to the left from there. I used it to apply its own modifier to neutralize it. Now it removes it. Yeah, now it removes them all together. All right, so Magneto pulling the Gwynpool and Strong Guy over to the right. He's probably going to be a pretty big, with Swan Song, or Black Swan over to the right. They can flood quite a bit on the board. I don't know that we ever beat this right lane. This is going to go up to 26. We'd have to really like full send in this right. Otherwise it's this, and I don't think that wins in the left lane. It's not great either. I think we lose this one as long as they go anything over to the left. Yeah, this one's going to be another back out and leave. We'll send it for one extra cube, but I'm pretty sure it becomes a loss. And it does look like it's time for a really quick ad break. This Moon Knight deck that I thought might be okay, maybe has a few rough edges around it. And so we'll continue sanding those off at least for a little bit. And we'll jump back in right after the ads run, you guys. Don't go anywhere. And we'll give it a little bit longer to be able to let anyone that's interested in being considered to join. Oh, did the pin message go away? Pin message went away. We'll give it a little bit longer for anyone that is interested to be able to react to the post in my Discord, and then we'll and then we'll fill it up. This is a wildly confusing deck. So the discard portion, or the collect portion, is mainly from your like Helicarrier, your generation tools in like Agent Coulson if you don't get your discard components, but we'll see. I ran it for just a handful the other day and it did okay, but it may have just been the time that I was running it. Do we have to do anything besides react? Not right now, Knight. Just reacting gives me a count. I'm gonna select those names. I'll run them through like the random picker to pick like 20 or so, and then from there we'll be able to kind of start letting you guys in. And so Castle Blackstone, Nate Biz snapped on turn number 1. We had Quinjet coming down in Hotel Inferno. It took out their swarm, and so they don't get that free angle. But with Moon Knight, we know that they're probably running a discard deck, so maybe we don't want to run our Moon Knight. And then Ook, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great one. Which channel is the post react to? It's in general. It's pinned in the general chat. So we do have Hell Cow if we wanted to. Moon Knight, my goodness. Since when did Moon Knight get this sick animation? I think we go Hell Cow. See if we can discard Helicarrier, because that gives us a pretty big push. We don't want to bump up their Morbius, their Apocalypse with our Moon Knight, so if it gets discarded, then that's all right. If Helicarrier gets discarded, even better, because that's going to fill up our hand with random low-cost garbage. All right, so they do have Apocalypse in hand. U.S. Agent might be somewhat useful for us. Otherwise, not great. Not great at all. You said today I wrote about how cool it is. Yeah, it is. It is really cool. These were not good. These were not good helicarrier resources, unfortunately. I'll go ahead and play some of them out just in case we draw into like Nick Fury next turn. I'd like to be able to use that to generate some. So the Moon Knight comes in, discards their Apocalypse. We may need to go with more of like a traditional, more of a traditional discard deck. Yeah, Moon Knight's a lot more likely to hit Apocalypse, yeah. So I didn't, the Dracula's not mine. We stole the Dracula with Cable. Otherwise, yeah, I agree. Well, I guess we'll send it. Hope all is well. Posture check. Thank you so much for the reminder. We're going to back out of this one. Their Apocalypse is a bit too tough for us. J3, no, you're fine. I remember when the Agents of Discard used to be such a good deck. I don't think I was playing whenever that one happened. What was the Moon Knight change? He now targets an even cost card. And so instead of a random card, it's even. So it's more likely to hit like Helicarrier, your Swarms, Apocalypse, cards that you actually care about being discarded versus everything in your hand. And then welcome in on the YouTube side, Captain Pixel. Hopefully you're having a great one so far.
Escape.
Is 0 even? I think so, but I don't know. I actually haven't tested that part. I was just assuming it started at 0. Yeah, and more likely to get rid of the opponent's 6-cost card. We did, however, complete our bounty. We can grab a couple more. Win with Storm and Quake. Win 16 to get 625 points. It's like we're running a Storm Quake deck. Interesting. Play 5-cost cards. Play 3 to get 50 points. Storm Quake. I hear Legion is on the menu. Yeah. I actually think, because I don't have something fully in mind for that one, I think it creates some kind of fun ways to like test out different decks and different things depending on what you're selecting. So we have our Storm, we have Quake, and then I think we're just gonna run an auto generate for the rest. And then Nate Biz. Yeah, so right now, anybody that joins my Discord, there's a pinned message in a general chat. If you react to it, I'm gonna be picking from that one because right now the applications are capped out, and I want to make sure that it's as fair as possible. Bounty board is cool enough that I wish it was outside of Alliance, but I get it. Yeah. The good thing is like each of these are individual, and so you can still interact with it like as soon as you join an Alliance, but and so 50 out of 500, so is 500 the max per day? Captain Pixie. So if you join the Discord, react to my pinned message in general chat, that'll let me know that you're interested, and from there we'll be able to I'll do like a random wheel picker or something. And so for our Storm Quake deck, this is what it generated for me. It generated a Lockjaw rotation deck, which is really interesting. It has the Nebula, it has the mobile cards in Jeff, Nocturne, and Vision. Super interesting. I'm gonna try it. It has Shang-Chi for the counter components, which may be a little bit scary with the Lockjaw, but I think it's definitely an interesting cook for sure. Wiccan got Wiccan. Got +2 power. Really? So no, I haven't seen the data mines. Floppy potato, my bad. And then Fan, you said, would you consider Nico a crucial card to have versus, say, a Nocturne? One or the other or both. I'm trying to figure out what to buy next. So Nico is pretty flexible. She finds her way into a lot of builds. And in those builds, she does some pretty cool things just because of the nature of her rotating spell. But Nocturne's also one of those that finds a place in a lot of decks. So I think I don't know that either are critical in any particular build, but they're flexible and will make most builds better that they find themselves in. So I think it depends on like what you feel like you're missing the most or most often. And so first up with our new deck, we have Iloth's Son, collection level 17,716. We have the Abbey. We're not going to be able to play there, unfortunately. Nocturne gets in any good cards deck. Nico is more of a niche type card that goes into move and destroy. She goes in move, destroy, a lot of times bounce decks. Chat. What is the Alliance? So the Alliance, it doesn't show here anymore. I'll pull it up after this, but the number of applications are capped out. Ooh, we stole their name, Mora. The number of applications are capped out, at least right now. If you go to my Discord and find the pin post in general, that will give you, if you react to it, that's going to let me know that you're interested in joining.
Opponent snapped.
So we could do something like Nebula left, Copycat, or Nebula right, Copycat left. We can always do Quake in mid to rip away or move the lake, which I think is kind of fun. Namora was stolen by Copycat, so that's going to buff both of those up by 5, at least for now. The Alliance name, I think it's Legendary Snap Gamers. Yeah, Legendary Snap Gamers is the title of it. Because if you try to submit an application on, through in-game, it's capped out. It only lets us do, ooh, in the wrong screen. It only lets us do 30 applications. Do not usually have your deck showing. Kaboom! Thank you for the reminder. I was on the wrong scene from when I was creating the deck. All right, so we can do Vision, and that's going to be mobile. They're running an Arisham deck, which is interesting. We have the mobility of Vision. They move theirs over to the left. Change that left lane into Lemuria. And so nothing else is revealed this turn. Unfortunate. Vision is locked in place. Nothing can be done to help it. We could do maybe Magneto right to pull Groot and Nocturne over, and then I can move our Nocturne to the left. Not sure if it's going to be enough, but that's what we're gonna shoot for. So the Nocturne change gives us Savage Land, which we both had space for. Vision here, Magneto pulling the Groot, pulling the Nocturne. Depending on what this card is, we might be able to win this one. Space Throne, okay. So far so good. Morph, not gonna grab anything big. The Quake, the Shaken Quake, moving the Abbey, moving the Savage Land. They have Blob in mid. We'll win the left lane. We will win the right against rank 30. And we're running our Alliance Storm Quake deck. And we're able to grab a 4-cuber right off the bat. I'll take it. Let's jump over into the next one. Yeah, so the change to Shadow King, he now sets them to their base instead of whatever he did before. So he basically overrides and removes any of the modifiers they had. And so he gets around. Zon, you said, is there an alliance called Rubbish Players in London? Because I'd be welcome there. Zon, I'm sure you're all right. Also makes Ajax worse. Yeah, I think, yeah, it makes Ajax a touch worse as well. Wheaton Law, welcome in. We will we'll serve up your timeout here in just a second. I appreciate you being here. Yeah, Shadow King is really powerful now. So the deck that I actually just did a spotlight that I released as I was going live. That deck probably got a little bit stronger because it does utilize Shadow King. Thoughts on Ghost Spider for double proc on the Nocturne? So does Shadow King hit ongoing cards too? No. So he doesn't hit ongoing because their power is contingent on that ability. What it would hit is, like, let's say a Human Torch, it moves, and so it adds a ×2 modifier each time that it moves. Same thing with Deadpool. Whereas before, it would... Luke Cage would protect it from having its power reduced. Now it's not reducing, it's setting it to its base. And so it's just kind of wiping clean any modifiers that it had. So the black border would be nice on the Storm variant. Let's see. And then Elmar, you said, hey, TLSG, do you recommend I spend my 2 keys for Nico and Hope Summers? Hope Summers is... Oh, wait, you said Storm, not Nocturne. My goodness, what am I doing? Oof. And so Hope Summers, I don't use her all that much. She's really good in the decks that she's in, but I don't find her in a huge array. I think she's a good card, especially if you like Shuri ramp stuff. In like the Athena Angela, she does great at being able to give us that extra energy. But you can still build other decks, but she is really strong. Any kind of energy cheat is always pretty efficient. And then Trim, are you gonna open multiple alliances for more people to be able to get in? My only worry with that is that I wouldn't be actively managing them, and since I'm only playing one account, I would hate for people to jump in and join an alliance that wasn't active, especially with it being new, with it being tied to rewards. And so right now I think I'm only doing the one. Also in Surfer. Yeah, Surfer, it also lets you go Surfer plus Absorbing Man, and it opens up some lines there. So Hope Summers has quite a few applications. Nico is also a decent one, but I also know that keys can be pretty pivotal for like the newer card releases, and we have quite a few cool cards releasing that might end up being something you might want over Nico. Maybe you can get some regulars to manage the others. Maybe. But I don't know. I don't know if it would have the same like draw or appeal. I think I'm gonna try discard Surfer with the Moon Knight change. Now that it can't discard any 3, that might be pretty good. Floaty Potato. And then Davut on YouTube side, yeah, the alliances are out. You can only be in one alliance at a time though. So let's switch back to this scene. Wheaton, I do know. Welcome back in, Wheaton. Next up, we have Cocoa Bird. We are running our craziness of a deck that was auto-generated from just the Storm Quake. And the first game did really well. Let's see if we can continue that upward ascension. So we get Storm. We can set up a Lockjaw into like a Storm, maybe. Kind of like it. Because we have a lot of mobile cards. We have our Jeff Nocturne Vision, and we also have Quake if we want to rip away that right lane and push the Storm location somewhere else. What are your thoughts, final thoughts on Copycat? I think Copycat is solid. Especially now that we're seeing less Arsham. I think Copycat is really solid. And we have Josie with the emote-only chat coming in. We have 2 minutes of the emote-only chat. Ooh, the 3-cost Magneto, speaking of Copycat, is fantastic. I kind of want to go... Wait, this is... Oh, wait. No, we played them earlier and we lost, right? Because they have the Black Swan. So I kind of want to go... Psylocke rotation this turn. Rotating into Quake feels awful, though. Or could feel awful, I guess. Maybe we just want to go Jeff instead. We're going for chaos, though. We're rotating in the Psylocke. We'll have the extra energy. They didn't play, so they just absorbed with Sunspot. Interesting. And so Shang-Chi, unfortunate, but we probably won't be able to hit anything. Wouldn't have been able to hit anything else here anyways. And so we draw the Quake. We no longer have to worry about that being a potential issue. We can go Copycat to the left to pull Strong Guy over into... They didn't play over into the flooded lane. We can always maybe rotate our Jeff. If we flip into Magneto, I may be a little bit sad. Otherwise, I think we're okay. I don't know that they're going to have a lot of reach into the flooded lane. We have Dr. Doom that we can play to reach it on the last turn. So we'll see. See what we can make happen. The Jeff rotation with the Lockjaw into, unfortunately, Psylocke. We can go Dr. Doom this turn if we wanted to. The Zero Titania. Oh, and then Starlight Citadel was actually rotating and shifting the cards. I did not realize that. And so I think our Dr. Doom may be very much needed now. Unless they can get any kind of extra card here. I think Dr. Doom, then we're looking at either Vision Nebula. Maybe we draw Magneto next turn. We'll see. But it does look like it has been the 2 minutes for the emote-only chat. We're going to free you guys, and then let's see. So Gwenpool plus Ant-Man over to the left. So that is a lot of power in the left lane. There's no way we can compete with it there. We would have to hope that an extra 8 in Starlight Citadel is enough. And that they can't put anything here. We're going to give it our best shot. They'd have to beat 15 power, which I think is maybe a little bit rough. Maybe not, though. So the Rocket coming in at 5, plus the 5-cost card, Dracula. But they didn't have anything in hand, so it didn't discard anything. If they had a single other card in their hand, they would have been able to win that one, I think, without a doubt. Because Dracula not setting to that card, but gaining it, would have been wild. We grab the 4 with this. That's the second 4 in a row. This deck is really chaotic and makes me really nervous, but we're grabbing some wins for sure. We'll take the 4 and jump over into the next one. The Drug, you said, just saw your bodies build. Interesting deck these days. Yeah, that one was actually really, really good. I held it for almost 30 games, and it maintained a 66% win rate. And every time that I thought it would hit a limitation, it didn't. Like I was able to find a way around it. And then Bruno, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great day. Cosmo, you said, Mr. TLSG, what is the thought process behind this Control Storm Lockjaw craziness? So you're gonna enjoy this one. And then Fan Order, thank you so much for the resub with your Prime for 3 months. I appreciate you being here and appreciate the support. Sicilian Force with the resub as well. I appreciate you. That pumps us up. I'm not sure where the MTG bot went, but a lot of support from you guys today. I appreciate each and every one of you. And so the Cosmo, the question about where did the idea for this come from? So we got an active bounty in our alliance, and it was to win with Storm and Quake. And so all I did was I used the auto deck completion, which still surprises me. It's so crazy that it works so well sometimes. I added in Storm, I added in Quake, and then I hit autocomplete, and it generated this madness, and it's working. We're 2 for 2 with it right now. And so we're going to continue to run it for a bit. Might give it a whirl in that case. I prefer throwing a lot of small cards. Might be a good change. I never know what to spend my spotlight keys on. I had to spend 4 for Hawk last week. Oof. Lime Hunter, that is rough. But Hawk is one that's always around. So right now I have 3. I'm hoping that with alliances, we have the ability to generate additional credits. And so maybe it makes it a little bit easier to pull keys more often. I love everything but Lockjaw. Yeah, the Lockjaw feels kind of crazy, kind of chaotic, but I don't know. Maybe it'll be fine. I haven't seen the data mines yet. Doctor. Are they good? Do I need to check them out? And then Buff Captain. Yeah, I can add your name in, Buff. And then Rax, thank you so much for creating a secondary one for any of the overflow for people that don't get into the main one. I think that's really cool that you're taking that on. You said they're interesting? Oh no. Is it on snap.fam? So end of July 2024 patch. Is this the one that would have the data mines in it? When are you playing the Wheel in the Alliance? Here in, I'll say at 11:30. We'll give it another like 15 minutes, and then we'll add up to 20. There's a handful of people that have been active since I started the channel that I want to make sure have a chance to get in, and so we'll fill up the guild or the Alliance up to 20.
Hey, welcome. It took you long enough.
5 Beer Plan. Thank you so much for the Prime sub. Very much appreciate the support, and hopefully you're having a fantastic day. So Agent Venom. We have Venom. Let's see. And so Agent Venom is a 2-cost 4 power. On reveal, set the power of all cards in your deck to
it took you long enough.
4. Interesting. I'm not sure. At 2 costs, that could be pretty good for Deadpool, I guess. But it'd have to be a super interesting Deadpool build. But like Cerebro 4? Cerebro 4 with like Cerebro Mystique inside could be kind of cool. Yeah, Saniala. And I don't want to I don't want to like handpick favorites, and so I want to make it as fair as possible. And so Anti-Venom, 4 cost, 6 power, on reveal, set the cost and power of your deck's top card to 0. So could you do that and then have Luke Cage on the board? And so you get a free top deck of whatever it is next? Either that or Shadow King alongside of it. And then BG Smooth. Yeah, that's the only thing you have to do right now. I'll run the wheel here in just a moment. Black Bolt. These we know. Misery. On reveal, repeat the on reveal abilities of your other cards here. Then destroy them. Interesting. So something like Shuri that doesn't take up a lot of space. You might be able to throw that on top of a Shuri, have the 20 power Misery, and then whatever you play next would be doubled as well. You said negative addition? So the Moon Knight Change Scorn. When you discard this, give its power to one of your cards in play. Return this to your hand with +1 power. Ooh. So a deck or a card that scales the more it's discarded. I think I like that. A cheap like discard engine like that. And then the more times you discard it, the better power it's adding onto the board. What are we up to this morning? We're checking out the data mines from the latest patch. We're running a couple of bounties within the Alliance, and we're enjoying the updates so far. Howard the Duck meta? Howard the Duck meta, maybe. We have Scream as 2/1. When an enemy card moves, steal 2 power from it once per turn. So like a bigger buffer Kingpin. So it's not only negatively afflicting, but it gets stronger. So it's like a it's a mix between Kingpin and Craven. Iron Fist, Shuri, Misery, and something big. 2 big things with double power. Yeah. Misery the Electro. Ooh, Misery the Electro. I like that, Conan. And so you play Electro at 3. You do Misery on it. It triggers it again, so you have 2 extra energy, and it's gone. and then August. Yeah, just reacting to the message is enough for now. I'm gonna run those through like an auto wheel because in game there's only a max of 30 applications, and those filled up in like 2 minutes. And so I had to figure out a way to make sure that everyone that wanted in had a chance. And so Toxin, on reveal, return your other cards here to your hand, +2 power for each returned. So that's super interesting. It's like a beast that gets more power the more that it impacts. So I think there will be some really cool ways to use that. Maybe even in a beast deck, right? Return your other cards here to your hand, +2 power. Wow. So I think that'll be really cool in like bounce shells. When you're doing that, I'll have to disconnect in a couple minutes for the kids. So I'll do it in like 15 minutes. Yeah, beast that I think it creates some really cool ways to, one, scale the Toxin, and then 2, you have a lot of ways to pull cards back in. And then Wiccan goes an extra +2, and then on reveal, if you spend all of your energy this game, +2 max energy. So it's a 4/7, which is a decent stat line by itself, and the ability to get extra energy is kind of cool. Beast dump with Toxin, Beast back in hand. Again, yeah. And then a couple of new cards added in that we don't know their abilities, but so we have Fenris Wolf, Malekith, and then Frigga. After you play a card here, all players get +1 energy next turn. After your revealed cards, fill this, merge them into a symbiote. Wow. Some interesting locations coming too. And so there's some pretty cool changes that I'm looking forward to. Have you created an alliance? Yeah, we created an alliance. We did reach the max applicants, but to make sure that everyone gets a chance, I have a message in my Discord pinned. And so if you join the Discord, you go to the general chat, go to the pinned messages. From there, you'll be able to, if you react to it with Uatu, that'll let me know you're interested. And then I'll do a wheel picker here in just a little bit. Check the split of Wolverine. I posted in general Discord. That is a nice one. The new one that was released in the bundle, and then with the gold crackle. I like it. So let's switch over here. We will the ads are running for another minute, but we'll go ahead and jump into another quick run, and we're running a Storm Quake control deck, courtesy of our active bounties, and we generated just this monstrosity that's finding a way to work. Alliances are online? Yeah, alliances came online about an hour ago. Like an hour and 15 minutes or so. Looks like another Asgard season cooking? Yeah, it does. All right, next up we have Roram. I do like that we can go with the profile now to see their collection level. My goodness, I didn't know that Roram was so deep in. But our copycat stole their Hope Summers, so we will be able to get additional energy depending on when it gets put into play. Lockjaw on turn 1. The Silver Surfer popping down, super unfortunate, so I am going to go ahead and snap into it. Even if we don't have a great hand, like this is super unfortunate. That's a big part of their scalability. And so I'll snap into it and see what happens. Yeah, we do end up getting the retreat. Just super unfortunate Sakaar pull. That helps us out and hurts them a lot. Had to hunt for that message in the Discord. Within the pin chats. But I'll do the drawing. I'll pick up to like the 20 marker, because there are a handful of people that have been really active for a while that I want to make sure I have a chance. But we'll fill it up to the 20 mark, and here in just a minute. That way we can actually start with like some of the activities. Our alliance is only available on PC or mobile too. They should be on mobile as well. You may have to update your app through either the Play Store or the iTunes Store to be able to see the alliances. But they're live on both. Next up, we have Mr. Splat. We have our Storm, so we can lock down a location. We have Jeff Nocturne. Muir Island is decent for our Jeff here. Wait, what? You can play Strike Force on PC? Wait, was the question for Strike Force? I thought it was for alliances. I mean, you can play Strike Force on PC, but it's through an emulator. For some reason, I thought the question was directed at like Snap alliances. But you can play with BlueStacks. So the Invisible Woman over to the left. Do we want to rip that location away so they can't play there anymore? We could also rip away Muir Island. And then we always have like Jeff, Nocturne, Dr. Doom to reach into Luke's bar. So I think we're going to snap into it. I'm going to storm in mid. I joined a random alliance. The game soft locked, and now I'm stuck on the loading screen after restarting. Ooh, Chunderman. You said Uatu's so great at Argent deck? Ooh, I could. That would be a decent one. So the Electro, interesting. Invisible Woman, Electro. I don't know what Splat is running. They only have one more turn to play here. So maybe we go... Maybe it becomes like a Nebula Nocturne. We can move the Nocturne or Jeff, and we have the Dr. Doom. But I don't know that they're gonna have power that sticks into Luke's bar. Tribunal? Maybe. Legion is unfortunate, but at the same time, I think fine, because we have our Dr. Doom. And we can always change Luke's bar. We can move Jeff over so that we win the left. I think it's fine. So the double drop in mid. Akshay, thank you so much for the 2 months as a Prime member. It's Wong time. It is Wong time. The Magic Patriot. I'm so confused by everything that this deck is doing. So like an Ultron? Ultron would end up being what, 4 power, so 16 over here right now. Maybe a Blue Marvel on top of it. Ooh, wait. So how do we think they go Onslaught this turn? Because we can do something like Quake, move Limbo over to the... Oh, no, we can't do that. We used to be able to. We can't anymore. Because Nocturne will change it before Quake goes off. Never mind. So in that case, we can do Jeff, Vision. Go ahead and throw Psylocke. Yeah, we used to be able to do that line. Can't anymore, though. Yeah, I don't know if they're going to drop the Ultron this turn or if they would opt to do like an Onslaught instead. You can still Quake, though. Ooh, that's right. So we can still Quake. So if they play here or here, then it'll bounce back. Patch is live? Yeah, the patch is live. Jeff will return to hand? No, we didn't. We moved to the Jeff. We didn't play it this turn. Wait, the double drop in right? Okay, Electro. Wave. And so now, is it ever... They were going to play 2 6-drops? Yeah. Oh, they have initiative now. You can only play one card now. So an Ultron to the right ends up being 8 and 7. It's going to end up being 15. So 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 17. We need to beat 8, 9, 10, 11 in mid. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 11, 12, if they don't play into Luke's bar.
Victory.
Oh yeah, we didn't count the mid with the doom either, and so super awkward game. But that we're still 100% win rate with this deck. We're just grabbing a lot of fortune early. But that is 4-0 so far. It's just wild. Nathan Summers, you said, hey TLSG, so I never made my high school basketball team, and it scarred me for life. I'm hoping I can make your alliance. I think it could really heal some wounds. Nathan Summers, hopefully you get in. If you join the Discord, there is a post that is live. That if you react to it, that lets me know that you're interested. Arsham cards have borders now? Huge. Ooh, the fill all locations we're not doing a great job of with this deck for sure. Maybe we run... What deck typically fills all locations? Link to the Discord? Exclamation point Discord. Gilgamesh? Gilgamesh might do it. So we could always grab the second fill all location. We could run a Gilgamesh deck for a little bit, complete these two. We would have to... We only have to do it 4 times for it to complete the count. But I'm going to go something like move the move card, since we're working on this one anyways. Do it with Khazar? Yeah. Can't you play these missions on Conquest? Yeah, I think you could. Probably in Deadpool's Diner as well. And then Sir Shady. So that's the Alliance. There are bounties. And so you gain points towards weekly rewards. So depending on how much contribution you have, you unlock up to 150 credits each week. And then depending on your Alliance overall, it's up to a mystery variant each week, which is wild. Absolutely wild. We won't be able to hit it this week, even if we're fully active. But, wow, and it tells everybody how many cubes you've gotten, the total bounties, and your total points. Wow, so how many cubes you gain adds to your player contribution as well. And then for the YouTube side, Devut, I see that you put in the command. It unfortunately only works on the Twitch side, but I pasted it through. I pasted the Discord link over to you. You need to win for contribution? Not necessarily. The cubes add a portion, but a lot of the contribution is going to be from your bounties. And so fill all locations. You don't necessarily have to win for that one to count. The move all cards, you don't necessarily have to win. There's a few that you will, but I think for the most part, you don't have to. Got so many bubs. No, donate Vosh. I agree. And then in just a few moments, we'll run the wheel picker for the remainder, or for up to 20 members, and I'll hold 10 for now. So let's go Nebula over to the right. Since we do have the Storm, we have Jeff Storm for that follow-up. And I think they'll play for the White Hot Room for the most part. So Hydra Bob, they have a mobile piece, which could potentially jump into the Storm lane, depending. But let's go Jeff for now. Discord link won't work from your phone. Sir Shady. I thought they worked from the phone. You could also go to one of my videos. It's linked in all of my video descriptions. So the right location becomes danger room. We could do storm to make sure that they can't stop our nebula from scaling. We'll keep it filled so that the Widow's Kiss is negated. We also have vision to use on 5 if we want. So with Hydra Bob's going to move. I almost want to... So they're taking away their lever of Hydra Bob moving. The next one would be on us. We'd be able to choose if and when he was able to move. So Negasonic in the White Hot Room. A little bit unfortunate. So we'd have to donate whatever card we played here. Because if we ended up doing Lockjaw and then the rotation, maybe we don't need Lockjaw. We could always go Lockjaw to the right. Next turn we have the Vision. We can move Vision over into White Hot Room. And we have Doctor Doom to impact it as well. So maybe I just look to move enough cards into the left that I don't proc or trigger the Negasonic. So they have a Nocturne as well. They have that mobile power. Right now we have 9, but by the end of turn 6, we will beat what they have here. Their Nocturne would probably want to be moved out. Let's go Vision for now, see what happens there. We can make their Hydra Bob move whenever we decide to if we want, but we're looking for maybe Magneto as the finisher? Possibly. If you're going Doom, why Jaw right? So that I can play Vision. Because if I did Lockjaw here, then we couldn't play Vision. Otherwise, we'd have to waste a turn using one of them to proc the Negasonic. And so it's not... Lockjaw doesn't really help us in the right lane, but... So they switch into Sandman in the left. We pull into Psylocke, which is unfortunate, but we have Red Hulk, which might be fine. We could... I think we snap into it to use that that lever for the Hydra Bob. I mean, I guess we would lose to a Doctor Doom on their end. So Shang-Chi takes this one out. We could move Vision over to the left. And the Snap-Chi, I think, is the play. The guy. What I'm scared of is the Doctor Doom. Because the Doctor Doom would fill in that Hydra Bob place, and we'd end up losing it. Eldane, if you're here and if you're picked and you're not here, no, you won't lose out on the spot. Yeah, the deck definitely runs Doom, but I'm curious if they have it. If we're gonna stay, we have to snap it. If we're staying, and so I'm gonna snap it. We're gonna give him the sweat emoji. We have the Shang-Chi coming down in mid, and I'm gonna leave Vision as is, and we're just gonna hope. No, so it's not safe. I mean, if Hydra Bob's not there, but if Doctor Doom backfills it, then we're only going to be 13. They would be 14. Oh, they do have the Doctor Doom. Unfortunate. They're going to grab the 8 cubes off of us with the Hydra Bob, baiting us and goading us into the snap, unfortunately. We knew the risk whenever we did it. We were just hoping that they didn't have Doctor Doom in hand. But we will take the unfortunate 8 cube loss. Give them the fist bump where the fist bump is deserved. We'll move on. Yeah, you can only be in one alliance at a time. Let's go ahead and shake that one off. That one was unfortunate. The Negasonic definitely hurt us in being able to kind of spread our power across. But I will give a little bit longer to react to the message. Right now, let's see how many we have that have reacted to it. Right now we have 127 people that have reacted to the message, and so definitely best of luck to everybody here. I hope that we get a. I want to try my best to make sure that it's fair for everybody, but so in Discord in the general chat there is a pinned message. If you jump to that one and react with the Uatu, that'll let me know you're interested in joining the alliance. So they snapped into us. We have the Nebula, we have Jeff. We could potentially storm Kamar Taj, so that there's no more double on reveals. Alliance a 1 in 8 chance. That's a cope stay, Vosh. Unfortunately, so Thena in the right scales, but with the Altar of Death, we could get double bonus from Kamar Taj to the left. We can do Storm. A Quake would be kind of nice, being able to rip Altar of Death and place it somewhere else. And we're going to scale almost as much as they do in the Thena lane, because their Nebula will scale 2 each turn. The odds are not in your favor. I want to do it as fair as we can, but yeah. So they were going to play Cassandra Nova into the Kamar Taj, but we only let it trigger once. We do have our Dr. Doom. Lockjaw, I don't think is fantastic here. With a 7-power Cassandra Nova, I think maybe we go Lockjaw mid. Depending on what we draw next turn, we'll either maybe sacrifice the Psylocke into the Altar of Death. Maybe we rotate with the Lockjaw mid. I don't know. We'll see. The Captain Marvel can move. It'll be able to move over to the right. But so far, they don't have us beaten in the Altar of Death. So we could do... We could do Nocturne Psylocke, or maybe we flip that order. I guess it doesn't matter too much. Unless we're wanting to try to pull Nocturne back out. We can do Nocturne and then Psylocke, so that we have that mobile. Wait, is it Psylocke so that you can Doom and Magneto? What, Psylocke here? Psylocke here would only give us 9 energy on the last turn. We wouldn't be able to do both. Oh, it's from the previous turn. Gotcha. Okay. And then Dark Moo, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great one so far. Oh, instead of the Lockjaw? Gotcha. That way we could do Doom this turn, Magneto on 6. Gotcha. Did you determine the Alliance members already? No, we haven't yet. If you haven't, there is a message pinned in my Discord in the general chat that you can react to have a chance to be able to join the Alliance. I'm going to pull here in maybe 5 or 10 minutes. So the Shang-Chi comes down. Unfortunate, bad rotation, but the Vision is a mobile resource that was very much needed. So something like... F isn't awful, but something like Vision... Dr. Doom? That would put 5, 6, 7, so 14 power over here. Puts more over here. We should be able to win with this. I think no questions asked. I don't remember if I snapped or they did. I think they did. I'm not going to boomer snap them because I do want the 4. But this should be, I think, a guaranteed win. Because this deck that they're running, I don't think runs a go wide mechanic like Dr. Doom. I think it uses much more like Jeff, Nocturne, Vision instead. And so the double stack in Kunlun, we have 14 to the left, 17 over to the right, and then we get Nocturne in mid. The Hope Summers and the Nocturne of their own. Their Captain Marvel in the left is just locked in place. They have nowhere for it to be able to move. We will grab the 4 cubes against Azrael, and we were back on the winning side. That 8 was unfortunate earlier, but we shook off the bad the bad loss. to find another way to win. Does it help if we've played on Infinite Ladder and won? No. So I put it at Omega. So as long as you've reached rank 90, you'd be able to join in. Any replacements for Nocturne? I would probably want to keep it at that 3 cost. Honestly, you could probably go Nightcrawler to lower the curve. Have a better chance of like rotating with your Lockjaw. Might be a decent line for you to go with. Can you do the draw now? Yeah, I'll do it here in just a minute. There's still a couple people that are popping in and asking, so I want to make sure that everyone has a chance to. And then we'll do the draw. That way you guys can get in and start interacting with the alliances. Because I want you guys to be able to do the bounties as well. I like pairing Ghost Spider with Nocturne for shenanigans. Yeah, I could see that being pretty fun. But there are several times that Nocturne stabs me in the back. And so after this game, I will do the drawing. And so if you haven't, check out the Discord and react to the message so that I can get a list of names going. And then I'll plug them all into the random picker. And so it's in the general chat under the pinned messages. Was your guild in WoW, Alliance, or Horde? I was very much on the Horde side. I don't know why, but I always enjoyed the Horde characters better. And so next up we have Neo JJ. We have Nor Dimension over to the left, so we can get some additional energy ramping. And we'll see if it's needed or not. We can also start rotating the Jin, but that becomes very scary very quickly. Right now we don't have a 4 cost, so we could do Psylocke to ramp into a potential Lockjaw on 3, but since we don't have it, I think we're going to go just Jeff. We'll get 1 Jin in hand, and then we'll kind of go from there. More flavor than 5 different types of humans? Yeah, yeah, I think so. I did like the gnome characters from the Alliance side. We do draw the Lockjaw. We could have went Lockjaw on 4. Oh, well. We do have a free rotation. You could even do maybe a double rotation with the 2 Jins. With Lockjaw, Jin. Give us a better chance of maybe drawing into Storm, or maybe flipping into Storm, which I kind of like. And then Rayolo, you said, yo, TLSG, how are you handling the absolute chaos of alliances? It's funny looking at the drama and how it's handled from streamer to streamer. So what I'm doing on my end is there's a post in my Discord. Everybody that reacts to it has an equal chance of being admitted in, because I want to make it as fair as possible. And so I'm going to do a random wheel picker here in just a moment to pull in like the initial players in the alliance. It was the only way that I felt like would be consistent enough. I'm going to reserve a handful of slots for people that have been active since like early beta. But how do you react to a message? So right under the message, there's like the list of pictures. And so if you click on that picture, it'll add your reaction. So if you click on Uatu, it'll add your, like you'll see the number go up. And then that'll let me know that you're interested. So we're going to go Lockjaw, Jin in the right. The Athena is a little bit scary over there because it can scale. Whoa, they are just throwing into the Lechugia, which is crazy. I guess they have everything that they thought they needed in hand already. Let's go ahead and rotate our Jin, see what we end up pulling. Okay, Quake right off the bat is not awful. I would rather have the Storm, though. And we'd kind of want to avoid Shang-Chi if at all possible. I'll have to care for the kids now. If I get picked, please save the spot. Absolutely. So if you get picked, then I'm just going to have a list, and I'll do the ats in the Discord of everybody that picked it up so that I can start adding those invites. So Gwenpool Athena over here. A lot of power in this lane. Going to turn 5. In our deck left, we have Nebula or Storm. And so we'd have a chance, but it doesn't lock it out early enough. kind of want to go like vision Psylocke. We have the mobile vision to use, and then we can maybe adjust. If they let their Athena scale, we have the Shang-Chi. And then Captain Pixie, gonna pick the first 11. No, because then it becomes like whoever was in the chat first. I'm gonna hold a handful of those that have been active in the Discord for a while, and so I'm only gonna fill up to 20 for right now, just to try to get a better pulse on it. And so we have our Jins. We draw into Nebula. It's Storm or the Jins in our deck, and so Shang-Chi over here. And then I think it becomes... Is it ever this? So 8, 9, 10, 20. So if they left their vision alone, this would lose. If they move their vision anywhere, then it probably would win. Versus if we played over for the left and they moved their vision, we'd probably lose that left lane. Let's see. Let's see if they move. Oh, they do move their vision. Super unfortunate. I think we got the call wrong. We're still going to give it our best shots here, depending on what they dropped in this lane. Might be enough. It might not. So the Storm in the right takes away our extra +4, or extra 3 over what they had. Our Copycat coming down. Let's see what they dropped in the left lane. If it's bigger than 10, we definitely lose. Otherwise, it might come down to a point differential. But with their deck, I'm not sure that they... Ooh, okay, so Captain Marvel can move over to the left. Gives them that flexible resource. The Juggernaut pushing just our Copycat over to the right. And that does give them enough of a window for their Captain Marvel to be able to move to the left. Unfortunate as it is. Had we stacked in the mid like we had initially set up, we would have been able to win that one. Unfortunate, but... It was just one of those kind of gut read calls of which direction it went, and we ended up picking wrong. Next time. It was close. That was definitely winnable, but it's always a coin flip on that one of where it ended up landing. No Moon Knight Cooks. So right now I'm running a deck for the Alliance Bounty with Stormquake. I did run a Moon Knight Cook for like 3 games and got dominated, so we'll return back to it, but... Think Second Dinner changes Jug to work if you got Prio? I mean, maybe. Maybe it eventually switches to that. And then Gambit with the Hydrate reminder. I appreciate you. If people keep complaining about Jugs, maybe. All right, so I'm gonna grab the list of names that have reacted to the post, and then we're gonna pick a handful of them. We have 169 that have said they were interested. Let me see if I can turn off the streamer mode. I get the full list of names. Such a long list. All right. All right, so I'm going to run it through the picker now, and I'll bring that up on screen. And so everybody here is listed. Why? Wait. Didn't copy everybody. I didn't copy everyone from the list. Hold on. Wow, so it only a handful. All right, so I'm gonna have to manually paste these in, like a couple of screens at a time to make sure everybody gets brought in. So it's gonna take me just a second longer than what I thought it would. Then we're setting it up for you guys, and then we'll do several drawings. I'm gonna reserve a handful of them just for the people that have been in the channel the longest, but I want the majority to be just everybody had the same type of shot. Almost through with them, you guys. I appreciate you guys hanging in there and just being here to enjoy the stream with me, enjoy the chaos of the alliances rolling out. I'm gonna be curious to see how other people handled the who got in. Like I could see it being completely open-ended without like the invite only, but that becomes an issue of like whoever's faster and whoever was up at that time. This one still to some degree, but we gave it at least like an hour window for anyone that wasn't here right at the launch time. Almost done. I have one more set of pasting to do, and then we'll bring over the list. All right. This. What is the player cap? Yeah. The player cap's 30. And then Web Metal Reese, thank you so much for for gifting the tier 1 to Bluesman. I appreciate it, and make sure Bluesman, make sure to give him a good old thanks as well. This is the most fair unless I don't win. 26 now. Yeah, so there's already a handful in there, but a lot of those were the ones that were active before. And so I'm gonna go up to. We're gonna go up to 23 for right now. Didn't realize the 200 gold mission was win with Gwynpool. Ended up doing it right now while donating to players and dumping on bots. Lanum, you were able to pick it up, and so we're gonna pull 23 players. That'll reserve 6 slots for you guys. And then Buff Captain. Thanks for the reminder, Buff, because you said that you don't use Discord. And so we have, so everybody got listed twice. So if you see a couple of names there more than once, from the Discord side, all that I did was I copied and pasted the list. And the first name that copies over is like the display name. The second one is like the username. And so everyone got listed twice. And then Captain Pixie. Are you on Discord or no? We can. Did you react to the post on Discord, Pixie? Yeah. Captain Pixel? Oh, not Pixie. Sorry, Pixel? Yeah, Captain Pixel. You're on there. But you're one of the ones that I reserved for. So we'll definitely put you in. And so in that case, we can do 24. And no, we'll do 23. If Captain Pixel gets picked, then we'll redraw again. And so we have our list of names here. We're going to go ahead and run it. The number of names to pick are 23. Let's go ahead and... Can you check if I'm there? Khadgar? Yeah, Khadgar, you're in there. Like my odds, I'll snap to this. Snap it. Let's go ahead and run the random name picker. We have We have Buff Captain. We have... that one zombie, a rebel spy, the drug, two-place name, the rash emperor. And so just because you didn't get picked this time doesn't mean that you'll be completely out. Like I can always run it again a little bit later on, like if we if the couple, because I have right now 6 that are reserved. So if those don't get filled up, then we'll be able to run again. And so now the thing becomes getting like your snap names so that I can send the invites. And so I'm gonna put this into the Discord. And then I'm a knight, and yeah, we're gonna see on the rest of them, but the Buff Captain is my name, but with one less F. Of course, it won't fit. Buff Captain, please. Gotcha. Can you leave an alliance if you join a random one? Yeah. Yep, you're able to leave them. So am I able to send out invites? Oh, nice. And it automatically tells you whenever someone wins an 8-cube game, and it tells you what deck they're running. Nice. Do we just message you our codes? Yeah, so not the... And then Herc. Yeah, so everyone got listed twice in the list. Wait, your name got picked twice? If so, then we can redraw one of them. But yeah, if you just shoot me a message on Discord with your snap name, we'll be able to go from there. So, wow. So I can't send the invites, which is crazy. Message you, Bluesman. I appreciate you. And so there's a couple of spaces open to submit the applications. We may have to finesse it so that maybe we do it like off stream to finish it off. Can't players just apply and you can accept or reject? Yeah, but yeah, the top left corner is a ban list or report alliance. And so you're not able to recruit them by name, which I think is kind of crazy. Yeah, but you can. So instead, if you shoot me your message, your name, if I know who to accept, that's what we'll do. And so I'm gonna right now reject several. Don't take it personally. I'm not meaning to reject you, but we're gonna reject several so that those that got picked can send in their applications, and then I'll confirm on Discord that the name that I'm accepting is one that was there. And then Pixel, I know that you were in for sure. Why can't I find the alliance? So it's Legendary Snap Gamers would be the name for it. I've taken it personally. Dat dude, though, I apologize. Mean streamer, I'm so sorry. And then official saucepan. Yeah, we did it. Oh, sorry about the Discord notifications, Scott. I turned off streamer mode, and so then those started coming through. And then Optimus is the Sandcastle Enjoyer. Go ahead and get you in. Lucas, look for your name here. My goodness. Okay, so Lucas Trim, your name is Cotrim. Cotrim, there you are. Welcome in. And then Davut, you said you're Beowulf. So what was the name on it? Davut, the one that won. We have you. We have you. Oh, Davut, I see you. And then Lucas, make sure that you were added. Get this sorted. I apologize. This is gonna take take a while. And then Cluzzy, your in-game name is Cluzzy. And then Bluesman, I did see your name here. So I'm assuming that it's the same here. If not, then we'll change it later. And then M was one of the ones picked, and so we'll do M. I'm crossing out the names on the list as I add them in to make sure that nobody gets missed. And then Beowulf, you are Davut. It's an application is in Herwicken. Thought I saw that one somewhere. Fill this one up. There you are. Okay, so we'll strike through this one. And then, yeah. Do that one as well. And then Klutzy Knight was the next one. The Rash Emperor, that your name got picked. So we'll pick you in here as well. Appreciate you guys hanging in there while we sort the alliance business. For you guys, I'm super active, and so I'm always playing even whenever I'm off stream. So you'll probably see a lot of the snap bot come in from my stuff. Let's see. And then Gabe, you said you joined Myths Guild. Can you give my spot to another person? Yeah. Kenny, we can give you your spot. My name is Intoxicated. Might have sent you a private message. No, the drug. You're okay. And so Intoxicated, I did see yours come through. Let's go ahead and give that one the thumbs up. About to update my game. Yeah, and then Q. And let's... So which one were we? We were handing away... so Gabe H. Cloud. That one will run again once we get everyone sorted. And then Klutzy. Yeah. You got your application in. We'll do that one. We still have a handful to add here, you guys. So Crazy Pancake, Zyrogan, a Rebel Spy, and we got the drug. So let's mark you off here. Hey, Listo. All right. So anyone else from the list on Discord? I'm gonna resubmit the ones, and I've crossed out the ones that have already been added. So it still looks like we have a handful. Murky. Scalar. So alliances they're not linked to any region, so they're cross region. Bobby Lee Swagger, you said you're not good enough? And then Eric, you said I'll sub if you let me in. And then Gabe, you said I didn't think I'd win since that has never happened. I panicked and joined Myth. No problem at all, Gabe. We can re-roll it. And so what we did on ours was I created a Salkar. And so it was Salkar, EA Salkar. Yes, we have that one. So what we did on mine was I created a post on my Discord. Everybody that reacted to it had a equal chance of being added in. And I ran it through a random name picker. That way, that was the only way that I could think that was fair enough for everybody involved. Like if people fall out and we need some additional fills, then we'll be able to run it back as well. And so it looks like Crazy Pancake, Zyrogan, a Rebel Spy, African Herbman, Johnson, 0340, Aragon, Rob Lowry, Buff Captain, Kalisto, Two Place Name, and Frisket are the ones that we're still looking to add as well. You said username is Dindin? Let's see. Did you submit an application, Two Place? Or is it full? We're gonna reject out a few more. And again, nothing personal to anybody that we're rejecting. We're rejecting out a few more for those that did get picked to be able to be added in. And we did the pick through the random name picker so that I could try to make it as fair as possible. Because I really didn't want this to be like a sore subject with anyone. Din, there you are. And so that's Two Place Name. Welcome in, my friend. I'm going back up to the list so that I can track, make sure we don't miss anyone. Kalisto, you said you sent a DM. All right, perfect. Let me check it. Gotcha, Kalisto. And then Boosty, welcome in. Gonna be the commander of your second fleet. If you want to create another one, you can. And then the Rash Emperor. So I'm unsubscribing. The Rash Emperor, you got in. What are you talking about? Then Morrow. I'm sorry, Morrow. Berserker 00? Did we get you? We already get you in, Berserker? There you are. That's Johnson. Mark you off the list here. We have just a handful that we're still waiting for.
Hey, welcome. It took you long enough.
And then TK Falcon, thank you so much for the Prime sub and the support. I appreciate you being here. When's the rerolls? So we have right now the one reroll that we'll do, and I can reroll it just as soon as we're done here. Even in matches, you can check their profiles now. And so I'm curious what it shows for bots. So let's see. Let me check the last few. We got you, Intoxicated, Boozman, Avoot. Okay, so we got all of the messages added. We're just missing a handful. So we have Frisket, Kalisto, Buff Captain, Rob Lowry, Aragon, African Herbman, a Rebel Spy, a Zyrogan, and Crazy Pancake. And then Simply Uber, thank you so much for the one gifted sub over to the Rash Emperor. Love the support. How do you join? So what I did was I made a pinned post in my Discord, and then we just did the random name picker from there. To try to let in as many people, or to give everyone as equal a chance as possible. Have you gone through the data mines? Yeah, we went through data mines. And then Crazy Pancake, you said I just saw I won a slot. My name is Crankus Pankus. Have you applied to the guild yet? If not, submit your application. I can get you pushed in. And so yeah, without wax, we looked at the data mines, and there were some really crazy ones that I think will make I think will make some interesting builds. All right, so we're gonna push off a handful more to make sure that everyone can apply. Everyone that got picked can apply. Cranky, you just applied. Perfect. Let's take a look. There you are, Cranky Pancake. I'll mark you off the list. Soapy Toes, don't kick you. All right, let me mark you off the list, Cranky Pancake. So we still have Zyrogan, a Rebel Spy, African Herbman, Aragon, Rob Lowry. You see people's stats when deciding whether or not to allow them. So you can see their rank and their collection, yeah. Let me check here. Yeah, and I'll do one reroll real fast from the list of names. Then I'll give the other ones that we're not sure about. I'll give them some time to be able to reach out on the Discord, because I did say that you didn't have to be live to win. So right now it looks like we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 that haven't jumped in yet. So is there another TLSG? Mind the quotes, please. Yeah, so I think there was someone, I think they made a post in the general chat that they were going to run like the backup one as well. Let me see if I can find their name. Yeah, so Raxon was going to run the second one. So there's a message in general chat there as well, and so I'll pin that one too. Then let me pin the list of names, and then I'll do one reroll real fast for you guys. I'm gonna add in anybody that last minute late reacted, and then we'll jump back into I mentioned for a couple of games. We'll jump back into some games after that. And so let me see where we stopped at for the picker before. Did I close the picker? No, I didn't close the picker. Good. So on the last one, we had guy Kyle as the last name. So let me... The last one that was in Discord... Style Flash. So we'll add from here down. That way everybody that new reacted has a chance here as well. Alright. So we're going to re-roll the one name for you guys. And then there is a chance. Where is Alliance window in the game? So if you're on mobile, you have to update your application. So let's re-roll the one name from the person that generously gave up their win because they joined another one. And so let's roll it. Plain white sauce is the winner of that re-roll. Cranky Pancake, thank you so much for the 5 tier 1 gifted subs. Very much appreciate the support, and hopefully you're having a fantastic one. If you got one of the 5 gifted, make sure to thank Cranky Pancake in the chat. And we are running to ads, so you're going to get a quick payoff of not having to deal with those ads. And so plain white sauce. I'm not sure if you're here or not. Here's to the new alliance. Thank you so much, Cranky Pancake. And yeah, plain white sauce. And so if you get your application in, what's your in-game name? So if you apply to the legendary Snap Gamers, I'll be able to push it through. How are you picking the last ones? So there's one I'm waiting for a couple of those people to respond, and then the last few I'll be looking at those like offline or off air. But I'm a knight. I have yours in the running for those that have been like active in the Discord for a really long time. So the last few, I think there's still I think 6 more that are pending, plus the one that we re-rolled, and so that gets us pretty close. And then we may roll a few more. And so what I did was I took a list of everybody that was interested, Nebula, and then I rolled all of their names into to give everyone an equal chance of being able to get in or win. General, you said people are still fighting to the death for an alliance slot. Yeah, and I wanted to make it as fair as possible. And so that what we ended up on was just the name picker. And so plain white, whenever you do add in your invite, just let me know what your name is, and then I'll be able to push it through. I may need to push a few off. Because I'm not sure that it'll let us. I'm not sure that it'll let you put it in, because I actually saw 31, and I thought the cap was 30. So I'm gonna push off a couple. Please don't take it personally for anyone that gets rejected. I tried to do it as fair as I could across the board. And then white sauce. I do see yours come through. It looks like you finished up your dinner game. Buff Captain. Yeah. If you jump on, you can still submit the application. And then Crygen, I'm doing well. Hopefully you're doing well as well. We have a handful of players in the guild. We're gonna fill it the rest of the way up. Probably over the course of the stream, we have most of the people to get added in. So the secret to not getting rejected is to not apply. A big brain. Big brain. And so we can look at the alliances. We'll be able to see like who contributed the most towards like from the cubes they gained, from bounties, that sort of thing. And then there is a chat as well. And so it looks like there are a lot of auto-generated messages. But as people win 8-cube games, this is what I kind of find interesting, is that you can see the deck that they're running. And so we may be able to get some inspiration from like people that win some 8-cubers. So the applications are over for right now. What I did was I left a post open for a while, let people react to it, and then brought people in that from a random name picker. That way I wasn't like handpicking favorites or anything like that. There is a backup one as well. So if you don't get into this one, but you want to be in another one, there is a backup one. There's a message pinned in my general chat. And then Cosmo. All right, so we're gonna go ahead and continue running the Storm Control deck because I am itching for a few games here. We're gonna continue running the Storm Control deck for a bit because once we finish this one, that's a huge boost of points our way. We might be able to compete for one of the most active slots. The cooldown is 24 hours. Oh, I didn't know that there was a 24-hour cooldown. Dark Mood, did you get picked on the list? I can hold your name for the 24 hours. But I guess that way people can't just like jump in and out. You can still apply, but there's a cooldown. And then Twiggy said, to be honest, you're the only creator that I value the input from. Twiggy, I appreciate it. And there may be some openings later on, and I think there's going to be a second one that we have running for anyone that didn't get in. But next up, we do have Anton Demon 29 Enjoyer. We start off with Hotel Inferno. We take out their werewolf, which is a great hit for us.
Hey, welcome. It took you long enough.
And then Twiggy Whale. Thank you so much for the Prime sub as well. And then Buff Captain. Did you say I don't think the update has come through on mobile? You may have to manually do it. But if not, whenever it pushes through, just let me know. Oh, speaking of, I probably need to close out Discord while I'm not actively looking at it. Otherwise, the notifications are going to go crazy. I apologize for anyone that got tricked by the notifications. And so Washington, D.C. is the second lane. We do have our Storm, so I kind of want to go Storm in the left. Dr. Doom is great for Washington, D.C. We can always do like Copycat, Dr. Doom, and Crimson Cosmos. I think we snap into it. Bean Man, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great day so far. Was Copycat worth the keys? I like Copycat a lot. When we're in a world where Arsham is not dominant, she has a lot more value. So it looks like they're running a Junk or Clutter deck. They sent us the Green Goblin, so do we ever... Let's go Nocturne here. We protect this location. We can move it out later. That way Dr. Doom can backfill that power. We can push it over into like the Crimson Cosmos. Alliances are a good idea, but at the same time, it's not for me. Yeah, I definitely feel like certain alliances will be very strict on like the amount of contribution points you put in. And so depending on, because you can get a mystery variant every week, which if you're in a very active guild, might be possible. But like, does it take away some of the fun? Does it feel more like a grind? So I think we'll see where we typically, from just like casually playing it, where we end up on the weekly rewards. And I'm worried about them adding competitions. They did say they wanted to do like alliance versus alliance stuff at some point, and yeah, I could see it becoming a little more like you said, elitist. So we can do Copycat into mid. We may be looking out for like a Doc Ock. So Doc Ock here or here. Go ahead and go Copycat. See what they end up pulling. If it's Doc Ock to the right, we do have Dr. Doom that pushes more into mid for us. What's the alliance name? Legendary Snap Gamers. And so Ajax in mid, or Ajax to the right. We have initiative, so Shang-Chi doesn't help us. We could... We can always go with our original line of this. I don't think it beats the Ajax, but we will... Oh, wait, hold on. We want to fill mid. No, I guess it doesn't matter if we fill mid. We're going to do this, see if it's going to be enough to be able to grab that middle lane. Changed my mind.
Hey, welcome.
Yeah, we're going to go with this. I was thinking of changing mid with Nocturne, but it would only be an extra +2 power there. So I'd rather push to the right and then do Dr. Doom. And then Postal, thank you so much for the Prime sub. Welcome in. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day so far. We have the... Love the morning hair, my friend. Yeah, I took a shower this morning and it dried all crazy. But everything is going well so far today. Hopefully you are enjoying the day as well. So the demon... Oh, I forgot about the demon. They had the hood. It would have made more sense. Okay, well, that was a bad cope stay then. Notorious, welcome in. Things are going well today. We are running a deck for the Alliance. It's a mission to win with Storm and Quake. And so we just auto-completed the rest of it. And we've been doing pretty decently with it so far. We did lose a big 4 there and an 8-cuber earlier. But otherwise, been doing pretty decent. And so we can win 4 8-cube matches to grab 100 points. Go for it. That may not be worthwhile. I probably should have picked something easier. But from the Alliance side, you said buff captain. You said there you are. And then we do have a handful of other players that got selected from the random name generator that I'll touch base with. So it may take us a little bit to fully fill. But we do have a good chunk of them in. Proving Grounds makes the 8-cube one pretty easy. It's a good call. I didn't even think about it, but that's a really good call. Is it even worth it to complete any task? Maybe not. It might not be worthwhile. And then Indy, thank you so much for the Prime sub as well. Welcome in. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day so far. So it may not be worthwhile. We're still gonna... I don't know. Because it resets in a couple of hours, and right now I think the max per day you can get is 500. And by the way, with this patch, we got the abilities from October cards. Really? So we got the... Is it the activate stuff? Does it post every time I lose 8 cubes? No, I think it's only when you win 8 cubes that it posts. If it's when you lose, that's that's rough, but... You said just getting here. Should I be doing anything with the alliances? Yeah, bounties. I'm not sure that it's worthwhile to push for it today. Because the weekly reset should be in a couple of hours. You said you created a monster out of me? I've come to like mill decks. I love mill decks. Mill decks are some of my favorite games in the game. Lost 8 cubes. Like a warning to not use that deck.
Wind, aid my
Oh, it posts if you lose 8? Ooh. That's a tough. That's a tough one. We stole their Sarah. Maybe we go copycat. Which is the Sarah. Next turn we can go like vision and maybe something else. It doesn't post if you lose. Yeah, that would be rough. Only filled with 8 cube wins. Yeah, that's what I would imagine. I'm glad that it did that direction though. All right, so the vision, we have our Psylocke. They only have Cassandra over to the left, and so they could do Killmonger here to free up the middle lane. But if they don't have Killmonger, they do have Killmonger. If they don't, I was going to say it'd be tough for them to find a way to win. It's still kind of tough for them to find a big high-powered play. And so right now, this would only go up to 12 with Silver Surfer, so something like move Vision over. We'd beat the 12, and then we can do Magneto, and then just for point differential, we'll do Nocturne to the left. Hoping Gore is the Asgard season. He's been in the file for a while, but wait, they stole our Doctor Doom.
The future.
Well, 8 cubes should be easy. Give him the fist bump. The copycat stabbed us in the back, stealing our Doctor Doom, which I was never anticipating. We will take the loss. Jump out of that one. Ryu, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great day so far. And so that was a good point about completing the active bounties and it potentially not being worthwhile for now because we reset in like an hour and a half. And so maybe we don't flood these just yet. I'll just keep these high value ones to start the next week off strong. Because I think there's a cap of 500 daily, right? If so, wait. If the cap was 500, no. The 500 is just saying that will get you to the 500 boosters. And so I'm not sure if there is I'm not sure if there is a limit on daily acquisition. Carrot Man, thank you so much for the Prime sub that pushes us into a
welcome.
hype train.
It took you long enough.
I appreciate the support and appreciate you being here. And so somebody said, what is that? This is the Alliance menu or Alliance view. And so it has bounties that each individual can accept. You can grab the bounties and then you can have 3 at a time that you can work towards completing them. And that will add towards your personal point contribution for the week. And then as you increase that, you'll get these additional rewards. So each week, you'll be able to get some pretty decent rewards. I'm curious if the rewards stay consistent week over week. And if so, then I really like... Yeah, and so the weekly reset should happen in like an hour and a half. So I'm not going to push super hard. I am kind of enjoying this deck, though, so I'm going to run it a few more times, see if we can get some decent stats on it, and just get it close enough to winning with, or to completing this, but not fully complete it until after the rollover. What do you think about the economy of Snap, and if gold bundles are not as good as they used to be? So the first couple of gold bundles were really good value. After that, they've always just been kind of okay. The Destroyer bundle is decent, but I think for gold conversion, as long as it's more currency than what you normally just would be able to convert at, I think it's probably fine. Why wait for the rollover? Because I think the weekly reset happens at 2. And so any points I get for this week would only go towards like boosters. I don't have enough gold for the Destroyer one, but I do think it's good value. All right, so next up we have I Quit and Came Back. Same, my friend. Same. The first location was Lechugia. We do have Kiln here, which feeds into our Chaos quite a bit. They snapped into it, which is a little scary. I know they're running an Arisham deck, so they have the additional energy. But we have a lot of mobile cards to continue playing in Kiln if we need to. Oh, they have a potentially really good curve of Agent Coulson into maybe a Loki. I hope not, but it is a possibility. The peak is always really scary when it comes down. That actually hurt more cards for us than it helped more cards than it hurt. So Shang-Chi's a little bit cheaper. Doctor Doom could be used on 5 into Lockjaw to push power out wide. And then Shang-Chi is 3, so we could use that alongside like a Copycat or a Nocturne on the last turn. Brett, you said loving alliances so far. Pushed me to play a ton of off-meta decks and have been, yeah. Like this one that we ran, I put in like these 2 cards, let it generate on its own, and I've been really enjoying what it's done so far. And so the goose in the right lane is a bit unfortunate. We do have their Loki, but I'm not sure if it's worth running. The Lockjaw in the left, I start worrying about flipping into the rocks with like our Dr. Doom. So it might just be like Lockjaw mid. Dr. Doom left after that on 5 into like a Magneto might be our potential play. Does watching your streams and YouTube videos count towards coming back to the game? It's close. Like it's that first segue into it. Sergeant. Then I'm also doing Storm and Quake, so I'll have to try this. Yeah, so I did the auto-generated. I just did Storm, Quake, and auto-generated the rest, and I've been enjoying it quite a bit so far. All right, let's go Dr. Doom to the left. They do have a Ronin, which is a little bit scary. A double Ronin.
Doom rules all.
Which is even scarier and super unfortunate. Dr. Doom would pull 4 out of here, and so it would end up pulling 6 out. So 6 would bring them down to 20 or to 15. We'd only go up to 14 with the Nebula. We could try this, but I'd be afraid of only having 5 power with the Doombot in peak. We could also just forego mid, just give it up altogether. We have the Shang-Chi here into Copycat to the right, and just hope that we have a higher power than what they can do in the peak. I think that's the direction I go with instead. Ronin will go down. Yeah, Ronin goes down from 15 to 11. Would Shang work with playing cards? Yeah, so I'm only playing 2. He goes down by 4, so he goes down to 11. Should. It should go down to 11. We're going to lock it in. See if we can win the right. That is a lot of cards over there. Cassandra and Mockingbird. Unfortunately, that is not going to be enough. Had we moved Jeff over here, no, still wouldn't have quite done it. And then, Oh Cowboy, you said, hey TLSG, hope everything is well. Any requirements to join the your alliance? So for the alliance, I created a pinned post in my Discord, and everybody that reacted to it, I just plugged their names in the random generator to try to make it as fair as possible. Because there is a limit of 30 players in each alliance. And so I tried to do it as fair as I could. Unfortunately, we lost to Arsham, which always feels bad. The people that are still playing it, I would like to be able to beat them, but did you check the new cards? I checked some of the new cards. Is there more? So I saw like Agent Venom, Anti-Venom, and a handful of others. Unless there are new ones. We did check them out earlier. Next up, we have Prodigy. Let's see if we're able to maybe steal another one. We started off really strong with the deck, and then we've had a couple of faulty games since then, so we need to be able to turn it around, ideally. Prodigy is ranked number 8, 31,000 collection level. We'll see if we're able to match up against them. Right now, we don't have our Lockjaw, so we don't really have a big reason to Psylock or ramp out early. The Vault locking down on 6 is okay, because a lot of our cards are mobile. Yeah, the Venom family tree. Yeah, we saw that one. And so we do have the second Psylock here, unfortunately. I'm going to play Psylock over to the right. They did run White Widow, so it could be a clutter deck. No, just a Athena, like Angela scaling deck. So Storm might be decent. We could lock in Storm, Psylocke. Next turn, we could play Vision into mid. And then we have the ability to kind of move it if we don't end up winning the Vault or if we don't end up winning Time Theater. I don't think it's perfect, but it is decent. It's going to restrict a lot of their space. And so Thena mid, the second Thena is huge. And then with Jeff, they do have that mobile card. They might have a Vision as well. A Red Ocean, thank you so much for the Prime sub and the support. I appreciate you being here. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day so far.
Hey, welcome. It took you long enough.
Let's go Vision into the vault. Maybe we can... okay, the Juggernaut comes in. Unfortunately, it does hurt our Vision. So our Vision is now only 4. I can't see as clearly. Dr. Doom, however, could give us what we need. So they can move their Jeff. Let's say they move it here, plus let Thena scale. That ends up being an extra 6 power in mid. So it goes to 13. Oh no. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. We lose by 1. Yeah, we need some glasses on the Vision. We lose mid by 1 if they move their Jeff and leave it here. Which I think they probably do. Doctor, what I did with the Alliance was I created a post in my Discord, and I ran a random name generator for everybody that had applied to it. That way I could try to make it as fair across the board for people to join. That might shift around from time to time, but for now that was how I ran the initial members. The Vision hit definitely did us in. Had we just played Vision and Fisk Tower, we'd be boomer snapping right here. But I think we lose because I think they do move Jeff into mid. Ooh, just a single card.
Doom rules all.
It still moves or can move into mid.
Victory.
To force the tie, but then the point differential would be enough. Wow. So had they moved the Jeff, they could have won that one, but they left it alone, and I'll gladly take the 2. We didn't deserve to win that one. Our poor Vision needed some glasses. We'll make sure to get him some glasses before our next game. The Rash Emperor, he said, "Hey, I gotta go. I'm working in my vice. Thanks again for the Alliance. Welcome, the Rash Emperor. We will check you around next time. Hopefully you are able to get some work done." I've been tilting the last few days, just can't catch a break. Went from 98 to 89. Notorious. Hopefully, whenever I find that I'm tilting, I usually take a little bit of a break and wait for any kind of significant change that kind of reinvigorates or shifts the meta. And so I think we have an over-the-air on Thursday. And so hopefully there's some notable changes that can kind of shift things around and get things going for you. But next up we have Smock. The first location is Monster Island. We have our Shang-Chi in hand, so Lockjaw is... We don't have to worry about what Lockjaw pulls into as much. We also have Psylocke to get Lockjaw down on 4. And so then on 5, we could do like a Jeff. Maybe we rotate like a Storm, a Nocturne, a Copycat. I am going to snap into it, and we're going to go with the Psylocke for now. We're probably going to dig for Storm. Locking down a lane can be really big for us. And so they have the Dazzler. It looks like maybe a Gilgamesh Zoo. Or I think there are some Patriot builds that are floating around right now. And so on 3, we can go Lockjaw. Next turn, maybe we rotate the Storm, being able to change Stark Tower and lock it down after that. Or we can play it into mid, maybe. I do like the idea of the Lockjaw to the right, though. And so they have their Nocturne, which is going to be the perfect location for us to end up dropping our Storm. We can do a double rotation, actually. We can Storm plus Nebula. Dr. Doom is possible. I guess Quake would be maybe unfortunate. And then Copycat wouldn't be great either. So maybe just one rotation for now. And then I'll play Nebula into mid. I don't want to full send it because flipping into Copycat's not great. It's okay value, but it's not great. The flipping into Quake may be problematic. Don't have to worry about flipping into Quake now. They do drop Shanna in the right lane before the Storm comes down. They do have Nocturne, that's that mobile card.
Aid my
At least Arsha matches borders now. Yeah, that's a good quality of life, though. So Dr. Doom gives us that power spread. We have Shang-Chi to be able to help us win Monster Island. It's just about winning one of the others. So maybe we drop Vision here. Next turn could always be Shang-Chi Jeff. We can always rotate the Jeff in the Lockjaw lane on the last turn, which might be a little bit of a surprising flip form depending on what we have left in our deck. So Strange Academy. So the cards in the left are going to move after this, which is kind of unfortunate. That is going to push heavy over into the right lane, so we won't be able to do any of our big plays, but we do get enough power over there that we should win the right lane, even with like a Blue Marvel jumping them up to 21. We steal their Mockingbird, and we end up getting a free copycat, which is so big. The problem with Shang-Chi now is we move our Vision and use Shang-Chi. That takes out 10 on their end, but it's still taking out 5 from ours. So we go down to 15. I guess 17 with the Nebula. They go down to 14, 15, 16, 17. If they fill this lane. We could also move the Vision. We can do Copycat, Shang-Chi, Jeff, and just full send in the left lane. I'm expecting like maybe a Gilgamesh in this left lane. Yeah, they lose both Dazzler and Monster, or the extra +2 to Dazzler, but if they fill here, then it'll still be 7. So with just the Monster, it goes down to 5, but I assume they'll play 2 cards, and so then it'll go back up to 7. So it'd be 14, 15, 16, 17. Let's full send to the left. We fall to maybe, what, Eliath? But I think we outscale the Eliath with our Vision move with the Copycat, which is going to be that surprising Copycat play. Oh, Obsidian is too big. We are going to be able to take it out with the Shang-Chi. We have the Copycat over there as well, so we heavily win the left lane. We decently win the right. We will grab the 4 cubes against the Gilgamesh play. Let's go ahead and jump over into the next one. I would have, this is probably something that I don't know that I ever would have brewed something like this, but I'm enjoying it quite a bit. The Lockjaw doesn't necessarily feel super strong, but he doesn't feel awful a lot of times either, giving you a better chance to get into your Storm so you can lock down at least one lane. Feels pretty good. For the stats on it, overall, we are 7-4 for a 63.6% win rate. I did lose 2 really big games, one 8 and one 4 cuber, but we're still cube positive even with those losses. And so a 63% win rate for whatever this is pretty decent so far. Did love the take on Lockjaw, Lockdown, and hopefully feels new. Yeah, it's been feeling pretty good so far. At this point, it just has to be the surprise factor. I think so, Waffle Brains, because like there's no way that people are anticipating whatever this is. All right, so Lamentus comes in, and it was not Lament for us to have Storm apparently. Something that I'm not sure that I care for that they have added is the ability to look at the destroyed cards. And so they lost Rocket, Angela, Beast, Kitty Pryde, Hood, Nico. So maybe Werewolf? Maybe they have Dina. But I don't think you should be able to see the opponent's cards that got destroyed in that way. But and then Waterboy, you said, what's your favorite comic runs or story arcs for the chat? I know that I'm not the chat, but the one that I read most recently was House of X, and I enjoyed that one. It gave me a much like wider perspective of like the X-Men line, and I thought it was I thought it was really interesting the whole way through. After you play your next card, give it +2 power, or we can do the Nocturne. Let's go ahead and do Copycat. Yeah, it's definitely good when they're a destroy deck, but it feels, I guess, wrong to be able to see what happened or what got destroyed. Do we ever try to blow up their bishop? I think they stack into the left lane this turn. I do kind of like the idea of trying to switch Hala to destroy their bishop, but I would have liked to have played Copycat over there first. Old Man Logan was the first to come to mind. I haven't read that one. So Falcon comes down, it picks back up the Titania, and so their bishop will scale, or be able to scale quite a bit. So I like the idea of Nocturne to take away the New York location. They won't be able to shift bishop around. And so then we'll just be able to like move Vision here, move Jeff over, and then just leave Lamentus alone. But I think they had the mentality that in other trading card games, the graveyard is always openly visible. Yeah, that's true. Is that true in Hearthstone? I know in a lot of trading card games it's that way though. And so the question from Space was for alliances if enough points are earned to claim a reward. And so for the personal, those are yours. For the alliance rewards, it's everybody in the alliance gets to claim these. Oh yeah, they did have they did have that that breakdown in the left of being able to see like everything that was played. That's true. I forgot. And so for alliances, it should be everybody gets to claim these. First come, first serve would feel counterintuitive. And I know that the like the credits feel like small, but you have to remember it's every week. So every week between both personal and potential for the cap for the guild, you can get 350, and so that's 4 times every season. It's 1,400. For a key is around 1,600 credits, and so it's like a fourth of a key for playing how you would normally play anyways. And so like the 100 feels low, but whenever you start thinking about getting that every single week, it definitely starts to add up. Next up, we have a guy from Brazil, collection level 14,000. They are running the Kitty Pride stuff. The middle location ends up being Dark Dimension. Maybe we could eventually rip away and like get their card stuck in the Dark Dimension. Might be kind of cool. Let's go Psylocke for now. We can play Lockjaw on turn number 3. And they do have the Athena in the left lane, so they're going to be scaling that quite a bit throughout the game. Let's go Lockjaw here. We do have our Nocturne, so maybe we could rip away Dark Dimension, Vibranium Mines. But for now, I think we go ahead and drop the Lockjaw and see if we can start rotating some cards. We could always rotate with Quake Dark Dimension to the left. That would give us a free Shang-Chi against Athena, because it should always scale above 10 by the end of the game. Ooh, we steal their Juggernaut, which is great for Mojo World if we don't end up changing it. But I do like the idea of maybe dropping Quake. And then we rotate. Maybe we end up grabbing Magneto. Maybe it's Doctor Doom. Maybe we even change it with Storm. So let's see what we flipped over into. Doom. Doom's not bad. It does give us power across the board. It gives us priority. So the Cassandra in the right lane is pretty big. We can always play maybe Juggernaut in mid on the last turn. So we get a Quake again. We could rotate into maybe Magneto. Maybe it rotates into Storm, maybe Jeff. So we can always rip it away one more time. Or rip it into the left lane, but maybe that's not the direction we want to go. I think instead it would be like... I think it would be Nocturne, Quake to the left. Next turn would be Juggernaut in our Copycat. Oh wait, no, we couldn't do both. In that case, we would need to hide the Shang-Chi this turn. Shang-Chi to the left. Next turn would be either Quake, or if we draw into it, Jeff to the left, and Juggernaut in mid to try to protect the Vibranium Mines for us. Does Athena proc if the cards don't flip? No, she doesn't. It's essentially any cards that are face up on the board. And so that is actually a good point and kind of unfortunate. We could always Juggernaut here to try to make sure we win this one instead of Vibranium Mines. Then we have Nocturne left. We're going to give that a shot. Hope that their Athena scales up to 10. And it does not look like they're going to. So the Vibranium in mid is 8, which is huge. They didn't even play for the right lane. Maybe we hit, I don't know, even a Magneto wouldn't work, would it? So the Jeff comes down. Missing the 8. Captain Marvel for that mobile card. Our Shang-Chi is not going to do it. Our Nocturne is definitely not going to do it. They had that extra little padding of protection here with the Captain Marvel. Been toying around with the idea of a discard bounce deck. Would it be Swarms or Apocalypse that you'd be primarily discarding? The curve may get kind of tricky because a lot of times on 4 around when you would normally bounce, you'd really want to be doing like a Dracula, but doesn't mean that it can't work. Next up, we have Brew. We stole their Shadow King with our Copycat. We get a turn to Storm. Everything else is quite a bit. Is hurt by quite a bit. We have the double Nocturne, or the double Psylocke that can scale our energy and Camartage. I kind of want to Storm in the right, though. Being able to do a double trigger of Dr. Doom and Camartage should help us win Storm, even if we can't directly play there next turn. And then the Dazzler. So they could be a flood deck, like a Gilgamesh flood deck as well. I still think we'll snap into it. What was your drops variant?
Victory.
I don't remember. I opened it on stream. I think I got a Storm variant. I think I got Venomized Storm. Collector also gets buffed from Swarm and Bounce. I mean, it might theoretically work. You might be able to find enough pieces. Just be mindful of your curve and putting it too high. Otherwise, you might be onto something. All right, next up we have our Kinger. Collection level 11,000. Start off with Nebula. I'm going to go ahead and throw Nebula into the left. If we draw Storm, we'll probably Storm in that left lane as well, because we have that scaling piece. We do have multiple Jeffs. We have Storm, so maybe we rip away Cloning Vats. Maybe we rip away Grand Central. It just depends on what they play, so we can get a feel for what kind of deck they're running. But I do think we have enough early pieces to lock in at least one location, then we're just fighting for one other. So Gamma Lab in the right. Could rip that one away. Leave Grand Central, leave Cloning Vats. We could rip away Cloning Vats so they don't get any, in case they have any cards that scale really well, so like a Destroy deck, but most of the time those would play before now. I still think we're gonna Storm it. I don't want them to get any cards that are duplicated.
Wind.
I think it'd be better
aid
to rip it
my
away because there's so
hand.
many decks that could really start scaling very well with something like cloning vats, like the Cassandra Nova, for instance. We get Sage from our copycat, which is a huge push for us. We could do... I think we do Lockjaw to the right. We have several cards that will be able to rotate eventually, and so something like a Doctor Doom, a Vision, Nocturne are all very good possibilities. And so Lockjaw to the right. Next turn we'll rotate like a Psylocke and maybe just play out our copycat. Unless we draw a Nocturne, then we'll just play that one out outright. Ooh, Beta Ray Bill with the Cassandra Nova deck. And so they have the chance to go really, really tall over there. Maybe... Maybe we rip it away. We go Lockjaw, Quake, and then Quake is going to send the flooded location over to the left, and then maybe we can always hit a Shang-Chi against the Beta Ray build, depending on if they drop Jane Foster, what gets pulled in by the Grand Central. But I do like this. We do have the Nebula. We have Doctor Doom potentially to reach into the left lane a little bit further, and then we cycled into Vision, which is perfect. And so the left lane is now the flooded location. We rip it away from them. Lockjaw rotates now into Nocturne, which is also perfect. All we have to do is move just our Shang-Chi gets pulled in. Their Taskmaster gets pulled in, which is decent. But we have to be able to, I guess, outpower this lane. My only worry about rotating now is that we have a chance to pull into Magneto. Magneto would pull like Beta Ray Bill, Cassandra Nova, and it would leave Taskmaster here. Could still be worthwhile though, right? The copycat scales quite a bit. If we pull Beta Ray out and they only have 9 power there, then we should be able to outscale it. You want Magneto, right? Maybe. Otherwise, I think we have a good amount of power here. I am going to cap this one out so a Doctor Doom doesn't help us in mid, but I think we're okay. Let's go ahead and lock this in, see what they end up sticking around with. They do play one card in mid. The Stormbreaker to the right is all they dropped over there into the Arnim Zola. We definitely want the Magneto split now, or the Magneto flip. It's the 1 out of 3 chance to be able to win this one. They got the really good upside here, which is unfortunate, but we need a little bit of RNG luck from the Lockjaw rotation. Magneto does not do it for us, unfortunately. Wait, no, we win in the right lane. Never mind. We don't need the lucky rotation. It would have just given us the ability to win in the left, but we will take the 4 cubes. Against that was the ideal Arnim Zola drop that they got there, but we were able to still pull it home, just barely, but we were able to pull it home. It's such a roller coaster of emotions for sure. I'm liking the deck quite a bit. The like slight lean in with Lockjaw can create some kind of cool end games. But a lot of times you just have like that spread power that is pretty solid. Copycat is also Shadow King. No, that was last game, Sergeant. This game, it was Sage. And then Quite Gone Jin, he said, hey chat, lurking only, so can't listen. How's the deck performance? So far, interesting cook. I know that you said you can't listen, but super interesting, super good cook. I think we're maintaining around a 60 or plus % win rate. Hydrate. Next up we have Prince Jojo. The first location is Fisk Tower. We do get Copycat, which still is their Nova, which tells me they're probably running some kind of Surfer build, I would imagine. We have our Jeff, we have Storm, Lockjaw to start rotating some cards, which are all pretty decent lines for us. Let's go ahead and play our alliances. So alliances should also be on mobile if you update it, but I haven't checked to make sure that that was pushed, but it should be. And then Dolly, welcome in my fellow data analyst. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day so far. And so with Forge, I don't think they're going to drop a Brood into the Superflow. This would be what we would be leaning towards. And maybe we stick to it. Next turn, we could go Lockjaw. We just use our curve as we normally would and rip away the Superflow, knowing that the Brood won't land there.
Wind, aid my hand.
You said you're on mobile. It's active, but you need to update Trap. Gotcha. And so they have the Hope Summers, so not the Brood line. We do have Quake. If we wanted to get a little bit cheeky here, we could always do Quake here, shift the flooded location over to the left, which I think could win us that surprise left lane. Then it would just come down to winning one other one. But I think that second one always becomes the potential issue. So I kind of like playing our Quake out, or playing Lockjaw. Next turn we can do Quake into the middle location, which will do the same thing, but maybe not. Maybe gives them an extra turn to play a card over there. We have several flips that could end up impacting that left lane. We have the Vision, Nocturne, Doctor Doom, which will all be great rotation tools or pieces in that left lane. So the Gwynpool in the right lane, interesting. We may not need to do the Quake. Instead, we could do Psylocke rotation, Copycat. All we need is an extra 5 or so in the right lane. And so a Doctor Doom is all that we need over there. We also have Magneto, which can pull the Gwynpool out, so we may not even need that necessarily. It's so good people actually having to build decks rather than just neck decking. It creates some interesting changes in what you're seeing. As long as people are engaged with the alliances, I think it creates some cool flows. Ooh, Magneto on Fisk Tower is spicy here too. That's true. So the second Gwynpool comes down with the Absorbing Man, and so they don't have a lot of power outright, but we could kind of pull all of their cards over to the left. The Vision is a good first flip here that makes sure that we can put power into the flood lane, even if they flood a lot of cards here. And then the Nocturne as well is great. And so... I kind of like this. We go with a Nebula rotation that's either going to hit a 5-power Copycat, 5-power Doom to spread here and here. Kind of like it. Since we have initiative, our Shang-Chi isn't very useful. But this gives us quite a bit of impact across the board. This is what I'm going to lock in. They could have a huge Jeff for right, though. They could. Could have a huge Jeff. So I don't think we ever win the left lane with the Absorbing Man, with Gwynpool. So maybe we move Jeff out and then see. We're going to see. And so they don't drop anything into Necrotia. And we actually tie in that right lane because of Necrotia. We need a Doctor Doom flip here. Doctor Doom, that is not Doctor Doom. The Psylocke, that is the worst of the three. The Killmonger comes in. The Silver Surfer comes in. And the point differential comes down to 9 in the left, 8 in mid, tie to the right. And we end up losing because of the Nocturne change, unfortunately. Had this flipped into either of the other two, that would have been a win. That would have been a winning flip. Because the extra +3 would have allowed us to win the point differential. Lockjaw, bad doggo. We got betrayed twice in the same turn. Nocturne giveth and taketh away, and then Lockjaw was just backing up the Nocturne play, unfortunately. Very much winnable. And that's been the case with just about every one of our losses. It's been winnable to some degree. Wait, Clean Your Lobster, you got kicked already? What alliance did you join? Because I don't plan on doing any kind of kicking. Plus, for this first day, like, the contribution points really don't matter. We do have a lot of people going super hard, though. We have 1,000 almost. Let's see, maybe we can, maybe as a alliance, we'll be able to get to the 120. It would be really, really cool to see. As long as people still want to engage with it. Yeah, so you'd be able to, like, you'll be able to promote, kick, or ban players, but... And then the chat is kind of cool as well. It is going to be flooded with a lot of 1/8 cube games, which I think is funny. And I don't. Is there a way to filter them out? Chat off and on. If you turn off the chat, you will not see messages from your alliance. Oh, we can turn off the like the 8 cube feed. That way we just see the messages. Okay, that's cool. And then if someone's annoying, you can mute them. I like that they added like that filtering in. Because if you wanted to see just what people are saying, you can turn off that. You can turn off the chat if you don't want to see it. Or you can mute individuals. Like if one person is super annoying, you can turn them off. And I do like that. Maybe it segues into like more like chat or interaction. Maybe even a friends list at some point would be nice to have. Just to be able to more easily like queue into games to each other. Like if you wanted to do like conquest battles or draft battles or whatever, it would be nice to have a friends list. Yeah, community in game is a huge step. I agree. All right, next up we have Supreme Savage, rank 122, collection level almost 30,000. We steal their Nico, which is always an interesting one to steal. And right now, if we play a card, we'll destroy it. We have Quake, so we could, if we were super curious what this card was, we can always do a little shake and Quake. Let's go Psylocke for now in case we draw into Lockjaw. And if not, we have Quake plus Jeff for next turn. They have 2 cards in the left lane, and we're going to surprise reveal them after turn 3. So let's do Quake in the right, and I'll do Jeff in the left. Begging for Quake right? Absolutely. I'm going to snap into it too, because it's so much fun when you think you have your cards hidden, and then all of a sudden they get surprise revealed. Plus the negative zone shifting over to Dark Dimension is just the chef's kiss on the top of it. And so we have the double drop. So the Ant-Man, the Dazzler, and then Squirrel Girl. They have 3 super negative cards in the left lane. It looks like another Gilgamesh. I'm not sure why we're seeing so much Gilgamesh now, but it looks like the spell is stuck on the after you play your next card, destroy it and draw 2. So we're going to go Nocturne over to the left. Depending on what we draw next turn, we'll play something into Dream Dimension potentially. You should try Move Sandman. It's insane in the meta. I enjoy Sandman to like a light degree. We could hide the Copycat, but that would be the only card we could play here. They do have Kyera, so no Killmonger, but that's fine. You're just locking in the negativity here. We could do Storm. There was a Khazar and Squirrel Girl bounty. Gotcha. And so that, yeah, it may be one that becomes kind of common, which is interesting to see, like the different ones that are featured and what that does to the meta game in like short-term spurts. And so Storm to the right, I'm not completely sold on. We could always try to maybe hide a Shang-Chi here, move Nocturne over, move like a Jeff over. We'll lock it in.
Wind, aid my hand.
So the single card in the right lane, the Mockingbird. Oh, it's a 6 cost card. So we can't destroy it now with Kyera. Before, at 5 cost, you could try to do something, but now it's locked in place. Unfortunate. Magneto's not great here. I think we either... Right now, they don't have any cards that are buffed up. And so, like, a Gilgamesh here isn't fantastic. It does give them an extra 4 here. I guess they could feasibly get positive power. I think this could lose. We just don't have enough power output. And negative zone, they drop a 10 card there. It's 14 extra power in that left lane. Goes up quite a bit. I'm not sure that we overpower that, honestly. We're going to stay... yep. Gilgamesh left. We could have put maybe Vision over there. But no, that wouldn't have even been able to do it. Vision over to the right wouldn't have done it. Mag right to pull Nocturne and Jeff mid. Or not. Magneto. Oh, Magneto right. Would have been able to win that one. Yeah, I think that was probably the line came worst. Magneto right and then moving Jeff into mid. Kind of protect against that Gilgamesh line. That was definitely the way to be. So winnable. I just didn't find the line. But it does look like it is really time for a really quick ad break. We're going to run to them. I'm not going anywhere, but we will be right back in just a minute and a half. So don't go anywhere, you guys. Said figured they'd go left since that boosts their other cards. Yeah, it makes sense to go left, and it becomes kind of tough for us to beat if they go with that high power play over there. Buff, you said take a look at this crazy deck with currently a 2.0 cube rate after 25 games. Oh, it's the move Sandman. Move Sandman is what we have. And so using the claw, which gives you a lot of mobile power, Silk, I could see it working for what we're at, where the meta that we're at right now. Sandman works really well, and Heimdall could be that push to give a lot of power. The deck name is I like it. We may have to run a little bit of that here in a bit. Because I think it would work really well. We're still seeing a lot of like Thena, Angela, Kitty Pryde style stuff. And the Heimdall surprise, yeah. Oh, I'm gonna paste that one in real fast. I'm gonna take out my old Sandy because it's just a very straightforward, some slight movement, but a very straightforward Sandman deck. We are gonna name this one but all right, let's see where we're sitting at with our current Storm Control deck. It's dropped a little bit. I'm down to a 59% win rate, which a lot of those could have been wins. So I think that's definitely on me for not finding the winning lines. But and then Buff, yeah, the ads are over. And then Nori, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great day so far. We are enjoying the launch of alliances, which gives some kind of cool like bounties to be able to go for, which incentivize people like switching off their main like grind deck, which I think could be healthy for like the metagame in like short-term spurts. And so next up we have Liberation. Rank 126. Ant-Man, unfortunately. It looks like we're going up against another Gilgamesh Zoo, which is also kind of in a tough. It's always a formidable matchup. So it's really hard to completely steamroll a Gilgamesh Zoo. Asuli, you said how to build my deck? I'm not sure what that one means. Do you know how? Do you know you have a deck list under your deck list on the left? Yeah. So that's a Twitch extension. If you click on the arrow, it's interactive, and so you can hover over it as a viewer to see all the cards and get a description. You can also click on the arrow, and that pulls it back up. All right, so we have the Nocturne. We have a lot of cards that can be moved over into Quantum Realm. Ooh, wait. Not the Zoo I thought we were looking at. They take out our Lockjaw, which is unfortunate, but maybe it'll be okay. I'm not sure what deck runs Gladiator plus Ant-Man. So I'm curious. I'm interested. Let's go ahead and go Jeff plus Quake. That's going to shift the Quantum Realm around. We're going to mill 2 of their cards here. And then we'll see. And then on the YouTube side, Madi said, do you have a sub for Nocturne? I would say like a Nightcrawler would be the easiest because it's that mobile card. Or you might look at just doing another like good value 3 cost so that if you flip into it, then you want it to be over there. So the Nico, the Squirrel Girl. Wait, so it is Zoo, but it ran Gladiator, which is kind of interesting. Take out their Shanna. We take out their Dazzler as well. And so we could do Nebula. We can do Vision as well. Oh, that's not Vision. My goodness. We could do Vision. And then maybe we try to angle a Shang-Chi on the last turn to try to overcome whatever they play. We know that they wouldn't really be able to do Gilgamesh in Quantum Realm. And then Screwtop, you said today I learned that you could use that location to take out multiple cards. Yeah, just usually you don't have enough to make that drop possible, but yeah, you absolutely can. And then General Sergeant, I'm gonna paste your message forward because it did get blocked. And then Cool KG, welcome back in. Hopefully you're having a great day so far. Thank you for the 4 months as a Prime sub member. Very much appreciate it. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day so far. So with Blue Marvel, this lane actually becomes a little bit tough to win consistently, I think. And even if we go Shang-Chi, it only brings us up to 11. We don't even beat what's currently there. Eight, 10, 11, 12, 13. So even like a Nocturne move may not do it. That would only bring us up to 13. I think we retreat out of this one. This deck is definitely struggling against the Gilgamesh, or not? The Gilgamesh Zoo. 8, 9, 10, 11. Or no, 5, 6, 7, 8. That wouldn't be within Shang-Chi range. Yeah, we're gonna jump out of this one for 1. Unfortunate, but it is. Ultron incoming. I think it'd just be like a Gilgamesh, and they just ran Gladiator for whatever reason.
Escaped.
Unless they Mystique. Yeah, Vision mid, Jeff right. Yeah, but they're still really likely to be able to drop 2 cards, I think. Although they had dropped several of their 1-cost cards, so maybe they didn't have a 1-cost drop alongside it. But I think Gilgamesh here was really likely. And then anything we played here besides Shang-Chi wouldn't be able to make it. How often does Quake give good plays? It depends. It depends on the location. Quake is definitely a situational card. Sometimes you can use it to rip away like the Storm location if you ended up losing it. And so I would say it's really hard to judge. Because like if there's a Nexus location, then that could be your 8 cube play just off of that alone. I've seen a lot of Ultron do the fill all 3 locations bounty. I could see that too. Next up we have KM Worst. I know their deck steals more cubes from me than Gilgamesh decks. Yeah, Gilgamesh decks are super consistent. They're good. They're just a little boring to play. What do you think about my Sandman? I think it's really interesting. I built it out, and we may run it here in just a minute. So this may come back to stab us in the back, but I'm going to storm into the Los Diablos base. We have Nocturne, we have Jeff down, we have Vision, Dr. Doom, all of our go wide cards to help us win Death's Domain and the Storm location.
Wind, aid my
So they could still be running something that is able to get into Death's Domain or is able to fight for that flooded location. When you view a profile, is highest rank this season or all time? It should be all time. And so let's go Nebula right. Let's go Nocturne left. Next turn will be Vision into Dr. Doom. And I think that's going to be plenty. So Jessica Jones over to the right. Super interesting. Cassandra Nova, Jessica Jones. You almost never see Jessica. So I would be curious what I'd be curious what KM Worse has cooked up. But we have so many mobile cards, and their board state has really developed pretty slowly that I think we have a decent shot. Is it different from Conquest? Oh, I don't know. I wouldn't think it'd be seasonal, but maybe. So the Claw coming down, super interesting. We steal their Jeff from the Copycat. And so I'm thinking they have Dr. Doom built in as well. So this will bring us up to 9, 10, 11. Dr. Doom would beat their Dr. Doom. Vision matches here. Jeff in mid. 8, 9, 10, 11. And it ties for an Onslaught pushing over here. Let's just rotate everything away from that left lane. And this is what we're going to lock in here. Nocturne did not stab us in the back this time. Ultron, I was not pinpointing. So we do tie mid. We win right by 1. We lose the point differential. Unfortunate. Surprise Ultron. What an interesting meta we're finding ourselves in. We're finding ourselves in. I was there. I never. People just want those bounty rewards. I don't know. That was a solid deck though. He said it's like that deck was specifically built for that game. It had all of the pieces needed. Unfortunate as it is. We could do... How close are we to finishing with this one? Because we started off strong, and then it has been just really, really rough. Only 10 out of 16. Maybe we complete the others in like proving grounds after the reset. For now, we'll try out Buff Captain's Move Sandman deck, which I thought was kind of an interesting take. And then maybe we brew some Moon Knight stuff. I did want to play Moon Knight, but it didn't feel like it brought anything high enough. I don't know. I like the even cards change of it. But we'll see if it's enough to really bring him into viability.
Opponent snapped.
But next up we have Herbal. The card is going to pull into one of our cards here. Captain Marvel is not bad. They do get Cassandra Nova off the jump, which is super unfortunate. It's a Moon Knight, Hawk, Stature with Proxima is something. Yeah, I could see that being. I don't have Proxima. but I could see it being good. Let's go dagger into mid. How are you handling your alliance? So the initial wave of recruits, I just did a list of names. Anybody that was interested was able to put their name in that consideration, and then we picked at random from everyone that had put in. So I don't like how big the left lane is getting, especially with Crown City here. So we could always act like we messed up and played Claw in Crown City. That would give away our Heimdall shift on the last turn, but it might be kind of fun. Let's do this. Are you able to rename alliances? Yeah, I think you can. It's like, I think you get locked into that name for a month after you change it, but I think you can do the lock. So this is a Nocturne that they stole from us with the Jeff. Let's go Iron Fist, Silk. No, we'll just play Silk into the left lane. Either that or Iron Fist, Silk. So Iron Lad ended up hitting White Widow, which is really unfortunate for our movement cards, because they will have a second one if they want to run it. Now we can act like we maybe mess up with the Claw, so that we can Heimdall shift it over. Have that extra support in Crown City. Which I don't know that it works efficiently, but I find kind of funny. So let's go with this. They have a lot of mobile pieces. Our dagger gets scaled up a little bit here, but probably not enough to do very much. We'll see. Got any good bub deck tips? Pick something that you can typically read the strength of like early on, so that you know when to retreat before that automatic snap. And so combo decks do pretty decently, or just anything that you're really comfortable with. What's up with the snapbot and the filter? I'm trying to chat with other players and keep getting blocked by moderation policies. Ooh, I don't know. I don't know what the moderation... I know that you can filter out the snap bot, but... Then use the copy count counter deck. That one does pretty well too, because it has that like last turn explosive like shift that you can win a lot of those surprising games. Thinking it through awfully intensely. Clog did pretty good. Yeah, as long as you're not running into a lot of like Angela Athena stuff, I think Clog can do really well. All right, so the single drop in mid with the leader, and so, so they're going to copy our Heimdall. And so their cards go for a little bit of a ride here. What a random pile we have going on. Unfortunately, Silk bounces to the left, so Widow's Kiss does not move over, just the dagger. It does give us a big push in the left lane, but I don't know that it's enough in the left. We have Heimdall on the right. Captain Marvel can move into mid, which cancels out the Widow's Kiss, gives us an extra +9 over there after everything calculates out, and we are able to grab the ugly 4 cubes against I think maybe a Sandman deck as well. Like a Sandman tempo running the leader. We'll grab the 4 cubes though. Let's go ahead and jump over into the next one. So Buff Captain, did you make this, or did you find it somewhere? Hooked it up? Nice. It definitely has that surprise element for sure. You said you took it back into top 1000? Next up we have Fanta, rank 108. Let's see if we're able to get a repeat. We have our Nightcrawler that can be that mobile piece. They have Meek, so we have to look out for like a Moon Knight. Ooh, we also have to look out for them being able to do a lot of duplicate discard in cloning vats.
Opponent snapped.
About a lot of our early development pieces, them having like Blade that they can use to discard multiple times does scare me quite a bit. But I'll risk it for now. I think it'd probably, yeah, with the collector's big, I think it'd probably be worthwhile to retreat out for one, knowing that they get a pretty big benefit, but we can always go Iron Fist Vulture. It'll copy the powered up Vulture, so it's going to end up giving us a 6 power Vulture back in hand, and we have the Iron Fist to use it again. And if we draw Sandman, that could be really big for us, having the higher power plays. Did I say 6? Yeah, it'll give us a 9 power Vulture back in hand. Do have the Dracula and the cloning vats. The collector gets really big really quick. We could drop 1 claw. Maybe we drop multiple claws over the course of the game. We can consolidate their Draculas together with a Magneto. Either that or we copy another Vulture. So it's either claw or we copy another Vulture. Maybe we copy one more Vulture here. Maybe we don't copy the Vulture. Maybe we just push the Vulture over. They never run Shang in a discard? Yeah, I agree. Maybe we could have copied it, pushed the second one over to the left, and then just had that big resource to use from there. Maybe that should have been the play. Second collector comes down. The second Dracula comes down as well. And so we could pull both of those together in like the left lane or the right lane with our Magneto. So I think we drop over to the right. See if we can get them to Craven first. We could have dropped the Craven first, yeah. That way it would have been buffed up by 4. They go ahead and play the Swarm. They play Calling Wing, which hits their Grandmaster. Right now, their Apocalypse isn't looking huge. But the 12 power Vulture, we need more support in the left lane. Something like this gives a little bit more flexibility in the left lane to try to overpower, because we're going to pull our Magneto over to the left. They'll get the highest power card, so they'll get the extra +3, but we're going to double up with the Magneto in the left. I think the middle location is probably a surefire win. I think this is what we lock in. They move their Meek over. Our Craven gets buffed up quite a bit, but Ghost Spider pulling the Magneto. Let's see if we're able to hold it down. We also have the Captain Marvel if we need just a little bit more push. With the Calling Wing, dropping the Proxima into mid. Actually gets it pretty close. And it goes from order of Dracula played. So the last one, oh man.
I am Apocalypse.
For some reason, I thought it would pull left to right, but that was silly.
Higher, further, faster, baby.
It was Order of Dracula played, and since we pushed those two in mid together, yeah. And then Nightshade, you said, I just joined an alliance and saw the mission requirements and how many points it requires. Do you think these are a bit too grindy? So like the ones I picked here they require like some big fill, but you could pretty easily pick up like some of the more mid-ranged ones. So like destroy a card. That way you're able to complete some just on your normal like daily mission. Your daily mission grind. And so if you pick up the ones like that are legendary, then yeah, I think they're definitely a grind. But depending on what kind of alliance you join in, I don't know that they're too grindy. I think time will tell to see how hard it is to actually get like your full cap that you need. You can only replace 3 a week though. Yeah. So if you pick one up and then decide to bail on it, you definitely have to be cautious of that. Do we know at what time that these missions restart? In 18 minutes. So here. And then Dark Moo. Yeah, there should be an active drop for a mystery variant at the end of it. Are you letting more people into the alliance? So right now I have a handful. So what I did was I created a post, let people react to it so that I got a list of names that were interested. I put those in a random name generator or pooler. And so there's still a handful from that list that haven't joined in. And so it could be that there's a few openings, but I think there's 6 that are still pending. And then a couple that have been in the Discord and helped with the channel since I launched it, that I wanted to give like a reservation slot for. But next up we have Toe Enjoyer. The left lane we have Sakar, so that's going to pull into, unfortunately, one of our small ball cards. We have a lot of big ones, and we just weren't able to hit them. So Nico, Gwynpool doesn't look great for us so far. Even pulling into like an Iron Fist would have been fine, but Ghost Spider is super unfortunate. And then a player with the Hydrate Reminder. I appreciate you. Let's move Vulture into mid. We have Heimdall to shift it one more time if we need to. We also have Magneto to maybe clump some of their cards together. They destroy their Bishop to draw additional cards. Death's Domain in mid is interesting. We do have the Sandman, so that they can only drop 1 card on the last turn. And then maybe it's Sandman right, Heimdall right. Or Sandman right, Heimdall... Yeah, Heimdall right, so that Vulture moves over. Ooh, Sandman right, Nightcrawler move... mid or right, Heimdall left. I like quite a bit. That's going to let Heimdall scale even further in the left lane. I'm okay with it. Move it right now? Yeah. Move it to the right now. That way it gets the +2 from Stark Tower. We do end up getting the retreat, and so we lost the 4 cube earlier, but we get the 1 cube. We'll give it a good fair shake, but I am going to run to the restroom really fast, and we will be right back. We will be right back, you guys. It looks like ads are about to start, so I'll queue those up so that nothing happens whenever we start our games, and we'll be right back in just a second, you guys. All right, we're back, you guys. Like just in time for the ads to end. We'll launch into a handful of more games, and then maybe we brew with Moon Knight. But with where we're at, I'm not sure that the Moon Knight stuff really was as big as it needed to be. So Nate Biz snaps on us on turn 1, Death's Domain in the left lane, which is, for a move deck, as you may know, fantastic. We do have Claw. We have a lot of cards that can reach over there. They dropped the Black Knight, which I did just post a video with a Black Knight build, so maybe they're running something in a similar vein. Let's go Craven into mid, because most of our movement will be jumping over into that middle lane. They have the Hydra Bob, so it's not exactly like our build, but maybe somewhat close. Maybe it has like the Infinite, the Ghost Rider, those sorts of cards. So let's go with like a Silk plus a Nightcrawler here to bounce the Silk next turn. We'll see where it goes. Maybe it ends up pushing into the Craven lane to buff that one up. We have Dagger now, so something like Dagger, Iron Fist Dagger, or might even be worth it to do Iron Fist here and then Dagger, since this lane has a lot of those cards that can move out. Kind of like this for now. We need to run. Hydra Bob is too powerful. I lost to a Hydra Bob earlier. I lost 8 cubes because it kind of snapped me into a false sense of security. So with the snap, I did kind of assume they had the means to get the Infinite down. And they did. So Ghost Spider would pull a card. They have their Infinite. They have the Ebony Blade, so they can get the Ebony Blade power in Death's Domain, which can end up being really, really big for them. But we're hoping that we can overpower it in some way, shape, or form. We can do Claw, and then we're looking at what we have on the last turn. Magneto, maybe. Heimdall Shift could potentially win, but I'm not sure that it would give us enough power in the lake. Depending on where they drop their big card. Because they could have up to 2 of them, they could have a Black Bolt comes in. They could have a Ghost Rider and the Ebony Blade. Heimdall Shift is interesting. So 8, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. 21, 22, 23, 24. So if we snap Hydra Bob out of this location, I think we snap it out. An Ebony Blade here is fine. They could have maybe a Stature, but I'm thinking they go Ebony Blade here. I don't know. We'll find out. We're going to ship it for 8. See what happens. The double drop in mid is scary. The single drop in the left, I'm thinking, is the Ebony Blade. That would make the most sense. It could also be Ghost Rider and then maybe Stature in mid. Okay, so the Ebony Blade in the left, and we're able to beat it in Death's Domain. Just barely after Silk comes out. Stature jumps over, and then Echo as well. Hydra Bob jumps out. Had Hydra Bob jumped over into the left lane, we would have lost that one. So we had a very real possibility of losing. But we do end up grabbing the crazy 8 against the Black Knight discard deck. We will grab it. Get a 25% chance of losing because Silk had to bounce to the right and Hydra Bob had to jump to the left. Makes sense. 6k tokens for the negative 8 cubes. If Silk goes back, you also win. So yeah, 25% chance. Yep, so Bob definitely whiffed it there. We'll take we'll take the 8. thing about surprise factor decks are they can create such big cube equity possibilities. We are close to rollover. And so, ooh, we get a little bit closer to winning that 8 cube match. And so I think right after rollover, I will go into Proving Grounds and grind out the 6 wins with this. Be able to grind out the wins here. And maybe even the fill all locations. If not, then I'll do something like a Gilgamesh Zoo to try and fill all locations. Next up we have Shark, the first location, Strange Academy, which with a move deck is fantastic, as long as they don't end up stacking too much onto each other. Asteroid M is also great at automatically moving our cards. So I thought they removed the sound effect from Copycat, but I just heard Shark pull Copycat, so they have a copy of one of our cards. And I don't know that I've seen Sandman yet. Since we started playing, I don't know that I've seen Sandman. So do you think we snap on this one? So Vulture with TVA. We could always push it around. Yeah. Yeah, I kind of like it. With Iron Fist already, with the Dagger, we have Silk, which can win us one of those other lanes. We have the Vulture. Let's snap into it for sure. Let's see if maybe their Copycat comes in. Maybe it was Sandman. No, they have Nocturne. So Nocturne changes mid, and so we destroy their Thena, which is beautiful. Oh my goodness. So do we ever Ghost Spider into like Iron Fist Dagger? That way we push Silk out. We're pulling Vulture out, and so we have like the 3, which is the backup line for the Nocturne. But maybe we Dagger. Maybe it's Iron Fist Dagger. We push to the left instead. Because I think they'll move the Nocturne, though. I think they'll move the Nocturne, so I'm going to put Iron Fist here so that that's the one that stays in this lane. And then we're going to push the Dagger over to the left. No, they just go into the right lane. Oh, they can change TVA, of course. Why did I think that he was locked into TVA? Oh, because it moved with the middle location. Kill it all. All right, so the Dagger is the single move, and it's still 0. We do take out their Gwynpull and Nocturne, though, which is great. We can go, like, Craven, Strange Academy will move it. Maybe before this one gets destroyed. Not for sure, though. Craven left. Ship Craven left for the Strange Academy movement. Do you have any thoughts on Uatu being able to see all locations? I still think at 1-2 it's kind of, especially with like Nocturne. Nocturne is in so many decks because it can control those bad RNG locations that it just doesn't feel as beneficial. Yeah, rest in peace, Dagger. She moved twice and was still 0 power. But we shift the Vulture over into mid. Unless they sniped it with like a Shang-Chi here, I think we're okay. They dropped the Copycat that was the Sandman. But the 7 power one here is fine. The Juggernaut pushes our Heimdall over. That's fine too. Silk bounces over to the right. wherever Captain Marvel moves will be
Higher, further,
okay.
faster, baby.
We will hold it down the 4 cube against Shark. The deck is wild. The deck has so many like weird lines, and it can start scaling so incredibly quick. We'll grab the 4. Let's jump over into the next one. Yeah. Uatu's ability just isn't really that valuable. I wish it was. Like I would love an excuse to run Uatu. Maybe back whenever we didn't have so many like mobile sources of power, or like we didn't have Jeff that could be played into those bad or locked down locations. Maybe. But as it is now, we have like Nocturne that can change the bad RNG. We have Jeff that can be played into super bad RNG that we just typically don't need to know it that much ahead of time usually. With the Hydrate Reminder Meltdown Kid. Yeah, when we just had like Scarlet Witch and Rhino, I think probably there could have been an excuse to run it. Not so much now. The deck looks fun. Yeah, it is. It's super chaotic. But I think that's part of its big strength, is that the opponent is just not going to know what you're planning to do, which makes it really hard for them to play. What do you think if his effect was to see what a location would change into? With maybe. So maybe with like the Nocturne, you might be able to get some cool like that dynamic duo. I think he would be included in most decks that ran the Nocturne at that point. Make sure you weren't gonna like negatively impact yourself with the move. And so next up we have a Reborn. The first location, Nova Roma. We do have our Ghost Spider. We have Craven and Nebula for them in the right lane. Yeah, at that point, Nocturne would be less Gamba, but I'd be curious to see like how much that actually helped you out. All right, so the Nebula, we have the Craven coming down the right lane. We can always move our cards around. White Widow over there, unfortunate. And then the next card we play over in Castle Zemo will switch sides, which is unfortunate. So maybe we go Vulture, go Ghost Spider to move it over. What inspired the Heimdall choice? So this deck was created by Buff Captain. And so it's like a Sandman move deck that's able to like readjust and shift power around. Then I'm better prepare for that child port. Because you said just saw the October data mines. Yeah. Yeah, they're definitely wild. And so we do have the Captain Marvel that can move over into the Craven lane eventually. We could use Ghost Spider to... It'll send their way in Castle Zemo. It'll pull the Vulture over. Next turn, we can do like a Sandman into Heimdall. Potentially. That moves all of these here. Our susceptible lane would be in the left, but just the Heimdall plus Sandman plus Nightcrawler might be more than enough to do it. I'm going to snap into it. He said I like Kingpin style moves. Seems like Scream will fit right in. I agree. Screw Top. I'm excited for Scream. She's like a combination between Craven and Kingpin. Also, Cloak 1-5 is a hoot. Cloak 1-5 is always that like crazy factor that you just don't know what it's going to hit. Daily refresh. Thank you, Eldane. So the Patriot comes down. That one was generated by Camp Lay High. And so not beneficial for us. And then Kingpin. Unfortunate. Our Ghost Spider does not move over into Castle Zemo. Bad. Our Hitmonkey does still stick. But that could give us an alternate line of like, I don't know. Let's go Sandman in the left. See what they play this turn. Super big lane for them. But the Heimdall shift, I think, still gives us a lot of flexibility. And making sure we can bring it home. There's a new Cassandra Nova variant. Ooh, it's probably the one I used in one of my thumbnails. If so, I know which one you're talking about, and I agree. Ooh, they have Sandman as well. Interesting. Okay. So now we do need a decent amount of push here. Or this. We move Nightcrawler over. That's -2 from the Kingpin, but +2 on the Craven. And so it's a overall positive of 4 + 8. It only pushes for a tie. And since we don't play there, Nebula scales. So I think it has to be like a Heimdall play. That puts a lot of power in the left. It's 2, 4, 6, and it brings the Widow's Kiss to 0. I don't think it's great. I would rather one of our scaling pieces be shifting over into mid, but it is what it is. Let's see what we can make happen. The Red Hulk in mid is huge. We have to beat 20, and I don't know that this play beats 20. No, it doesn't quite beat 20. What an interesting deck. They had Kingpin built into their deck with the Sandman. The bounties. Oh, the bounties reset. Oh no. Wait, we have a mystery variant? Tracks. That tracks for sure. Them sending Patriot lost you to the game? Yep. Yep. That was a big play, right when it was needed to. We have a Dan Hip Cyclops, which is nice. And then, yeah, I like this Cassandra Nova variant quite a bit. With, like, the moving particles, I think it's a pretty sleek one. Maturity, you said Pixel Hulk was my first variant ever. I'm finally caught up to you. All right, and then a reminder for everybody to grab your free 25 credits. That now happens every 8 hours. And so if you're on the game frequently, just try to remember to check it. You'll get more overall, but it takes a little bit more work. Said the White Widow wasn't bad? Oh, from yours. Gotcha. Yeah, so it's 75 for a full day. So it's 25 each reset. Instead of it resetting every 24 hours, it resets every 8. And so you have to put in a little bit more work to get more. But if you're actively playing, then it's good too. Thought it stacked? I don't think it stacks. I keep getting errors trying to claim credits. Maybe close out the game and restart. I mean, as long as you log in twice during the day, you're getting the same amount you got before. It's just you're able to get more from there. Wait, Ostentatious. Within 6 minutes already has 33 points. My goodness. So new bounties. We have one with Magneto and Green Goblin. Move cards. Perfect. Let's see if there's any other. Move at least 7 cards in one match. Unable to grab bounty. What? Win with Living Tribunal. 16 games is quite a bit though. Move at least 7 cards in one match 4 times. Let's go. We're going full on move. Wait, what happened to the other one? I had another one, right? But it said it couldn't grab it. In that case, I think we'll grab this one. We'll go with all one. The second one glitched. Gotcha. We'll go with all ones that try to line up. So move 7 cards in one match. Move a total of 20. Move 5 cards, and that way we can complete them pretty quickly. Because I don't know that there's a cap on how many you complete per game. So maybe like the legendary 16 wins may not be the direction to go. Why didn't we get the Craven Vision one? We're not running Vision. And so I didn't grab it because we weren't running Vision. You have to run both of them, right? We're gonna be moving, you guys. So with Utopia, we do get the discount on Captain Marvel. It's one of the only cards, the few cards that get benefited. Otherwise, it's Vulture. I like the bounties that involve winning with certain cards. Yeah. Or even just the move certain numbers of cards is enough to, I think, be able to shake up the meta in some kind of fun ways, at least on like short-term capacities. Wait, does the leader board completely reset? Leaderboard. What leaderboard? The bounty board? It resets each week. Or like your total contribution resets each week. And so they launched it just a little bit before that first refresh. All right, let's go ahead and go Captain Marvel. We do have Claw. We have Silk to be able to move our cards around. We have Dagger, so as they... You said it's finally Hope Summers week? Nice! Insane. You were able to grab it on the first one? That's huge. So we could always Ghost Spider move it over, but that doesn't do a whole lot for us this early on. We might just want to do like Silk Nightcrawler to start the movement. We have Claw. If we get Magneto, or if we get Sandman, I think that'll be great going into this last turn of the game. The Athena in the right lane is big because it will continue to scale and it starts higher. But Silk bouncing into the middle right off the bat is great. Let's see. Sandman. Sandman could be big here. So something like Sandman and then Claw. Could be maybe enough to win us. I'm going to go ahead and snap back. I think we're fine with it. We may not get the move 7 cards in one game this one, though. But I think that's fine. Is the alliance already full? The alliance is at least tentatively full. So I did a random name generator and selected names that way. There's still a handful that we're waiting to pull in. And so Captain Marvel plus Nocturne, that's really big power for them. We could always do Magneto to stack all of their cards except for Captain Marvel. Kind of like it. The only thing I don't like is that it's going to set Magneto down to 2. But if we pull enough of their cards over to the right, Gwenpool, Hope, Captain Marvel, our Captain Marvel may be able to swing in here. If they play in the left, they're going to push our Silk around. And so it may not end up in the left lane. Otherwise, it could be this. Will Nocturne stop the Quantum Realm? I think it will. I think there's a lot of ways we lose this one. We could also just go Claw plus Nightcrawler move. But that puts us really weak in the left lane. I think that loses more than anything. The Nocturne move over to the left. Juggernaut does not beat us in the left lane, but with Silk jumping around, it does.
Higher, further, faster, baby.
Had it jumped over to the right, we could have tied the right lane into a point differential, but it wouldn't have been enough. I wasn't able to find the line. Magneto here, depending on what it pulled, maybe could have done it. But I think that was a cope stay. What's a must card get card next month? It's really tough to tell ahead of time what those must pull cards are, because sometimes the meta's like shifts. And then Mark, is it Wong to ask? It's not Wong to ask, my friend. Not Wong at all. We gotta stop playing so either aggressive or sloppy. Like we're overstaying in a lot of games that we just don't need to be overstaying in. But we're winning some big cube games as well, so we're not super negative on the cubes yet. But and then Brown Mamba, welcome in. Hopefully you have you're having a great day so far. Welcome into the YouTube side of the stream. I appreciate you guys as well. MoveDex takes high IQ, and apparently I don't have it. Next up we have Gamer. The first location is Elysium. You said the bounty board reset again for me? Oh, it reset a second time? Rough. And so the Iceman does make our claw base power again. We could do Vulture. Let's go ahead and play our Vulture. We also have Captain Marvel that can move into Muir Island on 3. Maybe we do the Heimdall shift. We'll see. But DNZ Axie, thank you so much for the Prime sub and the support. It does look like magic. The MTG bot's working again, so that bumps us up to 15 for the day. I appreciate you and appreciate the support. Have to walk away when a measly 4 cubes. When it's a measly 4 cubes after you spend a long week losing 10 million plus bubs. Screw top, I agree. And so they do snap on us. I like Captain Marvel, Nightcrawler here. We start getting the scaling on both. Coal Obsidian hopefully is fine, but that is a pretty big card for us. Magneto pulls their Coal Obsidian over, pulls the Cassandra Nova over, which I like quite a bit. And so then we can always do into like a Heimdall. And we have the Captain Marvel that can always move back into Muir Island. I like it. I think we're in a decent spot here. Skip on 4 is kind of scary, though. Let's do Magneto. We're going to yank all their cards over to the right. How do you get the free credit to work now? So I don't think it stacks 7. I think it's every shop refresh, you have to go and claim it. At least that's my assumption. So the Mysterio comes down. A lot of cards being flooded here. We can't move anything into the right. So our Magneto doesn't get to come into play here.
We are the future.
Which is unfortunate. So, Dagger, Ghost Spider, Heimdall. That would pull 1, 2, 3 over. 1, 2, 3 over. And then Silk would stay in the Fisk Tower. That gives us a really big reach back in Muir Island. Because Dagger, it's going to be 24 power with the Dagger. The Magneto moves as well. But I'm not sure that it beats what's already there, though. Bob will move? No, because the snap came in ahead of time. So their Bob's not going to move. I don't think we win because dagger would be 12, 24. It's going to be 20 power, 19 power. The 11, so that's 30. Maybe we do. Let's go ahead and ship it with this. As long as the move happens how I think it should happen, then I think we win mid, and we should win left as well. So our dagger into the ghost spider, pull it over into that right lane. Silk bounces to the left, which is fine. Heimdall shifting the 2 over to the left, the 3 over into mid, and Silk will bounce out of this lane. And so we do grab the... It comes down to where the real Mysterio's at. And it is in mid. So I guess there's a different line where we opt for the dagger. We should... Okay. The line is there. And I missed it. So we could have done dagger after... We could have done... No, we couldn't. We couldn't have gotten dagger over to the right after the double move. Heimdall mid. Heimdall mid could have given us that extra reach. Well, it is what it is. Stop shooting her, she's already dead. They're very, very much a winnable game. We had a really big burst of power. That one we just didn't quite execute how we needed to. And so it would have taken Heimdall mid, but then dagger may not have moved because we would have had to make sure that Nightcrawler moved out and that Silk wasn't in mid, I think. Did the bounty reset? Yeah, they reset with the daily reset. And we're plummeting some cubes. But all it takes is a couple of good games to flip it back around. All right, so we completed that move. Let's see. Move at least 7 cards in one match, 3 times for 125. We will take it, the fill all locations 16 times. I think that's maybe a bit too intensive. So then we have this one, which all work with the deck that we're running. So we're making progress towards all of them and getting points and contribution to all of them. Heimdall mid and Marvel moves. This tower was a paid actor. This tower was a paid actor there too. And them capping out that right lane with the Magneto was super unfortunate. Otherwise, we would have been able to pull out their Call Obsidian and a lot of their big cards. Just a lot of unfortunate lines happened there. All right, but next up we have Nerf Arisham. The last game is in the past, and we're moving on to bigger and better things. So they have the Kitty Pryde. We have Sandman in our opening hand, which is great for us. And then Weir Island in mid again.
Oh, snap.
I think just knowing it's a Kitty Pryde deck and us having Sandman, we snap into it. We may give up the Eternity range and just let ourselves have a rock, I think. With Craven, we can let Captain Marvel start buffing up here as well. We could do Silk instead of the Vulture, since right now we don't know if we're going to have a way to move that card around. I think we play Silk into mid. You know if playing Magneto counts for the move 7 cards bounty? I'm not for sure. It doesn't. I don't think it specifies that it has to be your cards though. And so we do get the Heimdall shift. So something like Captain Marvel into like Sandman into Heimdall could be a play. Their Athena in the right is great. That should be their scalable source, but with Sandman, they're only going to scale it at most 2 turns, which helps us out quite a bit. We can also go Magneto on the last turn maybe, but I think we go Sandman mid, Heimdall right on turn number 6. That way we have that flexibility of the Captain Marvel move. So the Gwyn pool comes down, which is fine. We have the Kitty Pride, which is fine. They have the big Angela in Ware Island. Athena's going to scale this turn. She won't be able to scale next turn, though. And so maybe something like our Heimdall here. I mean, it would be 9. The Silk is going to move out. But they could very well move their Jeff over. Marvel, yeah, Marvel could save us. But if they play here, I don't think Marvel's going to be enough to save us. So I think it still comes down to like a flip of where they're fighting for. And so the Jeff move over into the right, the Eliath in mid, and we weren't looking to do anything mid, thank goodness. So the Craven jumping over, the Captain Marvel should
Higher, further, faster,
fly
baby.
further, higher, further, faster, swing back the right lane. We get one of the lucky flips of the 4 cubes this time around. A lot of these games could go either way. Grapple, Grapple, welcome in. Thank you for the follow. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day so far. We do grab the 4, which is nice to be on the positive side of that. I think we started at like 1:30 this morning. We've dropped a little bit, but nothing too terrible. And that does help us win or finish one of our bounty boards. So let's complete the mission. We'll pull up our epic completion here for the 120 points. And then we were able to do the 7 in one game at least once. And so we need it 3 more times. And so we'll complete these 2 at the same time. Let's see if there's another movement one. Yeah, move 5 cards, which I think is definitely the way that we go. Like stack all of our bounties together so that they work with each other rather than potentially having like one really big epic one or legendary one that we have to run a specific deck for. So the day's almost over. It's 2:30 my time, or 2:24 my time, and so definitely a lot of day left for me. But I hope you had a great day, and I hope it winds down well for you. I hate sand; it's rough and gets everywhere. It does. It gets everywhere. Next up, we have Texan to me. We have Ashford M, which is a great set of is a great location for this deck since we have the Craven in hand. Getting something like a Vulture could be huge and just about give us the guaranteed win in the left. They have the blue Marvel, so we may be looking at like a Gilgamesh Zoo.
Opponent snapped.
And they could have stolen our Claw, maybe. Claw, Captain Marvel, or Craven could be what they're snapping into. I think Craven would probably be an easy snap for them because they're going to match any buff that we get in our Craven. I dig these bounties that have you play 2 cards. Makes me play things I don't normally play. Yeah, I like those too. And you said, to me, the weakest card in the deck seems to be Magneto. Yeah, because a lot of times that's not going to be your like Sandman last turn play winning. So I think I would agree. So unfortunately, we don't have a turn 3 play. They do have Patriot. They have the Blue Marvel. They have Ultron. All of those are really big resources for them. I think this becomes a loss. Because their bots are going to be 5 power each, 20 power in each of the lanes, even without having to play into it, is kind of scary. So, is there ever a chance we beat 20 power mid? We have the Claw. We could also do something like Vulture Dagger, but that only becomes like at max 12 power here if we don't have initiative. If we don't have initiative going into the last turn. But with the Heimdall on top of it, it might be enough. Let's go with this for now. Vulture Dagger is hefty. Yeah, Vulture Dagger is hefty. The Vulture in the left lane becomes pretty big, maybe competing against the Ultron that we know is going to drop here this turn. That's going to be 9 extra power in this lane, so it brings them up to 21. We already have them beaten with this so far, but our Captain Marvel wouldn't be able to move. And we have initiative. Well. Never mind. I don't think there's a way. Had we dropped initiative, this would end up being 12, 21. I think their Dazzler would overpower it anyways. We'll jump out of this one. I don't think there's a way to make it work. We could try like a Magneto to pull the Patriot over, but it doesn't win against the Ultron line. What 6 do you think would be better? Red Hulk or Doom? I don't know. Maybe even like an Alioth. Sometimes Alioth is that like surprise last turn play, as long as you have that initiative. But Red Hulk would be beefier for sure. Villain, you said I reached infinite using your mid-range deck. Wanted to say thank you. Villain, welcome in. I'm glad that it helped you out. Anytime I hear that, it's a good thing. Because sometimes decks don't work for everybody, so I'm glad that I can do like a range and find something that works for just about everyone. What's your alliance? It's Legendary Snap Gamers. And so Invisible Woman coming into the middle location, they are running Arsham, and so this was generated by Arsham. Do something like Craven. We have the dagger, and so the more cards they hide in Tinker's Workshop, the better. And Project Pegasus is interesting. I think something like this for now. We'll see what gets pulled in the expansion. I think we'll scale dagger up to 9, because I think they'll play or hide at least one more card in that middle location. They don't. So it's only 6. And then a double drop in the right lane. So Baron Mordo. We're not going to be able to play whatever we draw next. So we'll have to skip for turn number 4. That is a huge discrepancy, though, in the Giganto versus Valentina. Unfortunately, we won't be able to play Sandman this game. I'm hoping that we draw into maybe Claw next turn. Would probably be the most beneficial for us. Maybe we could get by with like a Ghost Spider to pull, I think it's the dagger out. So that gives us a pretty big push in the right. And then Melphis off official with the Hydra Reminder. I appreciate you. And then Nutty, you said thoughts on glows to the chest bundle? I think it's a good value. Because otherwise, for like you're getting more currency value for your gold than you would just converting it into credits. And so I think it's a good send. You also get a full card worth of tokens, which is always nice because that lets you either skip a week that you have most of the cards in the spotlights and not have to risk your keys, so that you can kind of get a little bit of a cushion built up. Let's go Ghost Spider into the right lane. That will help scale our dagger one more time. They do go with one drop in the right in the Moon Knight, and so our Sandman gets the axe. Nothing on their end gets the axe, though, which is kind of interesting. And so if they have a Shang-Chi, they're going to play it into the left lane. They already have this one completely capped out. We have this one completely locked in, so doing the Magneto may be more detrimental than it is beneficial. Do we ever think, like, Nightcrawler move, play the Vulture, have Captain Marvel move in mid? But I think she'll move... I think she would try to calculate before the Invisible Woman reveals. We're just afraid of the Shang-Chi left. I'm going to lock this in, since we have that little bit of flexibility. And if they have Shang-Chi, they stay. Otherwise, we end up getting the retreat. Magneto mid. Yeah, that's better than the Vulture mid. I don't know why we would go Vulture mid over it. But we should have Magnetoed mid. Take out the Vulture. I'm not sure what happened there. My brain had a blip. Still disappointed that he doesn't shout that? There's always time. And then Sam Bad. So what I did for the Alliance recruitment was I created a post on my Discord, let people like react to it. And then I took all of those names into a random name generator to randomly select the 25 to 30 that are in the Alliance. And so as that kind of opens up, or if people like dip out or leave out, then we'll do something similar. Except for I'll make a post, I'll leave it open for a more extended amount of time. But next up we have Roram. The first turn we both skip in Mojo World. We have our Iron Fist, we have Vulture, so maybe we should have played the Iron Fist to prep it out. Yeah, I think probably. We do have Heimdall to be able to shift things over to the left, which might be a nice touch. Let's go ahead and play Vulture into mid, and then maybe we can surprise them with our reach in Mojo World. So strong guy in the right lane is kind of scary for us. Arsham's like fried eggs on toast. Go-to? Like it's your go-to meal. And so we have Captain Marvel that will be able to reach into that left lane. Unfortunately, their Gambit ends up taking out our Vulture, so we don't have that movement piece over there. But they drop their Nocturne. Card number 5. Definitely we don't want to be doing the Sandman this game, I don't think. Something like this, maybe. We want to make sure we're able to win in Mojo World. And so no Sandman for us. The Absorbing Man is super unfortunate. They're going to discard their Blade. And so they don't have many cards in hand, which may be the only like, slight little bit of benefit we have. We could Heimdall shift. We do this. Maybe something like this. I think it becomes really scary really fast. And so they fill up the left lane. Claw's good left. And so unfortunately our Ghost Spider's not going to pull the Sentinel over. So we're only going to have... Oh no. We're only going to have 3 cards over there. That was the only piece I was worried about with that line. So Moon Knight ends up discarding their Proxima, which is great. Then Silver Surfer as well. So even if we had pulled the Sentinel over, we would have lost the left lane and the right lane. Rough stuff. I wish OG Move was able to compete. Yeah, I could see that. Win with just Ant-Man. Like you throw it into anything, which is kind of cool. Two cost cards. We're going to do this. We're going to see if we're able to finish this one off real fast. And then Dulitha, you said, what are the updates? So they changed... Uatu now shows all unrevealed locations. Moon Knight now discards only even cost cards for you and your opponent. And... Shadow King now doesn't get blocked by Luke Cage. Are the highlights. Yeah, I'm curious what they'll do with the over the air. But next up we have Eggs Benedict. The first location is the Nor dimension, so we will be able to ramp into some extra energy. Is there a way to make alliances where you have to apply? Or is it... Oh, no, there's one that makes it apply. So it's invite only, and then they submit their application, and one of the leaders either accepts it or declines it. So let's go ahead and go Craven. We're looking to move 7 cards this turn, or this game, because we need to complete that mission. That's going to be our... After that, I think we'll pivot and switch decks, maybe into like a discard. And then Buff, you said try Red Hulk over Magneto. We can try it. So Silk, Iron Fist maybe. But Fist Tower is super unfortunate with the Silk bouncing around. You said your snap is still bugged, no shock refresh, and can't log in on Steam. Ooh, that's tough, Waffle. Hopefully that gets sorted out. So the Killmonger comes in, destroys the Nico, destroys the X-23. And then once we complete this bounty, I'll do a pivot on decks depending on what I'm able to pick up from there. But Silk bounces into mid, buffing up the Craven. This tower gets canceled out, which is great for us. You love to see it. And then we do have the Vulture that's going to push into mid and give us a bonus there. And then depending on what we drop on the last turn, we'll see. You said yours finally got sorted out on mobile though? Gotcha. So Vulture jumping over into the middle lane, and they drop just their Jhin so far. We're not going to have the extra energy from the Jhins. I think that's okay. The dagger is nice. We can always go claw mid or claw left, because I think we win mid. So maybe claw, or I think we win mid, so maybe claw mid to help support the right lane. And then maybe we're looking at like a Magneto last turn. Captain Marvel could be a potential line. Did you do the alliance? Yeah, so I did set up an alliance. And so then Null in the middle lane does get kind of scary depending on what they drop here. We're also locked into our middle location power. And so this wouldn't be huge in the left lane. They've only destroyed a handful of cards. What, like 2? 2 cards. So they could do a death this turn. They could do Venom here, which would push extra power into Los Diablos base. So maybe it becomes Magneto to the right. Zola? Ooh, yeah, Zola's probably pretty likely. I forgot the destroy decks a lot of times like to run Zola. I like how the bounties could help you cook and make weird decks. I agree, Buff Captain.
Victory.
I think they feel like they add some spice. Not sure why that one glitched and showed as negative. But I don't think we moved any cards there. We're still looking for the 3 games where we move at least 7 cards in one match. So we could always cook that with the Hercules movement deck. That might be an easier way to make sure that we like blitz that one through. But next up we have rank 35 Chirpy, collection level 14,000. First location being Lemuria is fine. We don't really have a good turn 1 drop. And then Eternal's Arc is interesting for us. We always have Magneto to maybe pull their cards over. We always maybe have Heimdall to shift cards over into the left if we need some more support. Then Savage Land here. Let's go with Vulture. Next turn, we're going to go Ghost Spider to move it out of the Savage Land location, but just in case they have any kind of clutter that they're trying to do. I think that's what we're gonna lean into. So the Hope Summer's in the left lane. Let's go with our Ghost Spider into Nightcrawler. I'm gonna continue to bounce the Silk around. Maybe we can count that as our 7. But Vulture moving into mid. If we get Heimdall, then we can get some pretty good reach in that left lane. But it depends on what it looks like elsewhere. So Silk does bounce over to the right. Gladiator comes in and it pulls our Claw. Better than pulling our Heimdall early, I'd say. But still unfortunate that the Claw gets destroyed. If they don't have... I almost think this becomes a Sandman in the left lane type of situation. Because we can pull both Gladiator and Hope Summers out, which would give us a better chance of winning right and left. I think I'm actually going to snap into it. We got the Sandman play with the Magneto. We'll pull both of these out of the left to rip it away. And if they can only play 1 card on that last turn, then I think it becomes really tough for them to fight for the other 2. Double drop over there is kind of scary. The Vision and the Jeff. Unfortunately, the mobile resources coming in, which are very scary. We do get Heimdall. They move like Vision over here. That becomes 10. And then play a card in mid. So we'd lose that one. I love this guessing game. This guessing game is interesting for sure. So 9, so 15 plus the 7, so 22. We'd win left. And potentially mid. Probably not mid though, because Silk is going to bounce when they play a card, and so then it bounces back over to the right. I don't really like the Heimdall shift here. Either that or... I think we do this. We can't play further right. We have to play mid. But we're playing the Captain Marvel so that she can move over to the right to win against the Vision move, because I think they just do the 1, is what we ended up leaning towards, and I'm glad we decided on that line. Because we were able to outscale it by dropping Captain Marvel in the last turn. They had the Copycat that was the dagger, but nothing bigger than that. We're able to secure the 4. We will take it. Let's jump over into the next one. Snap CL King, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great one. Did the Heimdall one too? Heimdall did win too, because we would have overpowered mid, you're right. And it does look like it is time for just a really quick ad break. I'm not going anywhere, but we're going to run a minute and a half ads to appease the Twitch criteria for making sure that we don't ever run pre-rolls. And then we will be right back, you guys. So the stats on this, I mean, we're not cooking as hard as Captain was. Still holding 57%. I just lost a bunch of like big cube games, so we're negative on cubes overall for it. Did you finish the diner? Yeah, I finished it pretty early on. I think like 4 days in, I ended up finishing it. And with the way that the matchmaking has been working, no matter how much I donate in ice cream, it's like the next match that I get is a bot, and so then I finesse them, and then I get those bubs back, and so I always stay right about. And I'll call them the Twitch overlords. Your words, not mine. And so next up we have Unhelpful Yoda that just hit 8.6 thousand. Arsham Sandman feels good with all these non-counter decks running around. I could see that, Huz. I could see it. Robe, that's huge. So we're going to go ahead and skip on one so that the collapse mine clears. And then we'll try to position our cards. So Makari tells me it's typically you only see Makari in like value builds that want to run Sandman. And so maybe we get some benefit with this one. Maybe we don't have to run our Sandman and we can surprise them on our own. She's also in a handful of like Silver Surfer decks or just kind of movement, like value movement builds that run like Gwynpool. But the most common one that I've been seeing right now is the Sandman one. So I'm going to go Vulture into the right lane. I think we probably get stuck with the Rock because we are, of course, going to push the Stilk out. Copycat copied Craven, which is super unfortunate for us. But it does give us some information about what cards we can't potentially draw into. And so we know that we're more likely to draw into our Sandman, our Heimdall, our other movement pieces, since we know Craven is at the bottom. Unless, of course, they like shuffled rocks in, then it gets a little bit different. But so unfortunately, we're going to be ramping up their right lane with our Silk. They go Nocturne, they go Nightcrawler. We are going to have to play for Vormir at some point, but the dagger on the last turn can be big. Something like Claw, unless they go Sandman. If they go Sandman, something like Iron Fist, Dagger to move over here, Ghost Spider to move it back. Opens up the possibility for like a Magneto last turn play. That's in case they go the Sandman route. So I wanna protect just in case. Yeah, the beautiful Sandman. So the Sandman comes in the left lane. We did get that read correct. They can still move 2 cards out of their left lane. And so that's not a guaranteed win or locked in amount of power though. Just in case, indeed. And so the dagger, if they have Shang-Chi built into their Sandman deck, ooh, spiciness. The Heimdall on the last turn could give us the means to be able to out-position and outmaneuver them. And the only thing that I think we lose to is Shang-Chi mid. Otherwise, I think this absolutely steals the game for us. I would snap, but I think it's a bit too late. Plus, I want to get the move at least 7 cards bounty done. And so we're going to move at least 7 cards in 1 turn. No, we're going to move 6 in 1 turn. Season Pass level 133. Time for a coffee. You've been grinding it out hard, my friend. 7 if Silk moves. That's true. So Vormir Throne Room gets double the power. And then they played a Doctor Doom to the left. And so perfectly fine. Heimdall shifting and sweeping over to the left. We should have the highest power card in... What is it? Our Captain Marvel? No, our Vulture. Grabs it, steals it away from them. We win left, we win mid. And they can completely have the right lane that had our Kraven. We will take it. Let's jump over into the next one. You said it's a bad season for you since they fixed... Oh, they did fix the daily XP cap? Should have snapped? Yeah. Knowing Kraven was on the bottom, I think we had a better read on our chances of drawing into those cards, but that's all right. When I've been snapping, I've been getting punished, and so maybe we just slow play it for a bit, make sure we don't lose any more 8s. But we do complete our play a 6-cost card. We completed a little bit of status towards these. Let's see what else we can grab. Move at least 7 cards in a match. Sounds perfect for what we're running. We'll go ahead and launch these in. So we're making progress towards all of the goals at the same time. Normally you'd be 200 plus. My goodness, Grapple. I think even whenever I was playing the most, I think I like ended in the mid hundreds. I don't think I ever reached over 200. Just one to a cheeky Legion player with Squirrel Girl. That's got Dark Mood. That's got a sting for him, I'm sure. Next up, we have Aura Thunder. We do have Iron Fist. We have Nightcrawler, which maybe we play into the lake. We'll see. I'm the king of XP farmers. That's what it sounds like. And then a Loaf Beef. Thank you so much for the Prime resub for 3 months. I appreciate you being here. And I don't know exactly. I lost count on the tier 1s. But I do know we were very, very close to reaching that first qualification category for Partner Plus for that level 1. We were around 10 away from, so 10 tier 1s would be able to bump us up to that point. We'd get a bigger split of all of our subs. And Les would go over to the Twitch side. And so they have Jeff. I think we go Iron Fist here. And then we always have the option to move Nightcrawler, play Captain Marvel into the raft next turn so that we get the free raft resource, and then we still have space to play. Baron Zemo's big, and it pulls our Ghost Spider. And so I want to do... Yeah, let's do this play. We'll move the Vulture over to the left. So even if we don't end up doing Heimdall, that way we get the free raft resource. We have Claw to further support it. And then we'll see. Otherwise, maybe... No, I think this is our play. So Summer's still worth getting if you already have Proxima and Nico. She's good. Anytime you have Energy Cheat, she's always going to be relevant. And so even if she's not in a top build right now, I think she is always... I spent tokens on her. So I think she's always decently worthwhile. All right, let's go ahead and cap out the middle location. They're going to do the same, but at least we can compete for it. We have the Spectrum coming down, which can help our Claw a little bit, but that's about it. Red Guardian comes in, doesn't hit our Craven. It hits our Nightcrawler. Yondu picks out our Dagger. And so now it's just looking like our big pieces. We have a good chance to draw into Sandman next turn, which can be so beautiful here. Doing something like... I don't know, Sandman Spectrum? Into like maybe a Magneto can be so detrimental to him. It's either that or Sandman Spectrum to the left, and we drop maybe a Heimdall in the left lane on the last turn. I'm gonna snap into it though. He's in the best deck in the game. The streamers are inherently the worst. I definitely do that a lot. I rope a lot, but I don't mean to. And so I'm thinking Sandman, Spectrum, maybe we pivot with a Heimdall, but probably not. We'll just see. Doc Hawk is crazy. Okay. And so Captain Marvel's going to come down. The Heimdall shift is going to come down. Wildness. Okay. Beautiful play for our Sandman. Because we can only play one card, and that's all that we're going to have. Unfortunately, Claw came down after Heimdall revealed, so it does get stuck over there. We buff it up by 2 with the Spectrum. They are really heavily locked in now. So let's go Silk in mid. Captain Marvel can move to the right if she needs to. If they don't play anything here, then we're going to win in mid. And I think that Doc Ock backfired big time. Really big time. Hold on, we'll give them the Deadpool emoji back, but I'm not sure that they're able to win. Now that they have the free raft resource, but they can't really do anything with it. And so we will get the 4-cube retreat here. We will gladly take it where we can. Let's go ahead and jump over into the next one. And so that one was definitely a downside or a deficit of their mill package, because Yondu and Baron Zemo hit our lower cards, so it hit Dagger and Ghost Spider, giving us that better chance to draw into like the Sandman, the Heimdall, the Claw, those bigger impact cards. So we had a little bit of a dud for a couple turns, but we've turned it around a bit. We still need to be able to get Heimdall down on that last turn to complete our bounties, but otherwise, we're slowly chipping back away. We're up to 62.5% win rate with the deck. I'm negative cubes because I lost a bunch of silly 8-cubers early, but otherwise, the deck's holding pretty solid, Buff Captain. All right, next up we have Azrael, and the first thing that they draw is a copycat, so they stole one of our cards. Not expecting the Sandman? Yeah, I don't think anyone ever expects the Sandman. So our Magneto gets hit with Spider-Ham, that's perfectly fine. They do have a Red Hulk, so maybe they're running Mill? Mill could be kind of common. Wakanda Embassy is nice to give us an early jump on our cards. Let's go Silk. We're kind of hoping for like maybe a Vulture, or something we can drop on 3. Nightcrawler. We're not super excited about Nightcrawler, but I'm going to go ahead and play it into the left lane. Next turn would be Captain Marvel over there, which I think would be marvelous. But again, run Red Hulk over Magneto. I could see it. I could see it as that change, maybe increasing the consistency a bit with that high roll. But they go Copycat, which was our Craven. So now we know we have a better chance to draw into like Sandman or Vulture Iron Fist, Dagger Iron Fist, and we just avoid the Craven lane and we'd be fine. So there's our Dagger. We have to play into the Avengers compound this turn, which is unfortunate. I almost want to just skip. Either that or to protect from the Doc Ock cap. Actually, Silk protects us from the Doc Ock capping us out there. Claw into Heimdall. I could see Claw into Heimdall. Let's go ahead and go with that. A Doc Ock wouldn't hurt us all that much because of the Silk anyways, and we have the Heimdall to shift it. So the White Widow, the Gladiator pulling in our Vulture, unfortunate. But we know we have a 50-50 of the Sandman here because they have our Craven, or the Craven's at the bottom. And so it's either Iron Fist or Sandman. Unfortunately, the Iron Fist. Something like Iron Fist into Dagger into Ghost Spider. That would push it here, pull it back. Heimdall would push it again. It's either that or we go Ghost Spider. No, we wouldn't be able to pull it to the right. Let's go with this and then Heimdall to finish it off on the last turn. Now, they could have drawn their Doc Ock, which could cap us out, but they know we have Pig Heimdall maybe could be sneaky enough to steal still a surprise factor away, but we'll see. So just the one card in the right, the big Red Hulk, and so the Claw being shifted with the Heimdall. We have to worry about Shadow King. In a mill-style deck, Shadow King, I think, is very likely to see, but we're pulling Dagger back over, so that's a 9 power card. Of course, we buff up their Craven in the process. I honestly forgot Copycat had copied Craven. And then Crip. I do have an alliance, but I ran a random name generator to select the members, so that it was. I tried to be as fair as possible. We had over 200 people that were wanting in it. Move Crawler into Heimdall. But we're pretty worried about this left lane, right? Or we're pretty worried about the mid lane. But I'll stick it out. I'll try it. Captain Marvel, yeah, but we're going to be capped out in mid, so Captain Marvel won't have a chance to move mid. So even if we move Nightcrawler here, there's just not enough space to move them around. I don't think.
I see the way.
So the double drop in mid is pretty big. Even if Dagger had moved, I don't think it... Yeah, with them running the Craven here, the Shadow King.
Higher, further, faster, baby.
Yeah, I didn't see it, Buff. I didn't see the winning line on that one. But did we complete the bounty for moving at least 7? We did. All right, let's grab that one. We have a couple more to finish this one off. Let's grab single complete again. You said you're playing against someone from our clan? Huge. And then 77RUJ said, "Hey, I just got to the stream. How are the alliances going to work?" So I created, for the initial recruiting, I created a post on my Discord for everybody to react to for anyone that was interested. And I did a random named pull or picker from there. So next up we have Aeon. And so we filled out the first bit, but if people fall through or end up dropping or switching, then any future ones I think would be announced in the Discord. It's gonna feel so nice completing all 3 tasks at once. It is. It's gonna be cleansing. We can do Dagger into the Quantum Realm. That starts it a little bit higher. And then if they do play in Bar Sinister, then they'll have 4 cards over there. It's going to be at least 12 power when it pushes over, or 14 power when it pushes over. He said, when are you going to fill the last 8? So there's a handful of people that were selected that we're still waiting on in the Discord. And so I'll fill those here in a little while. And I had a handful that I wanted to make sure had slots that have supported the channel since early on, but... Wheaton said, "Love that you get so many fist bumps and fist bump back." Yeah, I always enjoyed giving the fist bumps. Like if someone recognizes me, then I think it's such an easy thing to be able to just like throw a fist bump back. To like acknowledge how cool it is that like we ran into each other. So we could do Vulture, we could do Nightcrawler to have the multiple movable cards in the left lane, but I kind of like the idea of Vulture for now. That way if it pushes over into mid with Heimdall, then it's going to be a pretty big threat in Quantum Realm. Unfortunately, we get a really cool looking rock, but it does give us power in Washington, D.C. if we end up not doing the Heimdall. Silk is a little bit scary. So maybe it just becomes Captain Marvel this turn for now. So the Cassandra Nova is kind of scary, but we can potentially overshadow or overpower it. Do we ever do like Silk into Nightcrawler? That fills up the rest of our board, right? It pushes our Silks all around. But it limits the ability to do Heimdall for that shift. So instead, we can always like Silk Nightcrawler. Two, three, four. We can always move them over. Heimdall shift would full send a lot of them around. Let's do this. I'm not sure that it's great. They go ahead and move their Jeffs into the Black Bolt. Oh yeah, that's the... That's the end of it. The Black Bolt line was not what I was expecting, but it does take us out. So, let's see. So that we can knock these out, I think I'm going to pivot off of this one for now. It's doing okay, but I've hit kind of a stutter point. I feel like I'm not going to be playing it as efficiently. And so I think to finish off the bounties that we have, let's go with... go with a... Oh, what? What an interesting cook. I don't think this is what we're going with. I want to go more with like a bounce version. But this is interesting, trying to find a way to like discount the death out of it. I don't know that I like it, but it's interesting for sure. Throw Beast into the mix. I think the other movement engine that we typically run would be Vulture. I think. Can't remember if it's Vulture or Dagger. It filled it into a clutter movement that goes a little heavier on the movement side of it. I'll just look up one of the decks. But interesting to see. All right, so I think this comes out. I think Nico comes out as well. So Hercules Bounce, I think, started dropping a bit, but grab this one. That should at least let us move the 7 cards, I think. Between like the Hercules bouncing them around, I think it should count multiple cards moving. Clog move could work. Yeah, I could see clog move. Yeah, the auto Herc didn't look great though. Let's run this one. See what we're able to make happen. Wait, did they change Venom? Does he say we are Venom now? If so, that's a huge, because it was a big oversight on their end. So it's a big win for Venom enjoyers. They fixed it. Nice. All right, so we have a lot of our pieces, but nothing that scales in our hand yet. So we don't have the dagger, the vulture, or the Human Torch, and that's what we're waiting on. Hercules would also be kind of okay. Cloak, okay. I'm gonna skip on 3 again. Then we'll see. All right, so Werewolf, they snap because they can get it into Luke's bar. My goodness. An unfortunate set of drawing. What is the new card called? We didn't get a new card. Cassandra Nova is the newest one, but this week we didn't get a new card. Polio, you said, honest to God question, is Alliances only on PC? No, you have to, I think you have to force restart or force update. I don't think it's pushing it. And so it's out on mobile, but you have to make sure that you manually update your app. Did they reduce? So Matt, they reduced it from 50 to 25, but it resets every 8 hours instead of every 24. So you can get up to 75 credits per day now, but you have to log in multiple times. My goodness. And so Hercules comes down, but that's, I think, too late to be able to do much, unfortunately. So even we have a 3 out of 4 chance to draw into one of our scalable pieces next turn, but I just don't think it's going to be enough. Since we're already in it for the 2, though, I think we lose this one. Yeah. Yep, I agree. And because we didn't get our mobile pieces. Had we had cards that could move around and scale, I think there's always a chance, but we just didn't. We just didn't have that opportunity. Why not strange the Hercules into Luke's bar? Yeah, their werewolf is going to scale, I think, too much anyways. So they also have the Viper, which is great.
Escaped.
Is there a time limit on the bounties? I don't think there should be, but I've heard a couple of people, like, as they're refreshing or restarting like their app or their phone, I've heard that it's causing them to completely reset time to time. And then yeah, every week they're gonna hard reset too, I'd imagine. And then with the Rainbow Pit, did I ever call out your hydrate reminder? Same thing for you, General. Was I just like zoned out? My bad. If not, if I didn't catch it. So all I did was listen to you for 10 minutes? Oh, like you just sat and listened to me talk? Well, hopefully you're enjoying it. You said if data mine ends up being accurate, how cool is the symbiote season? That's going to be really cool. There's some really cool, like funky ways to play some of those cards that I'm looking forward to. You were zoned in for sure. My bad, General. I'll do another hydrate reminder for missing. All right, so we do have dagger this turn, or this time. Let's play the dagger. We'll at least get a little scaling. I don't think you did it. Rainbow Pit, my bad. I didn't even register. So the Angela in the left lane. We do get Sinister London. 2 for the price of 1, yep. So we can do Doctor Strange. Doctor Strange into either that or we go maybe Ghost Spider into Cloak. Ghost Spider Beast. Ooh, yeah, we could have done Ghost Spider Beast to pull it back in. That way we can double up on it. The double Athena is kind of scary now that we've switched off of Sandman. Unfortunate as it is. The dagger in the left lane is really, really big, though. So there's Athena scales on the right. Unfortunately, that second one stacked over here. It would have been nice to at least destroy one of the 2 Athenas. So now we can do Dagger, Doctor Strange, Beast. That gives up on the left lane. I like it. As long as they can't change Sinister London, I like it. We have to look out for a late game Juggernaut, pushing whatever we play out of this lane. But maybe it's that we like dagger somewhere else and Ghost Spider pull it in, potentially. But we're gonna have the buffed up dagger coming in at 18 power, and then we're gonna scale it a little bit further in the left lane. It does look like they moved out of Asgard. We have the 21 power in our dagger pulling back into our hand. We'll be able to double up on it. He said, word, Jug's got me 2 million bubs. Yep, we're always on the lookout for Juggernaut. It's just too explosive of a last turn like finisher for him. So the Athena's huge. They have the scaling Athena, the silks that are around the board, and then Jeff as well. So could get chaotic. Something like Hercules. Maybe Hercules, double dagger, Ghost Spider. But I also kind of want to hold the dagger for the last turn. Dagger for last, I agree. We could always Human Torch move, it moves again. And then we save the Doctor Strange and the Ghost Spider for the dagger line. Let's try that. I think we're going to get a duplicate of the 8 power Human Torch. Okay, so Spider-Ham hits our Ghost Spider. We don't have that line anymore, unfortunate. The double Gwyn pull comes down, which is very scary. Juggernaut, of course, always a concern. They are not capped out in any of their lanes, unless Silk bounces into mid, that is. You think with Prio they'll try to move their cards to hurt before you? Yeah, I do. Similar to this turn with the Silk line. So even still, the double dagger. Actually, they can't move into mid, can they? Because it's capped out in the Hercules lane. Maybe the double dagger, Doctor Strange mid. Hoping that the second dagger maybe goes over here. We could always clear up space with like Falcon, double dagger, Doctor Strange. Try to make sure that they're split apart. We do pull back in the Human Torch. We pull back in the Iron Fist. We're going to try it. I think we still fall to a Juggernaut. I think that's always our line. The Gamora, interesting. Free pig. Yeah, we got the free pig. We probably should have played it. Okay. And so the dagger, second one stacking into mid. We're going to pull the first one over. It's going to shoot it to the left or to the right. And I think we should win that lane off of it. And then we win mid with just the single dagger stacking in the middle lane. So that worked out much better than it probably should have. We will gladly take it where we can. I'm not sure if we moved 7 or not, but we'll take it. And then it does look like it is time for a real quick ad break. I'm going to run to the restroom real fast, and then we'll jump back in. Oh, look at that. All of them done and dusted. We'll be right back right after this, you guys. All right, we can claim all of these. Probably won't jump up to max contributor, but decent jump nonetheless. Feels good. We are able to collect that first one, which it looks like it just... Wait, I think we don't collect them until the end of the week. I think there's like a chest or something at the end. But we do have our 651, and so we're number 2. Din Din is over here, absolutely dominating us. Let's see. Win a match with a snap 4 times for 100 points is not bad. Do we do any of these, or do we just go with some easy ones so that we can cook? I kind of want to play some kind of Moon Knight build, but I'm not sure exactly what that would be, because the one that I brewed didn't pop off super well. And actually, I'm not sure who it was that I ran up against, but they use Proxima, so I may try to pull for Proxima here. This one could end up taking forever, though, with the 8 cubes, unless you go into Proving Grounds. So let's do this one first, see what it generates. Oh, and a few others changed. Win with Hobgoblin. No, we're okay. If we exit out and then jump back in, does it change? Play 1-cost cards. 5 should be easy enough. We can just go ahead and grab it.
Epic.
And then move cards, but we're not running the move package anymore. I'm going to shift off of it. So they're the same for now. They'll change here in a second. But let me see if I can pull for Proxima. The build we got cooked with earlier looks to be pretty interesting. And so I have 3 keys. We can I hope we don't have to spend that many on Proxima, honestly. I'm hoping for a 1-tap here. Let's see. That is not a 1-tap. Oh no. Annihilus is not great.
Welcome. It took you long enough.
Andy CNPG, thank you so much for the Prime sub and the support. That puts us up to 16 for the day. I appreciate you being here. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day so far. Oh no. Are we gonna 4-key this? Sure hope not. Man. All right, at least we don't have to dive and dig for another key. We just don't have our cushion that I thought we were gonna have. All right, let's go ahead and delete this one. That one requires too much brain power for me. And it's still the same deck. Hold on. Why burn those keys? I wanted Proxima. I didn't have Proxima, and she was one of the cards I wanted. And I spent tokens last week on Copycat, and so I'm very poor on tokens. All right, so we have a Moon Knight Cook that shows to be doing pretty decently. I'd be interested to see how it goes. You didn't have Proxima? Yeah, no, she came out whenever I was on my break, and this is the first time she's been in Spotlight since I came back, and I didn't think it was worth 6,000 for her, but definitely worth some keys. Your second alliance is full now as well. My goodness, Droopy, yeah, you can absolutely make, you guys can make branch offs of the alliances like as much as you guys want. So we're not doing the destroy. Let's go ahead and play a game, and I think this will reset a bit. So maybe we can pull something else that kind of is in line with our Proxima build. Wait, General Sergeant, we were on a break? Oh yeah, I was. It was when I was on a break. Yeah, it's Friends reference. It took me a second to understand what you were referencing, but I got it in the end. And then the posture check, I appreciate it. I end up sitting all kinds of awful. But first up with our Moon Knight build, we have Jimmins. Dicky Jimmins. We have our Echo, we have Hydra Bob, and this I think is the exact deck that I got cooked with earlier. I think I got cooked for 8 with the Hydra Bob. But let's go ahead and play him out. Hydra Bob gamer for sure. You could probably replace it for another like solid 1-cost card, honestly, but definitely a Bob gamer right now. Let's go Nebula. Maybe we go Echo and mid. I don't think we're gonna get much. I wanted to take it away from mid. Because then if it works, oh okay, it does. Okay, I'm glad we didn't take it away. It does turn it into a 3-power card, but that's much better than what Third Morbius. Oh my goodness, what a legendary pull from Copycat. We gotta snap into it. Super unfortunate. And then Imri said, I don't quite understand how the Moon Knight works, unfortunately. So it can only discard even cost cards. So in this deck, in this deck in particular, we have the Black Knight, and so we realistically want to discard Infinite if we can, or our backup line would be wanting to discard Proxima. And so those are the two only even cost cards in this build. And so Moon Knight would be guaranteed to hit one of those two. And so you get the guaranteed value out on the board, and it negatively afflicts your opponent and disrupts their draw or their hand. And so even better if we do have the Black Knight on the board. We have the Black Bolt that can, if we go with the Moon Knight line, Black Bolt will end up discarding another one of their cards, and it can add a lot of disruption. But he only targets even cost cards now. So 2, 4, 6. I guess 8 if they had Death in hand, maybe. But hitting his consistency by yeah. Oh wait. In what way can they nerf? Yeah. So they can nerf Arshan by adding more randomness into him. And then the Mau Mau. I wish that you were able to join it as well, but we did get really full really fast. And the good thing is we have a couple of like offshoot alliances filling up as well. But next up we have Kindle. The first location is the Vault. We do have Black Knight here, so Moon Knight, as long as we draw into Proxima or the Infinite, he's going to be huge value for us. I said I love that they did target discard, like when they changed Blade. Me too, because it made all the difference for Blade. So before the target, Blade was really inconsistent. You only wanted to drop it on the last turn or hide it behind like an Invisible Woman, and then it turned it into a very playable discard card. And so Limbo is the second location, which is a little unfortunate. They do go Nova, and we steal their Forge. So it's a Silver Surfer deck. Let's go Cassandra Nova in the left. We have plenty of time to be able to draw into our cards, so we don't need to rush the Moon Knight just yet. And then there is the Infinite. But with Titan, I don't think he's gonna. With Titan, I don't think he's gonna discard anything from our hand, which is unfortunate because I think it looks at like their current cost versus their base cost. Whoops. Oh well. We're gonna go ahead and send the Moon Knight anyways into Black Bolt next turn. Unfortunate. And so Moon Knight comes in, does absolutely nothing. Does a cool little flip. Looks super cool doing it, but then it ultimately does nothing at all. What's the Moon Knight change? Discard an even cost card. Instead of it being a discard a card, it gives you a better consistency in being able to pick what cards it discards. And so Black Bolt hit the big resource of the Silver Surfer, and they have Nocturne in the right, so they can rip away Limbo if they want to. I'm not sure that they want to though. So something like Forge, Stature, Nebula. Just in case they turn off Limbo. We're going to double stack here. We're going to put something into the right lane. Otherwise, I would probably skip into the Infinite plus Stature next turn if I really thought that they weren't going to turn off Limbo. Which actually, without Silver Surfer, do they ever have anything good for that? Echo for Wong? Echo for just some of the we've been seeing a decent amount of ongoing, so Echo for the ongoing stuff. Oh, like for their Wong? You might be Wong, but we'll try it out anyways. They do change the middle location. They're ripping away Limbo on turn number 6. Death's Domain is so unfortunate. Oh my goodness, what is this game? Can't even be mad, I guess. I guess you're right. Nocturne never bros up for me like that. I feel like it always does the opposite. I feel like if I'm against Nocturne, it's bad RNG for me. If I'm playing it, it's bad RNG. Well, 0% win rate deck. Throw it in the trash. When's the Uatu cook? I would say throw Uatu into like an Arishem build and you're probably set. Otherwise, the information really doesn't give us a whole lot. That's a lot of points for a pretty easy to win task. Or pretty easy to complete task. If you're cheesing it. If you're doing it naturally, no, not so much. Why does it show deep space? I don't know why it shows deep space. We're gonna grab it.
Legendary.
And then we're not gonna do the legendary one. Let's back out. Jump in, see if it changed. No, it's still the same. All right. So do we cheese it? Is it faster in Deadpool Diner? Or in Conquest? Left side snap. You said hello, GG man. Unlucky break on switching the mid. it was. I couldn't even be mad about it. It was just so unfortunate. Very good game, but it just wasn't meant to be for me. So we'll get you next time, I'm sure. Uatu should be updated to show what a Nocturne or Scarlet Witch. That could be kind of cool. Same thing with Reality Stone, so it takes the RNG out of that. Yeah, we're just gonna run on 3. And so maybe we could have done like a bigger tempo deck. Or I guess we're running on 4. Will we be hunting a... Ooh, the Infinite Conquest did open up today, didn't it? Maybe we need to do a little bit of hunting. Bob nerf is bad. 5-1? 5-1 definitely feels like it hurts. Let's go Black Knight into mid. We're going to do Moon Knight over to the left. And see where Proxima ends up jumping to. Unfortunately, we lose our stature. We're hoping that this hits Proxima. With the Ebony Blade, there's a 50-50 chance that it discards this one. I'm level 1672. Is Destroy my best option? Destroy is a pretty solid one. I think it's always worth potentially running. Depending on what your collection level 3 stuff, like your early pulls, if you ended up getting like Wong, you could do Wong Odin stuff and do really, really well. It's just, it kind of depends on what you've pulled so far. Because Destroy stuff is usually featured quite a bit in the spotlights. And so I think you'd be okay for the most part doing it. But for me, like the Wong, Odin, on reveal stuff carried me for a lot of the early game until I got some bigger pieces. He said I just got over 900 points for the Alliance. Huge Ico trim. Do Wong so everyone will rogue Cosmo you. That I don't have death top end. Yeah. So you don't end up playing it. All right. So turn number 2, we can do the Moon Knight now. We could go ahead and do like a copycat. Next turn would be Moon Knight left. Because we're looking to retreat by 4. So I'd like to win as many of the lanes as possible when we do retreat. Because last game it was 1 that we won. I do have almost the entire Surfer deck. So if you have it, so it really depends on like what order and what you end up drawing into, really. All right, so depending on where they play, we have Proxima that's going to come down here. Guaranteed, because it's going to hit 2 even cost cards, so the Infinite and the Proxima. Then we can retreat on 4. We'll mash this one out real fast. Then I'll avoid doing any kind of this cheese moving forward, but it was just such a big point value to pass off. General, you said gonna swing on out to go finally. Ooh, General Sergeant, I hope you enjoy. Wait, what did it hit first? Did Iceman make it a 2 cost? Oh my goodness. Super unfortunate. Well, rip.
Escaped.
Oh, you just hit infinite? Huge. What were you running when you hit infinite? What can you do? Absolutely nothing. There is absolutely nothing you can do. Wait, why are they running a deck like this if they're 15,000 collection level? Like the Iceman feels like an odd include. Bob may give us a win in a lane. Opponent is trying to fill all locations. Ooh, in that case, I'm I'm ruining their game plan, right? I feel a little bit bad now. Wodar, welcome in. You said I've been pretty underwhelmed by the Alliance rollout. Feels like a lot of missing features. The juice just isn't worth the squeeze. I'm decently excited about them, but I could see it also being kind of feeling lackluster too. I know that more features are gonna be added. I do like that there's a chat feature that you're able to jump into, and a lot of the bounties I think are pretty cool. And then Cho, you said the rewards are so bad. So the rewards are, I think, given the fact that it resets weekly, I think they're fine. Because over the course of a month, it's 1,400 credits, which is a fourth of a spotlight key that you just get for engaging with it. And so I honestly don't think they're that bad. I may need to retreat out of this one because they have a very flood deck, and I'm having a hard time grabbing more than one lane for retreat. I thought you were done with all the crap titles, but they've added more. That can feel unfortunate for sure.
Opponent snapped.
6,000 points for a single daily mission. Wait, you got 6,000, Joe? The most I've seen is like, I think 650. All right, let's go Hydra Bob. We have the copycat that we can throw in as well. Be a bro and just let them fill and move on? Probably. Yeah, we need to move on from them because like, even though we have good value, I don't think it's working. So something like copycat left, maybe we can win left and right. Or just left. We'll tie for the right. That's 3 out of our 10, right? If we left now, but you said no, I didn't, and that's the point. So much missions to get the points, and 6,000 of them only get you 150 credit. That's a single daily mission. Wait.
Escaped.
Not sure what they're doing. With the Killmonger coming down, I'm not gonna bro up on it. It's fine. Oh, bounties. I didn't know that bounties for cards that you don't own can appear on it. That could be kind of frustrating. I could see it. Yeah, and the new card this week technically should have been Cassandra Nova, but I'm thinking that they estimated it to take most people around a week to unlock her. And so this week they didn't do a new one because of that. Wait, they left? Won that one. We need several more. So win with Debris and Ultron. Oh. Oh. We'll absolutely take it. Since I'm finishing this one off anyways. And then we can chase an infinite conquest after this. Do you guys want me to jump into infinite after I finish off this silly mission that we decided to snap into? But I do think it gives you more to interact with. And I think that's a big thing about what was missing was, like, once you hit infinite, unless you just are really enjoying the game, which a lot of us do, for those that enjoy it but really need some kind of motivation, the motivation was, why do I continue? Why should I continue playing? You don't get anything more for playing after that point. So I think this does starts giving us additional reasons to continue to interact with the game even after we've hit like infinite, or even after we don't necessarily need to grind rank anymore. So we need 5 more wins. They all need to be below 10. We can do Moon Knight, discards the Infinite. Do this one. If Cassandra Nova moves, then it wouldn't help. So I think we do Cassandra Nova to the right and retreat for 2. And then we'll run into an infinite conquest with this one. I'm excited to see what this deck can do. You said, oh, I see. Could have been communicated better. As usual, yeah, I do agree. We're going to get the early lead in the left. So we only get 1 here. So we need 4 more. You said post-infinite, I live in Conquest for that reason. Yeah, so I grind out the season pass to the max and collect tons of medals. And so when you're in Conquest, are you playing in like Proving Grounds and just like blitzing it there? Or are you doing like Flood and then Retreat style stuff, Grapple?
Escaped.
I misjudged how much harder 8 would be compared to doing like a one-off 1. So I want to get this one finished quickly. That way we can jump into an infinite conquest, because I could see this being pretty boring. So maybe we can get Hydra Bob to jump into Castle Zemo to give us an almost guaranteed win there. Said you farm XP in Proving Grounds and then convert medals. For example, I cap silver at 99 every season. Sometimes cap golds too. My goodness, that is some crazy dedication and commitment, my friend. I'm going to throw Cassandra over to the right. See if we can win 2, and then we'll only have 2 left to be able to win here. I heard that if you watch TLSG, the government can't spy on you because of his protection. I mean, I'm not going to confirm or deny. But we did just win 3 lanes on turn 4. So we only need to do 1 more, and we'll be done. Said anyone else having issues not being able to join or apply to an alliance? So if it's too full, it wouldn't let you join. There's a max of 30 applications that it allows. And so I think Awesome Man is working on the like move a certain amount of cards. TLSG, the last standing government. I mean, could be what it originally came from. To try 99 silvers, 99 golds, and 50 or so infinites. That was a good season. My season pass was 354. My goodness, that is such a grind, and a lot of dedication. You get some good resources from it, and so kudos to you for sure. Also, I open all the season caches on the last day. It's like Christmas. That takes a lot of restraint to save them up that long, to be able to open them all on the last day. And then we have ads that are about to run. And then after that, I'll go ahead and jump into an infinite conquest with this deck that we have cooked up. But I want to finish off this last one in the left lane, and then that should be all that we have to do. What ads? Sorry, I don't speak English or speak Spanish. I'm not B Doggy Dog. I'm not sure what ads in Spanish would be, or like what the word would be, but the ad should be triggered now. Sorry, bad joke. I'm subbed. B Doggy, you're fine. You're fine. I just didn't understand it. All those cases couldn't fit under an Xmas tree. Not the ones that not the trees that I'm used to. Seems like we're gonna have a lot of people grinding or trying to grind certain missions in Proving Grounds. But we'll take our loss. Let's grab our 1,000 points, which is such a huge little burst for us. We're doing a little bit of a frustrating. So we're already at the 65 boosters. We've almost maxed out the personal rewards. I mean, I guess not. It doubles up each time. And so 2,000 is still a pretty big jump. And then 4,000. You can grab them in level 1. Look at the rewards. Yeah, so these are the rewards. So personal rewards, you get a bunch of boosters early and then 150 credits, which I think honestly just engaging with it during your mission resets is probably enough to max out your personal. And then for 120, if you did 4,000 or 120 divided by 4,000 is you need 30 alliance members to completely max out their contributions. And so getting this one, I think, is going to be few and far between. Getting this one should be easy. You only need 15 people that are actively completing maxing out the 4,000. Look at the rewards, 150 for 6,000. Such a grind. But you have a whole week to do it, show. And at the end of the day, they're free. Like, you can always grab these easy ones and make a pretty big progress without a whole bunch of like commitment to it. Win with Spectrum 8 times, 250. I'm not going to do that one. Before we jump into the Infinite Conquest, I am going to grab the win location with 20 or more power, because I think that's fine. And it also, like, the price of things aren't going up, and so, like, if you don't like the extra grind, like, it's not something that you have to do. We're also having leagues that are dropping in a couple of days, which will be another kind of lever for just playing the game normally, even outside of your alliance stuff, and you'll be able to gain some there too. And so overall, I'm happy with the rewards. They don't have to be, you know, hundreds. 150 each week adds up quite a bit. Too much clicking. I'm lazy and can't be bothered. Yeah, that's the beauty of it. Like, if you don't enjoy the alliances, like, you don't have to be in one. Like, it's not big enough that if you don't engage with this, you won't be able to keep up. but consistent enough that if you are somebody that likes to engage with it, you get a little bit of extra. And then Bird, she said, "Hey TLSG, I just wanted to say thanks for all the content. You seem like such a chill and kind dude." Thank you so much, Birch Juice. I appreciate it. Hopefully you continue to enjoy it. I'm glad that you're here. And maybe we'll be able to grab an infinite avatar border with this deck this run. We'll see. We're going to go ahead and jump in. I need to use my brain even more to play with specific cards. Yeah, or you can just go with like the decks that, or the missions that scale outside of that. But I do get it. Next up we have 555 and rank 8,000, or collection level 8,000. And so a decent collection level for them. They did snap on us in infinite. Let's go Black Knight to the left for now. That 600 a month with dedication is a little bit insulting. So alongside your alliance, it's 1,400 a month. Let's go ahead and throw Hydra Bob. We do have Black Bolt, so we'll be able to get the discount on Stature for sure. And it's an Arsham deck, which is unfortunate. But they snapped on the early draw, so I'm guessing they have some pretty good resources, which might be kind of scary. We do have Cassandra Nova, which is such a big resource against the Arsham, so I'm going to go ahead and snap back into it. Next turn would be Black Bolt into Stature plus whatever it ends up being. So wait a second, don't I get more with the new 8-hour free credit by literally doing nothing? Yeah. Well, I mean, you have to log in. But otherwise, yeah, it's essentially nothing. All right, so Hydra Bob jumps back into mid. That is the last trigger for him for the day. Copycat steals Ultron. Interesting. Might be able to have a use for her. Let's go Black Bolt into mid. I'm going to continue pushing here to make sure we have the extra energy each turn. And then with Great Web, it could potentially pull off over to the right. What can I replace Bob and Nebula with? Other one-cost cards. You don't want, and if you replace it for something higher, you don't want any other even cards. Because the even cards would end up conflicting with like the Infinite Proxima, which are the guaranteed targets for Moon Knight in this build. So I think we're just going to play Proxima out naturally. Like a Proxima Stature, or maybe we go Proxima Stature mid. Nah, let's play it over to the right. Shang-Chi does take out Cassandra Nova, unfortunately. So they did just get their Copycat, which is a little bit scary. We can go... maybe something like this. I think with the Shang-Chi coming down, we should probably leave. Especially with New York being a little bit difficult to read where their power is going to go. But the stubbornness in me is going to stay. You said it's kind of ironic that Second Dinner is making a match 3 game? I hadn't heard that, but definitely would be interesting. So the Sage in the right does not scale enough. Spider-Man in mid is not able to grab anything out of that middle location. We win left, we win right. We grab the 8 cubes against 555 with the actually with the casserole of all things. We grab the 8, and that may be an early round 1 retreat. It is. We will gladly take it with the Copycat coming in huge for us, even against Arsham. The Cassandra Nova adding a lot of pressure on them to have that Shang-Chi and play it early. We take those. We will take the 8, and that is match 1 down, 4 more to go. That is a lot of move. And then Cosmo, Thor, Ironheart. We don't have any of those. Jump into battle number 2. See how far we can go. Maybe we can get a new border. Are you hosting an alliance? I am. I have one that's built out right now, and I have a few slots left, but I'm waiting for people that got selected from the random draw earlier to be able to jump in. But you said I've updated the app and still no alliances available for mobile players. I've just made a third alliance, and then Droopyful created a third TLSG alliance if you're interested. And so Caesar is our next opponent. Our copycat ends up stealing their Doc Ock, which tells us a lot about their build early on. And so I think they're probably going to be running like a so in YouTube, somebody asked about updating the app. So maybe close out of the app and open it back up, but it should be there. And then, yeah, if you join my Discord, there's some messages going around there. And so we do have Lady Sif right now that guarantees hits our stature, so we're going to avoid playing it. I'm going to avoid playing the Hydra Bob. Ooh, wait. Do we ever want to Doc Ock into Oscorp Tower? I don't know if it's going to be great, but it feels fun. Dude, do it. we're gonna send it. I would for the lulz. We're gonna snap into it too. There's never a chance where I have a turn 3 Doc Ock, and so I have to send it here. Deep space. Oh, so Hydra Bob is now locked in here. That's not bad actually. Let's go Doc Ock on the left. We're gonna drain them of what they have left in their hand. And we'll send them a copycat. It's going to come over our way. Hopefully it's not garbage. We'll see. We'll see. Screw their ongoing cards? Exactly. Could be Mr. Negative, maybe? No. I've done this once. Got an instant retreat? Maybe. Yep. Maybe. Magneto, huge. Leech, okay, unfortunate for us, but huge. Blob, what kind of big monster plays are they running? This looks like an Arsham deck that just forgot about Arsham. We'll send them the copycat. They're gonna need a Shang-Chi in the left lane for sure. My goodness, what all did it eat? Giganto, Nick Fury, Maximus was what it consumed to be 26 power here. They have 2 cards left and 3 in hand, but very limited space to play them within. So something like Nebula Echo, or we go Lady Sif over to the right, since she doesn't have an ability anyways. Oh, they're not running Arsham though. That's the thing. Echo mid? Yeah, we probably should have echoed mid over the Nebula. You're right. I kind of feel like we cap out the right lane. Because right now, all we lose to would be them sending the -8 Void our way. So I'm going to lock in the right just in case. Ooh, Taskmaster's big. So if they do have Shang-Chi, they win. We could have skipped into the Infinite mid and won that one too. Oh no, do they run Shang-Chi? This kind of looks like a Loki build, but like a super strange Loki build. Sentry was, oh man, Sentry was from Agent Coulson, so there's no reason they have an Annihilus. We should have skipped. Just on the off chance of the Infinite. Or just a bluff snap. I don't think it's worth 8 to find out, though.
Escaped.
Super fun line. Unfortunately, we got too scared in deep space. Don't listen to chat. Yeah, we're gonna jump out of that one very quickly. This time we steal their Maximus. May or may not be great. Brandisley, he said I was like, phew, don't listen to me. All right, so we have the Nebula for the left lane. We have a Moon Knight. Right now it doesn't have anything to target, though. I think I go Nebula right, Moon Knight eventually into Black Vortex. So the Quinjet tells me probably Loki deck.
To me.
Tofu. So we don't have any, I mean, it's not completely filled, but there's a few people that we are waiting on joining. So, so right now there's not any opens one. But Droopy Fool was running the third like TLSG offshoot. And so you could jump in over there if you wanted to be in a TLSG. What are the chances? Unfortunate. So we lose our Moon Knight. We gain Infinite. They lose our Moon Knight and they gain something else. So we can guarantee discard the Infinite, but I'm not sure that it's perfect because we don't have the Black Knight line. Let's go Lady Sif for now. We know they're probably going to go Leech. No 6-cost cards, only Hela? Yeah, only Hela exists. This looks like an Arisham deck that forgot Arisham and just decided to go the Loki stuff instead. So Proxima. Yes, we can throw. We don't have to worry about Leech this turn because they don't have the extra energy ramp. So next turn could be like a Black Bolt.
I still believe.
I think Fury is a little scary. You got a link to the Magneto move deck you were using earlier? Yeah, the exclamation point Dex works. We do get Black Knight now, so had we held off, we could have gotten at least the 20 power 4 cost, but we can go something like Black Bolt mid. My tinfoil hat theory is RNG is not that random per match. So the Leech in the right lane is expected, but something like Copycat, Stature, Black Knight, I think we're good. Like the amount of times random card generators give the same cards is suspicious to me. I could see that. Dusty said, hey TLSG, I was curious, what is the thought for Echo in this? So I actually snagged this off of someone else that was playing it. But the Echo, we have a lot of ongoings kind of floating around, and so it kind of gives you a little protection in those lanes from like the Hawk plays, potentially like Cosmo, to stop your discards from happening is like the big thing. You could do any other 1-cost card. It has to be, whatever you end up playing, it has to be non-even, because we want our even cards to only be limited to Infinite and Proxima, so that Moon Knight can do what we want Moon Knight to do. And so we can almost guarantee what it's going to hit. He said this game, a discard card was discarded and a leech card was leeched. All is right with the balance. And then I'm gonna patch Tofu. I'm gonna patch your message forward. It got blocked by the Nightbot. Sometimes it gets a little bit too overzealous. But with Morag, we do have our Black Knight. I think we're gonna skip turn 1. Next turn is gonna be both Black Knight and Nebula. We're gonna throw Nebula into Morag so that it can scale almost freely for most of the game. With Black Knight, we could potentially get the Shard. If not, Cassandra Nova is decent here on 3. So something like this should be okay. Drawing into Moon Knight would be a 50-50 between that 20 power resource, and Lady Sif would be the guaranteed resource for us. All right, so Quinjet over to the right is fine. I think our Nebula should be pretty safe to scale quite a bit over in the left lane. And then Lemuria, so nothing is going to reveal this turn. So our Cassandra doesn't have as good of a chance to high roll. We have Copycat, which stole their Rogue. So we could always steal Quinjet away. I think we go Cassandra Nova for now. Up until this point, we haven't seen the Loki line, so I'm not for sure if they have it. I just assume, based on everything else that we're looking at in this build, that it would make sense in their deck. And so we either play Proxima outright. We could steal their Quinjet just in case they go Loki. That way it doesn't give them a bigger discount on their cards. And it looks like maybe Black Bolt after. Imagine if they aren't running Arsham or Loki. Imagine if they thought they added Arsham into their deck and queued up into Infinite Conquest, but realized that they didn't have it. Quinjet also works on the blade, true. Infinite Moon Knight cooking, yeah. So I actually got bodied by this earlier on the ladder, and so then I ripped it right off of him. Is I going to start tuning into streams more? Do you have a set schedule? Right now, no. I would like to move closer to like a full-time thing, but as of right now, there's not a hard set. My schedule this week actually switched off of what I had set up before, where up until this week, I was on a summer schedule, so I worked Monday through Thursday extended hours, and then I was off on Fridays. But that changed this week, unfortunately. And so it's going to come down to finding creative ways to make sure I have time to do the streams. But whenever I do stream, it's typically from like around 9 or 10 Central until around 5 to 6 Central, 5 to 6 p.m. Central. So they're usually about 7 or 8 hour stints. So they lose their Nick Fury. The Blob comes in, pulls only 2 cards in the Magneto and the Doc Ock. And then now we get our Moon Knight. A bit too late, unfortunately. But we do end up pulling it. So we could go Proxima Bob. Or maybe they have, would they have a Taskmaster? Copy 20 powers to be up to 24? If so, kudos to them. I almost feel like maybe we stack in mid. Oh no, we can't. Is Discord the best way to get notified about the streams? Yeah, so I'll typically so there's a role for live notifications. And so if you opt in for that, whenever I do go live, I do @live And so that'll send you a ping. I'm not sure that this wins, but I'm so curious what else they have. Okay.
Victory.
All right, so the Hydra Bob, the Cassandra Nova is fine. Proxima is okay. Nothing like a turn 1 snap hand, though. We could always go Hydra Bob and then snap it, and those things would go crazy, which could be kind of fun, but I think instead I'm just going to play. Yeah, it would just be chaos figuring out where the Bobs went. But I think we're just going to play Hydra Bob to the right. I would rather do something like Cassandra Nova into Bar Sinister, because that's going to deeply reduce the power of all of their cards in their deck, or that they draw from that point. We do get the Infinite. So our Lady Sif targets the Infinite. If we can draw into Black Knight Perfect, we could do like the Ebony Blade in Bar Sinister. It may not beat a Blob if they drop it over there, but that would have to be on the last turn. Risky Talent, he said, just went on an 11-match win streak in the diner to get my Cassandra. Namora and Scar are a cracked combo. Namora and Scar was the, like, when Namora came out, that was initially what I tried to run with it. So I'm glad that you're still, I'm glad that you're still running it. Only if they don't run Luke. The Moon Knight comes in. Oh, Luke Cage to offset the Cassandra? Definitely would feel kind of strange. All right, let's go quadruple trigger of Cassandra Nova in the left. And so anything they draw is going to be super negative for them. Yeah, the locations are kind of tough, but our Cassandra gets a decent size. And then the good thing is everything they draw from this point on is almost garbage. I think we're going to ship the Moon Knight in mid. Maybe Proxima goes there. If she does, maybe she dies. It depends on where they play this turn. Any replacements for US Agent? Are you talking about in the build that I showcased on today? Ooh, with the snap. I think they're probably looking to further push in Hala. They could drop Magneto. Eventually that pulls us out of Cassandra, out of the left lane. Yeah, Bob's going to move here. But that's right now a tie if they don't play anything into Hala. Proxima would have to come in. It's a 50-50 of if it gets discarded, 50-50 of if it lands in Hala. So I don't think we're gonna take those odds. I think that's a blob left snap. But the good thing with their blob left, they don't have a whole lot of cards, so I don't know. But Risky Talent, congratulations on Cassandra. I definitely hope that you enjoy her. She's a fun one. So we steal their leech. We know that they can't use it. We can do a turn 3 leech, which is so devastating against a deck that wants to do all on reveals. So we're going to snap into it. So Sakaar comes in, so it's going to pull into one of our cards. We could... I'll let Hydra Bob move with Ant Maze. Chilcito, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day so far. Black Bolt is kind of beautiful. Takes out their rogue, which I guess is not as beautiful, but not awful either. Moon Knight would be guaranteed to hit our Proxima here. And so maybe Moon Knight into Proxima is nice. The Cassandra Nova is decent as well. Let's go Cassandra Nova in the left for now. We'll drain the power of some of their cards. I don't think they're going to expect the Copycat to come down for Leech. So I think that's going to be a big push for us. We now draw into Infinite, so Proxima is not guaranteed. I'm going to go Copycat to the right in Vormir. It's going to get destroyed, but it is going to leech the opponent's cards. If we draw Black Knight next turn, we could always use that alongside the Moon Knight, but we have enabled our stature already. Ooh, and the reset for the Marvel Snap shop site is up. Good call. I'll get more boosters again this week, I'm sure. All right, so one drop in mid. Let's see what they end up going with. Shang-Chi, which doesn't have anything to hit, thankfully. And then we do get the Echo. So I think we just Proxima. Proxima Echo? Or do we need more support in mid so that they can't snap us away from it? Let's do that. From the top deck, no matter what we draw, we'll be able to play it alongside Moon Knight next turn. So ideally, we're drawing Stature. Why not Moon Knight? I guess we could have Moon Knighted. If it hits Proxima, you get it. Oh my goodness, that Akshay, I completely overlooked it. But I wouldn't have had to play Proxima, you're right. It should have been Moon Knight last turn. Other than not being able to control where it goes, there's no reason to do it. How do you feel about Drac in this package for situations like this? You could. But the piece that I wouldn't like Dracula for is that it would cause some more strife with Moon Knight, not being that even numbered card. And so then you'd have either Proxima, Drac, or Infinite that Moon Knight would hit. I do see several times that they could potentially win this one. But we'll see. So they do stick it out with a single drop in mid. Let's see what it ends up being. The Magneto mid. The double up one Magneto. We hit both of them. We are able to hold down the left, hold down the right, and we grab the second victory. And we didn't get the Black Knight discard at all this game. And so there are a lot higher potential high rolls. And so we'll take the second victory against Caesar. Then we're going to jump into the third match of the Infinite Conquest. And then the hydrate reminder, I appreciate it. I'll grab a hydration right now. What would you replace Hydra Bob with in this deck? You could potentially do Blade. I would do another one cost card. Probably not Titania because she has that versatility and you're usually not dropping it on the last turn. So something like Blade or another like solid one cost. Maybe you go with Nico. I think there's a couple of ways that it could play. And then the Drug. Thank you for hanging out today. Hopefully you have a fantastic rest of your night. Next up we have player 2. Wait. What? I feel bad.
Taking aim.
Like, and we could lose, but I feel bad. I do think it's funny how KM calls him Hydration Robert. Wait, calls who? Oh, Hydra Bob? We stole their Sentinel, too. Player 1? You said, hey, that's me. I'll make sure not to cheat by watching. Well, Player 1, if it is really you, best of luck. You're on a... So that's his legal name? You're on a 188 collection level account. Highest level achieved was 14, so you've been on the conquest grind for sure, my friend. Only his friends call him Hydra Bob. It's your second account? I thought you weren't watching, Player 1. That's something a cheater will say. All right, let's go with the copycat over to the right. We'll see what we end up hitting with X Mansion to the left. Sausage. Hi, TLSG. Hi, chat. Has the TLSG Alliance been created? Yeah, so we're working on filling up our third one now. So on Discord, Droopy Full is working on filling up the third one. So the Stegron comes in and slaps us, our Hawk, into mid, which is not awful. The Moon Knight here has a 50-50 between Sentinel and Proxima, and we could snap. Said I just noticed 120k for top alliance reward. Yeah, so I think that's all 30 members maxing out at 4,000 each week would give you the mystery variant. Slaps are what? Slaps are what? Show. Don't make me blush, my friend. You said they did this just to shut up the complaints about fixed matchmaking. Yeah, the infinite conquest is always something that is incredibly crazy. Like, because the banding is removed from infinite conquest, you match up into just such an array of players. And then OG Nerd, welcome in. Long time no see, my friend. Grapple, you said I'll try to do it solo. Does it? I'm curious if it caps out your accumulation points at 4,000, or if you can go higher than that. If so, then the 120 is definitely achievable. If not, then it's probably like you're only gonna do it if you have all 30 people maxing out every week. And so Hydra Bob ends up being a 2-cost card. That's fine. He's a 2/5. We'll still make use of him. Subterranea shuffles in some rocks. We do get Moon Knight for the guaranteed Proxima discard, so I'm going to put the pressure on him. I'm going to snap into it. Knowing that they have a limited collection level range, it looks like probably a flood deck. And so we're going to try to outflood the flood. With Black Bolt in hand, we're going to make them discard 2 of the cards that they have, and so making it harder for them to find the flood pieces they need. I'm looking to see what happens after I complete the first. Gotcha. And so right now I'm at like 1,000. Oh my goodness. I've never... The last time I set up a Moon Knight into Infinite, we hit Titan as the last location. Unfortunate. Black Bolt would get discarded instead of Proxima. Woof. All right, so I'm going to hold. I'm going to drop the Proxima manually. Next turn will be Black Bolt, and we'll see. And then Waspinator. Yeah, we have alliances that launched. It's pretty cool to be able to interact with. You have a chat that a lot of times I think will get kind of hidden and forgotten about. But it is really cool to see. The Cassandra Nova is unfortunate in the right lane. Let's go Black Bolt in the right, or in the left lane. Because unless we get something big, we can't really compete with it. Wait. This guy is cooking, so I'm guessing it's probably a legit like second account, and they've created it and jumped straight into Deadpool's diner. Because they have a Cassandra Nova, which is kind of cool. Kinda. I think we lose these. I think we lose this one. We hit the rock with Black Bolt, so super unfortunate there. Black Bolt hits my rock. Always hits the rock, my friend. Moon Knight does too, so it can hit zero cost cards. Whew. We're getting cooked by player 2. And then Captain, I see that you did the exclamation point Marvel. So I'll just copy and paste it over because the commands don't transfer over to YouTube. Unfortunately, there's some weird integration with it, but I'll paste it over for you.
Escaped.
And that sponsorship ends in 2 days. And so you have 2 days to like check it out if you wanna play. Then it does help support me and support my channel. Cancun on the right should be fine. We do have the Black Bolt stature line, so this one looks like maybe another snap. The Hulk is actually pretty big. Oh my goodness, super unfortunate. Sanctum Sanctorum. With good old Hydra Bob. I think we wait until the last turn and we snap to try to snag him over into Sanctum Sanctorum. I think we could probably like guarantee that he goes over there, but I don't want to play him, or I don't want a snap to happen until maybe the last turn so that they can't counter snap and move it around. And so the TVA comes in, which is interesting. We could do Moon Knight that doesn't discard anything on our end, but it would give us a stature plus Cassandra Nova to use next turn.
Snap.
Go with Hydra Bob. Would you waste 4 keys for Hope? Hope is a solid one. I think she's always going to find herself into several different builds. And so, potentially. All right, so we have the Moon Knight. We discard their Jessica Jones. Their Cassandra Nova comes down. Good old Hydra Bob pops into Sanctum Sanctorum. So if they counter snap here, then it's guaranteed, or we're going to make it where it's guaranteed to go into Cancun, unfortunately. But otherwise, I think that's fine. We have the stature. We have the Cassandra Nova to match theirs almost. But this line, I think, will be better, hopefully. How big can they go? They lost their Jessica Jones. Ooh, could they go Punisher Ant-Man? Punisher Ant-Man would be 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Extra power. So 23. I think we lose this one, you guys. Just Punisher. All right, we might... Oh, no, we lose by 1 to the Punisher. Zen, you said, I'm not trying to be a jerk, but even if you're listening to the stream and not watching, that's still sniping. Oh, it's fine, Zen. It's all right. So that entire run, we didn't get our ideal line with the like the Black Knight discard stuff. Not once, which is kind of unfortunate. We do complete both of these, so we get a reset. Let's see what else is here to grab. So win with multiple man. Fill all locations. Move at least 7. Let's see. I'm gonna run this this Moon Knight one on ladder for a little bit. See how it fares. We may pivot. I want a deck that uses Moon Knight that does well, but it may not be perfect time for it either. So our copycat stole their cable, which is a good start. We have Echo, we have Hydra Bob that we can throw down. Let's go ahead and put it into mid for... And then Captain T, you said, are the rewards for new players only? Yeah, so for the Marvel download, it's for new players only. And so if you create a new account, or like if you haven't played before, you download it, create a new account, then it will, that's when it'll count towards the credit, towards the sponsorship. And Captain T, so you said, are the alliances just on, are they just on PC? No, they should be on mobile, but I heard that a lot are having to manually update it on their mobile to be able to see the alliances. And so Gladiator in the left hits a Black Bolt, which gets rid of their whole Obsidian, which is huge. Unfortunate, huge for us. Unfortunate for them. We now have the Proxima, so we could do... Yeah, let's snap into it. Let's do Moon Knight to the left. We're going to make them discard one of their remaining cards. I hope that we hit Proxima with the Moon Knight, but if not, I think it's okay. We'll still get at least a shard out of it, but we'll see. You said these bounties suit me. My XP deck can handle the win locations with less than 10. Yeah. And Hella Tribunal can handle all the high power bounties. Yep.
Victory.
Yep, and there's quite a few of those that float around. And so I think they were definitely designed with you in mind, Grapple. All right, so far so good with that one. All right, next up we have Nod, and we steal their Ultron, which is beautiful for us. We can play Hydra Bob. We can go ahead and play it in Space Throne. That protects us from any kind of shenanigans that they might want to do. But that would mean that we have to snap at some point to move it out. And I think we're okay taking that risk. So Tinker's Workshop gives us extra energy. We shouldn't need it going to this turn unless we get like Nebula, Black Knight. Could be a good line. But we don't really want to do Lady Sif, so I'm just going to do Black Knight for now. And then I'll wait. Captain T, I followed on Twitch as well. Welcome in, my friend. Hopefully, he said thanks, I'll create a new account and try to update. Thank you, Captain T. Hopefully you're having a great day. I appreciate the support. It helps the channel and it helps me trying to move over into like full-time creation status. So Lady Sif is still going to hit Black Bolt. Copycat, not huge for us. Rickety Bridge is... I think these are all unfortunate locations for the deck that they're wanting to run. And so we'll snap into it, try and bully them off of it. That just came from Snap. Pulled Hope on the second key. Gambler White. Huge. I'm glad that it only took 2. I think Hope Summers is definitely worth that at the very least. I think I got her in on my second key too. I got the Convert card first, Hope second, and then Proxima third. So next up we have Roram. The first location is Thunderbolt's Tower. We do have their Jeff, which is nice in our copycat. How are we liking alliances? I like it. I think it adds a little bit something extra to do, so that like it gives you an incentive to kind of come back on and like continue to play and push some missions. Wait, Gambler, you said the same? Unfortunate. The conversion for me was Annihilus was what I got, but very similar situations. And so Warrior Falls, a little bit unfortunate. We don't have either of our discard cards. So I think I'll go Cassandra Nova in mid. We need a decent amount of power there to try to... I was thinking Ultron, but it looks like maybe it's a Patriot. Maybe it's like a Sandman Patriot build. So let's go Moon Knight into mid. If we discard Proxima, we'll see where it goes. Otherwise, the Infinite is our backup discard line. So Cassandra in the right, only going up to 5. And so their Ultron is now gone. Our Infinite is now gone, but that's fine. We have Lady Sif to use, so something like Stature. Lady Sif. It's going to guarantee discard Proxima, and so then on the last turn, depending on what we draw, we can adjust quite a bit. Since their Ultron's gone, I am going to snap into this one, but I think we force a retreat. And that is all that we're getting with this deck is our 1 cube retreats. Three bounties done and a gold ticket. Yeah, that's huge, grappler. Because the Hella Tribunal still works. Did you add Luke Cage into it? I haven't played it since the change. And Cassandra, just in case. Cassandra's probably a nice touch or nice flare. But next up we have Hyper Time. The first location, Washington, D.C. We do have Moon Knight and Proxima. And so let's go ahead and snap into them. We don't know what all they're running, but we do know that we have a guaranteed value from Moon Knight. We get the snap back, which is kind of scary. I'm actually going to switch our Nebula off of Washington, D.C. now. That scares me a little bit. We're going to throw it into the right, just in case the left is like rude stuff. I don't want them to be too rude to us. The Mindscape is kind of unfortunate because we're going to force them to discard a lot of their stuff. Let's go ahead and play Hydra Bob. He's not going to move because we've both snapped. He's locked in place. With our Moon Knight stuff, we're going to discard a lot of our cards and theirs into switching on the later portion of the game. We have our Black Knight, but I don't know that we ever hold off the Black Knight for Infinite in this match. Because it would have to be very specific timing, and I think they would end up with the Shard instead. So we're going to go Moon Knight. We discard our Proxima. It jumps over to the left. They lose their Jeff, which is great. Any resources that we can take from them, it's perfect. Nocturne comes in, and so there is the chance that they rip away the Mindscape location. Ooh, that is a big Infinite. So let's go Black Knight to the left. And then it comes down to a read of are they going to change Nocturne or not. I think most likely we go Black Bolt here. That is a big Gwyn pool. But something like Black Bolt, all that we're giving them that's playable is Echo. So nothing fantastic. Replacement for Bob. Another 1-cost card, so like a maybe Blade, maybe just like a good on reveal 1-cost would probably be okay. Everyone running the Toxic Ajax decks a couple weeks ago forgot Hella Tribunal runs Luke now. Yeah, I can see that. So they don't change the middle location. They throw Shang-Chi out. They do have Nocturne that can change into mid or left. All that we gave them was... All that we gave them was Echo. So we would have to play mid and hope that they didn't draw something more valuable than 6 in the left lane. Six plus the Echo. I think we're willing to take the chance. How big was Kitty? Yeah, so they can move not... Ooh, wait. You're right. So the Nocturne moves over to the left. That's 5. The Kitty Pride that they have was 1, 2, 3, at least 4. So they would, if they full sent the left lane. Looking kind of Jover. So if they full send the left lane, but I think they have to full send wherever they go, whether it be left or mid. And so if they stacked here and then just move Nocturne over. Well, let's see. That is an awful lot of cards. Mysterio. Is it the real Mysterio mid? So that's an extra 4 there. And then Kitty Pride. Oh, it's not Jover. It was janky for sure. But the top deck that they got was the Mysterio, which was decent. But we got it. We were able to grab the 8 cubes. My goodness. We'll take it where we can. Let's go ahead and jump over into the next one. Dan Xer, are you saying that I'm cosplaying a noob, or the opponent was? Huge 8 cubes. We'll take them. Said myself and a bunch of others are not able to log on stream since the update. Ooh, I know that they were sorting those out, but it may take just a little bit. Yeah. You may, or since you may restart Steam, like completely force close it, make sure that it's completely closed out and then reopen. And then Dan Xer, you don't have anything else on the YouTube side to say, my friend? Just trying to figure out who you're calling a noob. I just played someone in your alliance, and I'm in the other alliance on your Discord. G money, that's huge. So let's go Nebula over to the left. We're gonna copy it in the cloning vats. That way we're gonna start scaling in a couple of lanes, and then we can adjust what we have or what we play depending on what we draw. And then Roger, you said, hey TLSG, sorry I just came in. Don't know if you talked about it. Did you start an alliance? So I started an alliance. We actually have 3 that are branching off. Right now, Droopy Fool is managing and recruiting the second one. And so if you want to join in that one, in the Discord, there should be some information in general chat. So we're going to go ahead and play the second Nebula in mid so that can scale. The Iron Fist comes kind of scary with all of the movement pieces that they might be able to do.
Breaking news.
Unless maybe we get a couple of our discard cards to force them into discarding it. Actually, let's go Moon Knight. And we're going to duplicate the Moon Knight. We can play it again, and we'll try to make them lose as many resources as possible. And so our Moon Knight hits our Proxima. Great. I hope it goes in middle or right. They lose their Beast, which is beautiful to see as well. And then Nocturne moves over, so it changes the cloning vats. And Titan now makes Infinite cost 1 less. We could always skip 1/5 into an Infinite Stature on the last turn. Might be explosive enough to be valuable. We could also just play the Iron Fist this turn. And nothing's going to get discarded from our hand. I do kind of like the idea of like an Iron Fist here. We're going to go Moon Knight. That's going to discard one of their additional cards. And then I think we might even want to skip on turn number 5. Captain T, was there a redeem code? Yeah, so it's MSF pool. Doesn't she always go to the lowest power location? I don't know, does she? I just unlocked her. It does. Wow. Thank you for that. I didn't realize we could dictate where she went, or we could know where she went. And so the Hercules comes in. If we skip here and we have wait. We can rip away the Hercules this turn by doing like Black Knight into Lady Sif. That'll give us a 20 power shard. The only problem would be they can do it on the next turn, but I think we're okay with that. Let's go Black Knight, Lady Sif discard, and I'm going to hold Stature for now as we go into the last turn. And so they've queued up an Iron Fist. I'm thinking this is either like Vulture or Dagger. Oh, wait. That could be bad because Hercules is going to cap out one of them. Oh, well. So our left lane is almost full sent. The Spider-Man 2099 jumping over into mid can be kind of scary. It slaps down on Echo. You'd never see Spider-Man 2099 anymore. But let's go Ebony Blade mid. Let's go Stature to the right. And we'll see if that one is able to hold it down. Because they'll have to be fighting for all 3 locations pretty significantly. I guess this lane wouldn't be too significant. So it's either we stack the Stature in Xandar, in case they're going like Titan plus Xandar. Actually, they haven't manually moved their Nocturne. So they could move it mid, but then it would bounce somewhere else. So I think this. They could also move it over to the right and push left and right. Depending on what their last turn like follow-up if they have some lower end stuff, they may be able to outmaneuver us, but I still think we stick it out and see. Mariushi said, hey TLSG, or hey Snap, hey TLSG, how's the game treating you? Got Proxima first try. Nice. It took me 3 keys to pull Proxima, which was the only one I was missing. So the Nocturne does move in mid, but Hercules is going to push it either left or right. After the Throne Room. Actually, no, the Throne Room is great because that is going to make our shard 40 power. And I don't think they have something to overpower that. So the Human Torch, the Heimdall shift is big. Human Torch comes in, the Proxima, the Heimdall. We got cooked. The Nocturne shifting that second time. Is she that valuable? She's really good in like discard shells or even light discard shells. But outside of that, not necessarily. Man, had we stacked the Stature in mid, was one of the plays we had considered. Had we stacked it there, out of everything, that would have eventually found our way to winning it. But rough stuff. Power Cosmic, we'll give you the fist bump. You're probably already gone, but you deserve the fist bump on that one. Ooh. Nice copycat from Kindle. We copy their Shang-Chi. So we don't need to worry about playing any of our high impact stuff. Elysium does hurt the Moon Knight line. Never mind, they're gone. We'll take it. We're getting a lot of retreats for not even doing anything. But we are slowly climbing with this one, which is kind of surprising. Sometimes you have to play it a little bit patient. I still don't think I've got a 20 power blade except for that game that we lost. But otherwise, I think it's just positioning her power elsewhere. Name recognition? No, I don't think it's name recognition. I don't really know the etiquette for stacing streamers. Yeah, typically if I'm in a stream, I'll either like pause it or close out and then come back. But are you having an alliance? Yeah, I have an alliance. In Discord, a user named Droopy Fools is setting up the third one because we had a lot of overfill of people wanting in. So we have 3 that are currently being filled up. And so next up we have Socrates. Have you considered running the new C5 deck with all the 1/5s and Black Swan? I haven't yet. Does it do well, or is it still kind of gimmicky? So Iron Fist, we're facing another movement. A lot of the Alliance missions are definitely geared towards like the movement side, so I understand why we're seeing a lot of them. Let's go Cassandra Nova. Next turn we have Proxima, which is the 50-50 still of Proxima, or we have Moon Knight, which is the 50-50 between Infinite and Proxima. Careful, guys. This man can win with S2 and climb. It's not cards, it's the man behind it. Wait, who? Socrates? Yeah, Socrates I think is a pretty solid player. So let's go Moon Knight, see what happens with our Proxima or Infinite, see if one of those get hit. Copycat does end up hitting Dagger, so we know that they can't have that one at the very least. They do have the Iron Fist Human Torch to really start snowballing that one. It's you, Galoots, welcome in. I wasn't sure if you were talking about me or not. Love the new Moon Knight FX. So do I. I was gonna show it again, but they locked in. So we take out their Heimdall. No worry about a Heimdall shift. The Proxima we have go over to the right lane. The Human Torch bouncing to the left. Do they have Falcon as well to pull those back in one more time? No, the Ghost Spider to pull it into mid. And so right now, I think without the Heimdall, that may end up being locked in here. Carmen, love your YouTube videos. Thank you so much. I love all of the support from everybody. And it means an incredible amount that you guys are here just enjoying the content and enjoying the game with me. So I think we go Copycat over to the right. And then if they don't play in Mojo World this turn, then we could pretty much guarantee that we focus on Icebox next. Ooh, so the cloak, unfortunate. And that, as a result, is going to be a retreat. I think. Because otherwise we kind of fill here, but it's not huge. With the Human Torch move, it's going to be 3, 4, 5, 6, 10, 11, 12. Maybe if they don't fill mid. Float could help them if they have it. What about Strange? Strange could do it too. Without the Heimdall, I think they have to... We're honestly hoping they move the Human Torch. But if not, they just full cap it since we're not. Might be a problem. Space, welcome in. It's going well. We've been having some pretty good games. We actually dropped a little bit of rank today, but we played a couple of cool like movement decks. We created the Alliance, kind of dove into that. And I'm still looking for like a good Moon Knight deck to showcase once we end the stream. I'd probably showcase it on the Video on Demand channel. But we're still digging for it. All right, so the Human Torch does move over to the left, the Ghost Spider, and then the double drop mid. As long as they have some big finishing cards, then I think we're cooked. But Nico, and it'll turn the next one into Demon, which does force a tie. We're not able to win the tiebreaker because of the big Human Torch. As unfortunate as it is. I've been playing Moon Knight and Surfer with Proxima and Stature. Why do you run Infinite? The Black Knight. I picked this deck up off of somebody that beat me with it. And it's been, I mean, it's been okay. Right now on ladder, we have it was a 75% win rate, but I think it dropped from that one game. So I'd estimate it's closer to like mid 60s. Yeah, right now we have a 66% win rate with it. And so it's doing okay. But a lot of the games we've been winning have been like early retreats instead of like full-fledged in-game games. 4 cards on Mojo. Yeah, well, that, and even if we had 4 cards, we wouldn't have won the power differential. Because of their Human Torch being 32 power. There was no shot for us there. Nope. X-Mansion, we're going to get a random card. We have Cassandra Nova in hand. We could use that on 3 since we don't have a good Moon Knight target yet. We do have Wolverine. Polaris, we could always pull their Wolverine over. We do get Proxima. I would be a little afraid of Proxima jumping into Jotunheim. And so instead, maybe it's Cassandra right. Maybe we go Moon Knight mid next turn, and then we could go Moon Knight to the left next turn. That would have Proxima go into X-Mansion, I think. I love when move relies on big torts. Torch neglects the other 2 lanes. That is an unfortunate split of the Red Hulk with our rogue. But it is what it is. Let's go Black Knight. Black Knight into Moon Knight? That would make sure that Proxima goes here. Akshay? Akshay with the snap come in. Oh my goodness. Proxima? Is that not how you say it? I don't know. I could be saying it wrong. But we have maybe Proxima. The Venom in the left lane. Oh my goodness. We lose. We lose to destroy. The X-Mansion is going to be too tough to overcome. The death. The duplicate Venom. Potentially an Arnold Zola. Akshay, what have you done? I love the way you say it. It may not be correct, but it has spirit. They lost their Nick Fury, I think it looked like. Oh my goodness, that brings us back into the game in a really big way. My goodness. And so they did lose Nick Fury. We could go Black Bolt here, make them discard something else. I like the Proxima. I don't know, guys. I don't know. We have the Ebony Blade. We could do Stature. We could do both of those this turn for 14 power. That allows us a Copycat plus Polaris on the next turn. Or we can go Black Bolt into Copycat, Stature, maybe Hydra Bob next turn. We're going to go with this. Don't Black Bolt. Oh, X23? Could be. Our Copycat gets massive here. The X23, so they do have extra energy. And so their Red Hulk won't scale. It just comes down to, do we beat... We beat Death. I think this is what we go with. That way they have to compete in all the lanes. We know that the Red Hulk's not going to scale because we do have the 3 and the 3. Let's launch it with the Copycat Stola Null, which is the only reason we have even a prayer Yeah, they probably have death. Sif is greater than players. But in case we pull Wolverine. And then Christian Scrub on YouTube says Proxima. I didn't realize I said it in a weird way. But I guess I did. Alright, so the copycat left. They do go with a drop in mid and a couple in right. So death in mid is scary. The Killmonger takes out the X-23, takes out a lot of our power in the right lane, actually. And then Hulkbuster. No, we're fine. All right. We get the frowny face from the Null copycat, and we will gladly take the 4 cubes. And that's what she's going to do sometimes, is just give you the right tool to win. We'll take the 4. Let's go ahead and jump over into the next one. Yeah, Polaris could have pulled the Wolverine and lost it for us. It would have been a 50-50. Ulufa said TLSG pronounces Proxima like it's a skincare product. I mean, it might be. Let's see if we can continue our good runs. But next up we have Villain, rank number 67. Villain running the Arnold Mazzola avatar, which I think is kind of funny. Our copycat steals their Wasp, so we know that they're probably running some kind of like Patriot, Ultron shenanigans, I would imagine. Let's play our Nebula over to the right. Thor. Yeah, they could be running Thor stuff, but I've been seeing more of the, like, build the locations style decks, though. Let's do Cassandra over to the right. Nothing matches the classic Biofrost, and I was 100% confident when I said it, too. It was unfortunate, for sure. Cosmo mid's not great. The Iron Lad ends up hitting Shadow King, which is also not great. If they have the Ultron, they really should have snapped. Since they haven't, I'm going to slow play it. Are you the reason I'm facing Moon Knight? No. I'm the reason I'm trying to be, but I haven't been. So Viper and Collector both in mid. Do they have Ultron? 4-8. I think if they have the Ultron play, I don't think this wins, but since it's only one additional cube, I'm going to send it. Red Skull super unfortunate against an Ultron line. Yeah. We do lose right by 1, mainly because of the Shadow King that got pulled off, so they get the casserole on us. Moon Knight could have procced. I keep forgetting the Moon Knight on the last turn. We're throwing some of these. But no, I think people are just excited about the Moon Knight change. I think it gives him some kind of cool build-around possibilities. Rather than being like that static, like just completely RNG card. So let's go ahead and go Nebula into the left. Next up we have a Prodigy, rank number 10. Let's see if we're able to not embarrass ourselves here. have our Hydra Bob. I'm going to go ahead and play him into the left. Maybe we eventually snap him into onto the board. This would be a great game to be able to get the Black Knight combo for our Moon Knight. But if not, we will see. Ooh, Starlight Citadel is actually okay for us. They did just draw Copycat, so they're going to steal one of our cards that are in our deck, or one of the abilities. I think we go Cassandra Nova to the right in case the Nexus shifts this way. I think that'll be a big push for us. They go Shanna as their first card drop. Kitty Pryde in mid, go to the right, and then Korg to shuffle in some junk. So we do have Black Bolt. We have Moon Knight into Black Bolt into Stature plus whatever. Let's go Moon Knight to the right. See what we can make them discard. So our Infinite, the guaranteed nothing on their end. They don't have any even cost cards. Fortunate. That's rough. And then we draw our Proxima after. So let's go with Black Bolt. And then we'll see. If this is like a Blue Marvel Khazar Zoo, I don't know that this one wins. Kyera, Squirrel Girl, Trax, Dazzler. I think we see Gilgamesh in the left, and I just can't compete against the Gilgamesh. Gets a little meshy. I think we give him the win there.
Opponent snapped. Escaped.
We were doing good with the Proxima list, but it definitely fails to have like a complete high end. It doesn't have any counterplay. It has a couple of like high value, high power outputs, but even that I think is a little bit maybe rough. See, we got a little bit more. Any chance to put Ghost Rider in? You could, but then it becomes closer to like this deck that I think it was this one. Yeah, it becomes closer to this one, which I had a pretty good run with this one. This is today's video, which as far as the stats go is kind of tanking. It's 10 out of 10, which on my releases recently, and so definitely not performing well. But the deck itself performed good on all counts I could see. Yeah, Ghost Rider would end up being the Moon Knight target. And so maybe Moon Knight ends up being closer to like the Apocalypse stuff. But is that worthwhile enough to warrant running him? And I don't know. I don't know for sure. But next up we have Cinderpuff, rank 996. We draw a second Typhoid Mary, which if we have Luke Cage is okay for like the Scar line. Otherwise it becomes a little bit risky. We do get Luke Cage, nice. Let's go ahead and go Valentina over to the left. And then I think Luke Cage comes down next. Another Gilgamesh Zoo, which is unfortunate, but we know that those don't typically have a lot of counterplay in them. And so maybe they run a Shadow King, which now courtesy with the new Luke Cage interaction, it doesn't limit it. But at least it's not going to be impacted by like Typhoid Mary. So the second Dazzler is pretty big, and they are filling up quite a bit of their space pretty quickly. We have Ghost Rider in case we get any kind of discard engines. Let's go. I'm going to play Typhoid Mary into mid, knowing that they wouldn't be able to play it without negatively afflicting their cards. Gwynpool comes in. Interesting for a flood style build with Gwynpool. I'd be curious what they end up dropping here. So maybe it's Typhoid Mary, Squirrel Girl. The ongoing cards might be beneficial with like our Spectrum. We have Scar that'll be 2 costs, so it could always be 2 plus the Spectrum. Or it'd be Scar plus US Agent plus like a Shadow King maybe, to set their Gwynpool cards back to base. Don't give Zoo another squirrel. I mean, their space is really restricted already, but maybe you're right. If I can reconnect to the game, I'll pull back my play. Oops, not what I wanted to do. Are we still live, guys? I don't see the bitrate dropping. I just see our connection gone. We got the oh snap. Oh no. Hey, we're back in. We did end up giving them this, but I think they probably lagged out as well. They didn't make any plays last turn. So something like Scar. Scar Spectrum. What in the world? Did our Spectrum land there? Wait, what happened? What happened to the game? Interesting. Big rip. The game is gone. It's done. Doesn't exist. Never happened. Lanoom, I can't find a match. Wait, never mind. Just did. Okay. Maybe your opponent got banned midway. Oh, okay. So we can't join into a match. Fortunate. I'm going to close out of Steam and then restart. See if that solves our issue. I had to uninstall and reinstall the game to get my issues fixed. So radical craziness. I'm guessing it's the Alliance patch that caused that, maybe. But still rough. It was an even number match. Moon Knight discarded it. He was done with it. Let's see if the restart helped first. Hey, we did find somebody eventually. We'll see if it holds, though. Do get the alliance points. Do you have to play against humans? No, I don't believe so. It works in Deadpool's Diner. It works in Conquest, so I don't think it has to be human matches. Next up, we do have Ablon. The first location was Baxter Building, then Eternity Range. They have the Makari coming down. I think we go Valentina in mid. We do have Lady Sif, so if we end up, maybe we just, still fine. With the Spider Ham, it's fine, hitting the Infinite. We could always destroy her on turn number 4 if we wanted to get the value out on the board. But I think we go Lady Sif this turn. The only issue is that it could potentially discard Scar. And then Droopy full, the third alliance is almost full. Huge. So we do get the Infinite discard. They have the rock in mid. Bifrost is going to push our stuff over to the right. So maybe we throw down a destroyer. I know that we lose the 8 power, but maybe it's okay. So the blade discards the swarm, so they have a couple of extra ones of those to drop. And then Moon Knight getting rid of our Scar or Shadow King or US Agent. Scar. It's their swarm. So it does hit 0 cost cards, which was one of the questions I wasn't sure on. Does 0 count as even? So we do have the Sarah, but it's not looking great. Even something like Ghost Rider is pretty inconsistent now. Could be any number of things. The Gambit as well, discarding the Swarm. So the big follow-up, unfortunately, just doing more than what we can handle, I think. This goes up to 13. And so if we won left with this, we could win mid if they didn't play anything else here, which with how many swarms they have, I don't think there's a shot. We are going to go ahead and jump out of that one. And it is just about time for me to go pick up my daughter. And so I am going to go ahead and wind down the stream, you guys. And ads are maybe in progress, but we're going to wind down the stream, find somebody to raid over into. Those of you that are here, is there anybody that you guys prefer to raid over into? I know we have a few people that are just launching up. We have DD Drewski, we have King Venom, which actually I think that is I don't think his are in English. And then we have Dexter as well, that looks like he's live. Loopy Fist. And then 77 RUJ. Thank you. I'm glad that you're enjoying the stream. I'm enjoying doing them. Did Nina go live? I didn't see Nina live. Unless she just went live. Yeah, DD Drewski is English as well. We have a couple of votes for Nina already finished. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I didn't see her on there. And so we can raid over into Loopy Fist. We haven't given them a good raid. So let's go ahead and queue it up. I know that they were doing a subathon, and so yeah, there's a subathon at day 5. And so actually it may be the last 30 minutes of the subathon. So you guys enjoy. We're gonna launch up the raid. I appreciate you guys for being here, for hanging out, for enjoying the vibes, and we will be back once again as soon as possible. I'm going to see if maybe I can swing either Thursday or Friday. Ideally, it'll be a Friday stream, but we will catch you guys then. Thank you guys, as always. I hope you have a fantastic rest of the evening, and we'll see you again real soon. Later, guys.